Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Naruto was forced to marry Temari and had extra affair with Kushina? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the King Seahawk for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Minato! The third Hokage yelled. He had just witnessed the death of the fourth Hokage, a friend, an ally, and his pupil's pupil. Minato just sealed half of the 9 tails within himself, the other half within his son. He told Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, to make sure Naruto is remembered as a hero instead of the demon itself, knowing that it will most likely not end up that way. 2 hours after Minato's death, he called in all of the Jonin closest to him to decide who gets to raise Naruto. The Jonin that were present were Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, and Anko Mitarashi. As you know, Minato is dead and I need 2 Jonin to take care of Naruto, his son, Sarutobi said. Instantly he got looks of shock because no one knew that Minato got married and had a kid. How is that Minato's kid? I have never seen his wife or this baby boy, Anko said. I know, Anko. He kept this a secret so as not to endanger anyone in his family. Remember, he is the last Namikaze that we know of, and Naruto here is the last Uzumaki that we know because their clan got massacred back in the land of whirlpools. So as I was saying, who wants to take him home and raise him as their own? Sarutobi finished before 2 people stepped up. Those 2 were Kakashi Hatake and Kurenai Yuhi. Kakashi, Kurenai, are you sure you want to take the responsibility to take care of the 4th Hokage's son? You can't tell anyone who his real parents are, and that goes for everyone here. You are the only other people in this entire village that knows about the connection between Naruto, Minato, and Kushina. So do you accept living and working together to raise Naruto? Sarutobi said. I do, Hokage-san. Both Kakashi and Kurenai said confidently. Then it is settled, you are all dismissed, Sarutobi said. Now to get back to my damn paperwork. How I wish I knew the secret to defeat my longtime enemy, Sarutobi said. Kakashi and Kurenai decided to go to the Hatake compound since it was bigger than Kurenai's place. So where will we put him, Kakashi? Kurenai asked. He can stay in my room that I grew up in, Kakashi replied. You know the outside looks like a dump, Kakashi, Kurenai said. I know, but it's just the outside. Look at the rest of the house. It's way better looking and in better shape, Kakashi said. I guess you're right. So where will you and I sl? Kurenai started before Kakashi knew what she was going and answered, here. You get the bed, I'll take the couch, Kakashi said. Are you sure I can stay on the couch? Kurenai said, not wanting to upset Kakashi. Trust me, I wouldn't mind sleeping in the same room as you. It's just that we don't know each other on a personal level that much, you know, Kakashi replied. Oh, okay, thank you, Kurenai said. No problem, just make yourself at home. Tomorrow we can go around town with Naruto and act like a couple and get some more stuff for him. We're lucky we got to find his cradle that he uses. Good night, Kurenai. Good night, Kakashi, Kurenai said before sleep took over the house. Both Kurenai and Kakashi woke up to a crying Naruto. Kakashi decided to take care of Naruto and let Kurenai sleep, but she thought the opposite of him. She walked in to see Kakashi singing a lullaby to Naruto. That was beautiful, Kakashi. Where did you learn that? Minato-sensei told me that, and said to remember it just in case. I had no idea at the moment, but now I do. He sung this to Naruto to calm him down. Kakashi, come with me, Kurenai said, smiling. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. Just come on, Kurenai said, waving him to come over to her. Kurenai took him by the hand and led him into the bedroom Kurenai was sleeping in before Naruto woke them up. She wanted him to sleep in the same bed as her. Are you sure you want to do this, Kurenai? I mean, we barely know each other and stuff. You sure you want to do this, Kurenai? Yes, Kakashi, now get in bed, Kurenai said. Alright, if you want to really take this parenting thing to extremes, who am I to stand in your way? Kakashi said. Kurenai said, thank you, Kakashi, and rested her head on his to feel more comfortable. Kakashi pulled out one of his Aika Paradise books, and Kurenai noticed this, and told him to put it up. Kakashi put up that smut. I don't want Naruto to find one of those until he's 18, 12, 18, 14, 18, Fine, 15. Thank you, wait no 8. Nope, too late Kurenai, 15 it is. End of story. Kakashi said laughing. So who do you think his godparents should be, Kakashi? Kurenai asked. I don't really know. I want to pick someone really good because Minato was like a father to me since my father died here all those years ago. Kakashi said. I'm sorry, I had no idea, Kakashi. Kurenai said with a sad face. It's okay, you didn't know about it till now, so I don't mind telling you this. Would you telling me how and why he died if there is a why needed? Kurenai asked, not knowing if she was pushing the line or not. How he died? Well, he was leading a mission as an ANBU Black Ops leader. He disobeyed orders and decided to save his friends and comrades instead of abandoning the mission and live to see another day. So he died on the mission. No, when he came back with all of his friends alive. But the ANBU were mad that he didn't just leave them to save his own ass. No slander with Naruto, Kakashi. Okay, sorry, I'll try harder next time I get the urge to use any slander. Thank you. And speaking of Naruto, did you put a mask on him? Yes, I actually put on 2. Why 2? Trust me, when the time comes it'll be funny, and you will be gasping for air. Alright, I'll make sure to be there when he does this for the first time. But how is he supposed to eat, drink and breathe through 2 of those, Kakashi? Easy, Genjutsu. It allows food and water to pass through to eat, and it is made of a very thin but very durable material, allowing him to breathe without any problem. Well, can we see his face that is covered up? Yes and no. Only mothers, father, siblings, and future husbands or wives can see their whole face. All you have to do is ask, otherwise you never get to see it. So could I see it, Kakashi? I don't know, it is family tradition for me to decline, but we are living together and will be for the foreseeable future. On the other hand, we aren't married, so it would break the tradition that has been kept since the clan's beginning. It's alright, Kakashi, but what were you saying about your father and his death? Oh right. Well, when he returned, the NBU stripped him of his title and he slowly fell into depression with the respect he lost. Being the white fan of the leaf, and my mother had been dead for some time, so he really did not know how to do anything or what to do. His life just fell apart until he drove himself mad and committed suicide. I was 8 when I came home to find him dead. I had to raise myself until Minato found out and decided to treat me like his own son. So I feel that this is a good way to repay him, since I never got the chance to tell him myself of how grateful I was of him taking me in like his own. It's because of him that I got to be this good. He pushed me harder than Rin and Obito Uchiha to become better than him. I just don't know if I actually have surpassed him, but I will make sure Naruto does pass me and Minato and make the both of us look like nothing. You really want Naruto to succeed, don't you, Kakashi? Yeah, I really want to help him. By the way, when do you think a good time would be for him to start training? I just wanted to know to see if it matches when I would like to start teaching with him. 5 years, not any younger. What were you thinking? 3. Kakashi replied calmly. Why 3? That's too dangerous for him. Kurenai blurted out. Could you be any louder? And I chose 3 because if Naruto is to pass Minato and he has to start early. Besides, the training I have for him is just right and he'll soon be just like Minato. A teen heartthrob. Kakashi said, laughing at the last part of what he said. Don't say that, Kakashi. I don't want to lose my baby. Kurenai said. Haha, it's okay, Kurenai, we won't lose him. When he does find his girl, I know something for a fact, and I'll even make a bet out of it. Okay, I'm listening, Kakashi. Kurenai replied, wanting to know his bet. When he finds his girl, she will be very strong, as will he. She will be beautiful, and he will protect her no matter what. And he will treat her like a girl/woman should be treated, and he will make her the happiest person in the world. 100 Rio on this. How do you know she will be all of those things? Can you see the future? No, I can't see the future, but I just have a really strong feeling about this. So 100 Rio, good for you? You're on, and I think I know the perfect people for his godparents. Now you know he already has some appointed to him by Minato. Well then, tell me who they are before I tell you the people I'm thinking about. Okay, his godfather is none other than Jiraiya the Toad Sage, aka the super pervert and the author of my favorite series of books. What Jiraiya? What does he know about taking care of a child if we pass away? It's okay, I think you'll like his godmother, Tsunade Senju. Kurenai's eyes got wide before speaking. You mean Naruto's godparents are 2 of the non-pedophile Sannin? Yep, Tsunade and Jiraiya are his godparents. So who have you chosen? Well, his godfather will be Asuma Sarutobi, and his godmother will be my best friend Anko Mitarashi. Kurenai said happily. Asuma and Anko, huh? Well, I don't see any problem with them, just are you sure about Anko because she can be a little crazy? Yes, I'm sure about Anko. She'll be great with Naruto. Okay, if that is what you want, I will go with it. Thank you, Kakashi. Kurenai said, getting closer to him, and started to hug him. This caught Kakashi off guard. He decided to wrap his arm around her neck, and she moved her head so the both of them would be comfortable. You're welcome, Kurenai. Sleep well tomorrow, we have a big day ahead of us. With that, everyone was asleep and Naruto never disturbed either of them for the rest of the night. Kakashi walks into Naruto's room to see him sleeping and tries to wake him up for breakfast. Naruto, wake up, it's morning. Sure, whatever. Naruto replied. Haha, just like his mother Kurenai. Naruto, seriously, get up, you are starting your training today, and you need your strength to work with the regiment that I have set up for you. Kakashi said. Sure, whatever. Naruto unconsciously said. Kakashi smacks his forehead. Time to pull out the big guns. Naruto, free ramen at Ichiraku for the whole day. Kakashi said. Free ramen at Akira. Wait a minute, Oto, why do you have to keep doing that? Naruto said, getting excited before he realized Kakashi's lie. So you get up, Naruto, now come on. Kakashi said, trying not to get irritated. Fine, I'm coming, but what type of training are you going to make me do? Naruto said, still half tired. You'll see soon enough. And we're going to meet some of my friends and their kids at the Nara compound, then we'll head over to the Akimichi BBQ pit for lunch, and you can hang out with their kids. Kakashi said. Who are their kids, Oto? Naruto asked. Shikamaru Nara, son of Shikaku Nara, and Choji Akimichi, son of Choza Akimichi. They're your age, and I thought it would be good for you to meet some other kids your age. First get ready and we'll head out to the Naras, then go to the park for y'all to get to know each other, and then we can head over to Choza Akimichi's BBQ pit. They have the best barbecue in Konoha. So what do you say, Naruto, you ready for today? Kakashi asked. Yeah, I guess let me just eat and then we can head out. Naruto replied. Okay, let's eat before your mom gets upset. Kakashi said, chuckling. Naruto and Kakashi head into the kitchen to eat their breakfast. Kurenai greeted them and they ate, then headed out to the Nara complex to meet Shikaku and his family. Kakashi knocked on their door and Shikamaru answered the door instead of his dad. You must be Kakashi Hatake. My dad's been talking about you guys coming over then going out to the park to meet others our age, is that right? Shikamaru said. Yep, that sounds about right, Shikamaru. Kakashi said. Troublesome, just troublesome. Shikamaru replied. Haha, just like your father always saying things are troublesome. You must have inherited it from him. Kakashi said, grinning. Yeah, I did. Come on in, Dad should be out back. Naruto can come with me and we can play shogi or go. Shikamaru said. Okay, Naruto, go and follow Shikamaru. He'll teach you to use your mind and figure out strategies to solve some problems. It will come in handy when you become a shinobi. I'm sure Shikamaru already is an expert, so he can teach you the ropes. Kakashi said, smiling. Naruto listened and followed Shikamaru, and the two hit it off. For 3 hours the two of them were going at it, and Naruto soon got the hang of things and even beat Shikamaru a few times. The Hatakes and the Naras found the two trying to find a way to beat the other until Shikamaru realized that no matter what he did, Naruto would win. I give up. I can't do anything without you countering and in the end beating me, Shikamaru said. Naruto smiled at this and turned to see Kakashi, Kurenai, Shikaku and Yoshino, Shikamaru's mom, to see that they were ready to head out and meet some of the other kids their age at the park. You guys ready to meet everyone else at the park? Shikaku asked. Sure. Will Choji and Ino be there as well, or who all is coming? Shikamaru asked. Well, the Akimiki should be there along with the Yamanakas, and I think the Inuzukas will be there as well. Kurenai said. Well, this might be interesting. Are the Hyugas going to be there along with Tenten and her family going to be there as well? Shikamaru asked. Naruto was completely lost because he had no idea who all of these people were, but Shikamaru here knew exactly who they were. They all went to the spot that they were to meet at and had a run-in with Guy and his adopted son Lee. Kakashi, my eternal rival, how are the flames of youth with you? Guy yelled. Huh, you say something, Guy. Kakashi said, looking down at his Ika book. Ah, damn your ing too cool Hatake attitude, have you brainwashed your son as well? Lee asked Naruto. Guy screamed. Naruto, my eternal rival, how are the flames of youth with you? Lee yelled. Naruto looked out of the corner of his eye to see Kakashi nod at him, and he got the signal. Did you say something? Lee, was it? Ah, he's been brainwashed as well with that ing too cool attitude from the Hatakis. Lee screamed. Naruto and Kakashi were trying to hold back laughs but couldn't keep it in, and were laughing so hard they were rolling on the ground, and everyone else wasn't too far behind until Guy and Lee were about to use their flames of youth genjutsu. Close your eyes, everybody. Kakashi screamed. Naruto tackled Naruto, and Shikaku did the same with Shikamaru, and Kurenai with Yoshino hit the deck and covered their eyes. They heard a scream and looked over to see Kiba and Ino passed out. Lee, Guy, look what you did. Kiba and Ino are passed out. Shikaku yelled. Kakashi was starting to lift his headband to reveal his Sharingan before Lee and Guy ran for the hills, knowing what was coming next. That should be enough to get them running. Now let's check up on those two over there. Inoichi, how are they? Kakashi asked. They both got hit with the full blast of their genjutsu. I fear they will never be able to look at a sunset the same again. Inoichi said. Damn those two. I'm gonna kick Guy's ass and Naruto will take out Lee with ease. Shikaku, if you want to join me beat Guy down, you're more than welcome to join me. Kakashi said. Oh, I'll join you. I'll use my Shadow Possession Jutsu, and you can use your Sharingan and take a couple shot, then I'll take some. Shikaku said. Kakashi grinned at that. Then Kiba and Ino finally woke up and all of them went to the park and started to hang out. Naruto and Shikamaru were getting along with Ino, Kiba, and Choji, who came a little after the sunset genjutsu. Kiba's dog seemed to like Naruto a lot and decided to give a baby tooth from his dog Akamaru, and gave it to Naruto to show that their friendship will never die. After everyone got used to each other, they decided to go out to the Akimichi barbecue pit for lunch before everyone went their separate ways. Naruto got right to training with Kakashi, starting with a little warm-up of 50 push-ups, sit-up, pull-ups, run to the Hokage monument and back. Next, Naruto was to start with a substitution jutsu. This is a very low-level one, so Kakashi thought this would be easy to start out with. So the main idea of this jutsu, Naruto, is that if you get attacked and a kunai or a shuriken gets to you, can perform this jutsu, and it will turn into a log. Here, try it on me. Throw the kunai at me and you'll see what I mean. Kakashi said. Naruto threw the kunai at his father, and when it connected there was a delay in it, and Naruto thought he actually hit his father until there was a poof and a cloud of smoke appeared and a log replaced Kakashi. Naruto's eyes grew wide in excitement, and wanted to try it on his own. Kakashi told him what to do after he got down his chakra control. Once Naruto got this down, Kakashi let him try out the jutsu, and on Naruto's first shot he got it down perfectly. He substituted himself with a log, and then landed a punch on Kakashi's back. Kakashi was very impressed at how quickly Naruto got it down, and decided to give him a bit of what he thinks that Naruto can get down at a certain point in time of his life. Naruto, since you got this down so quickly, I think you're ready to start to learn some more jutsus. And at the rate you're going, you could very well pass the fourth Hokage, who was, Kakashi said, dragging out the last part of the sentence, the greatest of all of the Hokages our village has ever seen. Naruto answered. Correct, Naruto, looks like you've been paying attention. Now for your next jutsu. It's called the Shadow Clone Jutsu. This is where you will make clones of yourself to confuse the enemy of where you really are. If a fake one gets him, he will vanish. Now you can dispel the jutsu to make them go away, or they can be hit, and then they shall go away. So I do it first so you can see, and then you can give it a shot, okay? Kakashi said to a smiling Naruto who was in awe of everything that he was learning. Kakashi performed the jutsu a few times, so Naruto got the basic idea and told him that different amounts of chakra are needed for the amount of clones that you want to appear in front of you. More chakra for more clones and less chakra for less clones. And there is another thing. Once one of your clones is destroyed, you learn what he learned, so you know what to do better next time you charge in for an attack. So go ahead and show me what you can do. For now, give me as many clones as you can produce. Kakashi said, not expecting the amount Naruto threw at him. Naruto channeled a ton of chakra and out poofed 100 clones that weren't duds, they were exactly like Naruto. Kakashi's eyes grew wide, not knowing that Naruto was going to be able to master his first two jutsus with so much ease, and Naruto wasn't even suffering from chakra exhaustion, which isn't common for a kid his age. "Hey Kurenai, come look at what Naruto did," Kakashi said, not taking his eyes off of what Naruto just accomplished. Kurenai walked out back and saw 100 shadow clones that looked exactly like Naruto, and was in complete shock at this. "Naruto honey, did you do this all on your own?" Kurenai asked, amazed at what her son just did. Normally a jutsu like this would be considered extremely hard for someone his age, but Naruto seemed to have no trouble at all. "Naruto, why don't you dispel the jutsu and work on some genjutsu with your mother for a little while? When you're done, come and get me and I'll start your taijutsu training," Kakashi said, going to try and finish his Aika Paradise book. "Okay Naruto, do you know what genjutsu is to start off?" Kurenai asked. "It's an illusion that you create to strike fear into an enemy or opponent," Naruto replied. "Yes, that is correct. Now this is how you can perform a genjutsu," Kurenai said. This goes on for about a year, with Naruto learning some new jutsus, getting better at starting up some strategies with Shikamaru, hanging out with Shika, Kiba, Choji, Ino, Neji, Tenten, and Hinata, and not caring about being around that emo Sasuke and his stupid pink-haired baboon fangirl named Sakura that follows him everywhere he goes. Every day Lee would try and challenge Naruto to some challenge of battle, but every time Naruto would deny, saying he was already on his way somewhere. And every day for dinner he would go to Ichiraku's ramen shop with Kakashi and Kurenai. Tucci always loved when Naruto would come, saying that he was his #1 customer, and the ramen was always on the house. "Hey Oto-san, when can I start learning some new jutsus? I'm getting tired of doing the same ones over and over again. But it's so easy, can I learn something new and harder? I mean, come on, I learned my first 2 jutsus on my first try. Is there any other jutsu you can teach me?" Naruto asked, wanting to a yes from his parents. "No, you are learning jutsus that not even your friends are probably doing right now. For now, come up with different combinations and strategies to make it absolutely perfect. Like I said, I'm sure most of your friends haven't even started training like you have, except in their family jutsus. For Shikamaru, the shadow possession jutsu, Neji and Hinata with the gentle fist style, Tenten with her mass arsenal of weapons, and lastly Kiba with Akamaru." Kakashi explained to Naruto. "What about Choji and Shino?" Naruto asked. "Ah yes, I forgot about them. Well, Choji most likely won't start until he's around the academy age, and I would think Shino would be the same as Choji. So you have a head start on all of them. You should be proud. Besides, none of their parents know about our training," Kakashi said, not looking away from his bowl of ramen. Naruto's eyes got big, not knowing that his friends had no idea he was training harder than all of them. "Wait, what about Ino? Do you think she has started?" Naruto asked. "Hard to say, and Noichi can decide on that." "Anyone else you forgot?" Kakashi asked, smiling through his masks. "Oh, that emo prick Sasuke and his stupid fangirl Sakura, along with that pale kid Sai. Sasuke probably has only learned 1 jutsu, and it's not that good. But if you want a jutsu to learn, I have a special one for you. Want to know what it is?" Kakashi asked, smiling. "Yes, please tell me, Oto-san. I need to learn another jutsu," Naruto asked, begging. "Well, here it is. It's called Leaf Village Secret Finger Jutsu. 1,000 years of death," Kakashi said, smirking, looking at his kids smile through his masks. Every day for the next year or so goes about this same exact way until Naruto is about 5 or 6. Naruto is now a 6-year-old boy, still living in the same house he has been living in since Kakashi and Kurenai took him in as their own child. Kurenai and Kakashi have realized that they have had feelings for each other, and they have let those feelings grow, and now they are both married and living just fine. Naruto continues his training to become better than his father and the 4th Hokage, seeking to be the next Hokage. So right now Naruto is training, and then Hiruzen Sarutobi summons Naruto and his family for an important matter that cannot be delayed any longer if the peace between Konoha and Suna is going to happen. "Nice work, Naruto, keep it up. Don't stop until you put a dent in the dummy," Kakashi said, looking at his son go to work on the wooden dummy he made for Naruto to increase his close combat skills. "Right. I'll put a dent in this thing before the day is over, I promise," Naruto shouted. Then with one last punch Naruto made a huge dent in the wooden dummy and actually knocked it down. The dummy itself weighed about 150 pounds and Naruto was only 60 pounds. Kakashi looked up from his Ika Paradise book to see that Naruto made a huge dent and knocked it over. Naruto looked over to Kakashi and gave him a smile, still in the stance he was in when he knocked over the dummy. Nice job, Naruto. I think now would be a good time to rest and shower because you're going to be training for the first time in Kenjutsu, which is... Kakashi said, dragging out the last part of the sentence. Training with swords and the sorts. Naruto replied, correct, now go upstairs and shower so you are ready to leave for Tenten's. Oh, and Shikamaru wanted you to come over to their place for a few games of Go and Shogi. Kakashi said, okay, Dad. Naruto said, walking upstairs to take a shower. Don't forget we're going to see the Hokage today for an important meeting and you must come, no exceptions, Naruto. Kakashi said, are you serious? Why do I have to go to the Hokage's office this time? Can't I just stay at home and train or something? Naruto said, complaining. No, you must be there. Now go or you'll find out what's behind my forehead protector. Kakashi said, getting very serious. Naruto said nothing and ran upstairs to get ready to leave for Tenten's place. Kurenai saw the whole thing and went to Kakashi. Did you really have to scare him with saying you'll show him your Sharingan, Kakashi-kun? Kurenai said, sort of getting a kick out of it. Sorry, Kurei-chan, but he wouldn't listen to me, so desperate times call for desperate measures. Wouldn't you agree? Kakashi said, giving her a quick before heading. Kurenai could only smile at Kakashi and thinking to herself, I never thought I would have ended up falling in love with Kakashi, and raising a child with him. Maybe one day we can have a child of our own and give Naruto a little brother or sister. Kurenai's train of thought was broken when Kakashi spoke to her. Hey Kurei-chan, how's Naruto's genjutsu training going? Actually, I'm very surprised how good he is considering the family he comes from isn't exactly known for genjutsu, more for fuinjutsu. Kurenai replied, that's right. I almost forgot the Uzumakis and Namikes were the best at sealing jutsus. Kakashi said, speaking of fuinjutsu, how is that going for him? Kurenai asked, since she only teaches Naruto genjutsu, while Kakashi teaches him nin, tai, and fuinjutsu, and Tenten's family will cover kenjutsu until Jiraiya comes back for Naruto to begin his training. Perfectly fine. He actually already has an emergency scroll for when he or one of his friends gets hit with Lee's Flames of Youth genjutsu. But Naruto will never get hit, so we have nothing to worry about, Kakashi said, chuckling a little bit. So what does he use for his friends? Kurenai asked, wanting to know since Naruto has never brought this up before. Well, for starters, Choji get a full bag of barbecue chips, Ino gets a bunch of flowers, Shino gets some bugs, Tenten is hearing swords clash against each other, Kiba is a dog bone. Shikamaru would have to be Naruto just yelling troublesome in his ear. Kakashi said, trying to remember if he got everyone. What about Niji and Hinata Hyuga? Kurenai asked. Naruto hasn't found anything for them except dumping cold water on them. Kakashi said, 30 minutes, time skip. Naruto is now training with Tenten in Kenjutsu using katanas. Naruto and Tenten were going at it like they were enemies in a real battle. Both Naruto and Tenten were nearing the end of what they could put out, and soon Naruto beat Tenten with his sword at her neck, showing that he's won the battle/training session. Tenten was a little upset that she lost because she is the best at Kenjutsu because that's her specialty, and she got beat by someone who was on their first day of Kenjutsu training. Tenten admitted defeat, and as a reward for Naruto beating her is that she let him keep the katana used for free and even gave him a sheath to hold his katana. After a few minutes, Naruto headed over to Shikamaru's to train his mind. Then he got delayed by Lee wanting to get a challenge out of Naruto, but of course Naruto declined. Naruto, my eternal rival, I have a challenge for you and you can't decline this one because the flames of youth burn bright, Indiana, the both of us. Lee said. Huh, you say something, Lee? I'm actually headed to Shika's place for Go and Shogi. Naruto replied calmly. Aw, damn, that too cool, smooth-talking Hataki attitude of yours. Ayahaha. Lee screamed and started his Flames of Youth genjutsu, and luckily Naruto dodged it. But someone unfortunately got hit with it. All Naruto heard was a scream from a girl. It was Ino. She almost got hit with the genjutsu before Shikamaru stepped in front of her to take the full blast of it. Shikamaru, you idiot, why did you have to do that? A tearing up Ino said. Ino, what happened to Shika? Naruto said, running over to her, said to inspect Shikamaru of how bad he got hit. The lazy idiot jumped in front of me when I didn't notice Lee about to use his Flames of Youth genjutsu, and he got the full blast. Ino said on the verge of crying, "Hey Naruto, what the hell happened here?" I heard a scream and a bright flash, and knew it was Lee. So did anyone get hit? Kiba asked, running to see what had happened. Yeah, Shikamaru here got hit protecting Ino from the blast, and he got the full thing. Have Akamaru lick him a few times, I think I got something for him. Naruto said. Got it, Akamaru, you know what to do, give Shikamaru here a few licks, then let our brother take care of the rest. Kiba said to Akamaru. Akamaru barked in response and gave Shikamaru a few licks, then let Naruto go to work. Naruto pulled out a scroll that had something in it that would wake up each of them if they ever needed to. For Ino it was flowers, Choji is a bag of barbecue chips, Shino is some bugs flying around him, Kiba is a dog bone, Tenten was the clanking of new weapons, and Shikamaru was a recording of his mother nagging him. As for the Hyugas, Naruto hadn't figured out something for either Niji or Hinata, and he didn't bother with Sasuke or Sakura, that stupid pink-haired baboon fangirl. He only got things for his friends. After Naruto played the recording a few times, Shikamaru started to come to his senses, hearing the recording over and over. Finally, after a few minutes, Shikamaru woke up to see his friends looking at him and one Ino about to start letting the waterworks show begin. What the hell happened to me? Last thing I remember was stepping in front of Ino so she wouldn't get hit with that sunset genjutsu. Shikamaru said. Yeah, well, that's exactly what happened. You took the full blast of that genjutsu to protect Ino. She screamed. We rushed over and finally got you to wake up thanks to my Flames of Youth remedy scroll, Naruto said with a grin that couldn't be seen because of his mask. Thanks Naruto, I really owe you one for getting me back and running. And Ino, please make sure you know if Lee is around you and is about to blast his jutsu again. I seriously don't want to do this again, okay? Shikamaru said. Okay Shikamaru, I'll try to do what you say. Ino said, starting to cry. Ino practically tackled Shikamaru, and thanking him a million times for what he did, and Shikamaru had no idea how he was supposed to react to this. Naruto caught sight of this and started to chuckle a bit, and Shikamaru only thought one thing troublesome, the two of them. Okay, I'm alright, no need for crying or anything. Next time Lee does this to any of us, we beat his ass. Everyone cool with that? Shikamaru said, trying to change the mood lingering over everyone's head. Naruto looked at his friends and knew what they were thinking. Of course we're okay with that, they don't call it revenge for nothing now, do they, Shika? Naruto said, giving an eye smile. Alright, everyone can go back to what they were doing, or you can join Naruto, and I at my place to play some Go or Shogi. Shikamaru said. Everyone shrugged in agreement, and didn't see any harm in going with Shikamaru and Naruto to hang out for a while, so the group headed over to the Nara compound, where they went straight to the back, after greeting Shikaku and Yoshino, to watch Naruto and Shikamaru play a few games before challenging their friends to a few rounds. That whole day Naruto only lost once, and that was the first game to Shikamaru. After that he won the next 3 against him before cruising against his friends. Shikamaru only lost 3 games, all to the hands of Naruto. He also cruised past his friends. The only way any of them won was by beating each other. Right before the next game could start, all of the families for the boys appeared. Kakashi was the first to speak to them all. Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Shino, you and your families have been invited to the Hokage's office for a very important matter that could solve some village issues. Your presence is requested at once. The Naras, my wife, and I can all escort you there, Kakashi said. Everyone but Naruto looked at Kakashi with stunned faces. None of them knew that he and Kurenai had actually tied the knot. It had actually happened before Naruto's 5th birthday, but they made it a private wedding and Kakashi forgot to tell everyone. For a year. Since when have you two been married? No one has ever said anything about that. Shikaku said to one of his best friends, the other being Choza. Before Naruto's 5th birthday, I guess I forgot to inform everyone about that. Haha. Kakashi said, grinning through his mask. Whatever, let's just go to the Hokage's before he kills us. Shikaku said. With that, the 5-6-year-old boys and their families made their way to the Hokage's office. Once Naruto was the first to notice an older man with 3 kids, a blonde girl with 4 ponytails about 9 years old, a brown-haired boy about 8 or so, and another red-haired boy about Naruto's age. Naruto didn't really notice the boys because he was captivated by the young girl's beauty. All he could do was stare at her with amazement. She soon noticed this and turned to see Naruto staring at her, and instead of Naruto turning away like a shy boy, he kept on staring at her. This of course started to make her blush, and as a result Naruto noticed her cheeks starting to flush and started to nervously scratch the back of his head and blushing himself. Naruto soon heard his name called by his parents, and went to Hokage's office still blushing at the girl he had now formed a crush on, and was praying that he could see her one last time. But Naruto's train of thought was broken by Hiruzen Sarutobi starting to explain why they were summoned on such short notice. Sarutobi quickly asked his assistant to bring in their guests, who were none other than the man with 3 children that Naruto saw less than 30 seconds ago. Everyone, this is the 4th Kazekage and his 3 children, going from oldest to youngest Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. They are here because we want to strengthen the alliance between our villages. So Kazekage-sama here has decided how this will go along. Kazekage-sama, if you would. Hiruzen said. Thank Hokage-sama. Now, as Hiruzen has stated, I have asked to strengthen the alliance between our villages because if a Wagakure attacks us and takes over us, they will be extremely close to Konohagakure, and we all know that Iwa and Konoha have some history since the Third Shinobi World War because of the Yellow Flash. So here is what I'm considering. My daughter Temari will marry one of the boys here in this room. Depending on the training they have done will determine how well I believe they can protect my daughter when it is needed. The Kazekage said. Every one of the parents gasped at what they were hearing. It was possible that one of their boys could end up being engaged at the age of 6 to the Kazekage's oldest child and only daughter, Temari. So with that being said, I will go from left to right to see what training your child has undergone. So with that being said, the family on the far left, please introduce your clan name, child's name, and what training they have undergone so far. The Kazekage stated. Very well, Kazekage-sama. We are the Abirame clan. This is Shino Abirame, and our clan specializes in bugs, so we are approaching the appropriate age for Shino to start training, so no training has been done. We are from the Inuzuka clan. This is my son Kiba Inuzuka with his life partner Akamaru. We specialize in using dogs as our personal teammate until we are put on a team. The dog also is a bodyguard for its overseer. We too haven't started any training yet, Kazekage-sama. Some Inuzuka stated. We are from the Akimichi clan. This is my son Choji Akimichi, and we don't start our family jutsu, which is expansion jutsu, until around academy age, so no training has been done for Choji here. Choza Akimichi said. The Kazekage was getting frustrated with the fact that half of the families here haven't even started training their child yet, and next up is the Naras, Uchihas, and lastly the Hatakis in that order. We come from the Nara clan. This is Shikamaru Nara, and he has started a little bit of our family jutsu which specializes with shadows. He has also become a genius in coming up with strategies in Go and Shogi, and even beat me in a couple of games. And that's impressive because if we should go to war, I'm the lead strategist. Shikaku said. We are from the Uchiha clan. This is my son Sasuke Uchiha. He has started to learn some of our family jutsu, including some advanced ninjutsus for his age. He has also awakened the first stage of his Sharingan. I think that is sufficient enough, seeing as we are the most impressive and most elite clan here, Kazekage-sama. Hirosoma Uchiha said. Well, a Sharingan user is very good protection for my sweet Temari. The Kazekage started. I have made my decision on who shall marry my daughter Temari. It will be SAS-. The Kazekage started to say before Hiruzen interrupted him. Now hold on, Kazekage-sama, there is still one family who hasn't introduced themselves to you, and I think their history will surprise you. Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Fine, let's get this over with so my daughter can find her husband. The Kazekage said. With that, the Kazekage looked at the yellow-haired boy, then moved his whole body to show that Naruto was his full attention. Then Naruto glanced at Kakashi, who nodded at Naruto, and Naruto nodded back at his father. Looking at the Kazekage, then his daughter Temari, he gave her a wink, which didn't go unnoticed by the Kazekage, of course. I am the heir to the Hataki clan. My name is Naruto Hataki. The name may sound familiar because my grandfather was the white fan of the leaf, my father his son, me the grandson. I am currently at mid-D level Genjutsu, high-D low C Nin and Taijutsu. I have started Kenjutsu today and won my first match against Tenten, who is a weapons protege. I have also mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu and Substitution Jutsu on my first try. My warm-ups have consisted of 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and 25 laps around the entire compound. Naruto said without phasing. Everyone looked in surprise at what just came out of Naruto's mouth. They knew Naruto would be a good ninja at his age, but not a ing genius. The Kazekage was still trying to put everything together until he finally found his voice again. My decision has been made. The boy or man that will marry my daughter is Naruto Hatake. Cheers broke out for Naruto as his friends surrounded him congratulating him. Then Temari walked up to the group and Naruto's friends backed up and Temari gave a quick to Naruto's cheek which made him blush. Hey Naruto, could you take off your mask for me? Temari asked. Naruto's friends leaned in closer to see if they would finally get to see what was under Naruto's mask. Sure. Naruto started with his friends getting grins. When we go home I'll take it off, Naruto said, starting to laugh at his friends' expressions. Okay, I'll wait until then, Naruto, Temari said, smiling. I know you'll wait, Tima-chan, Naruto said, grinning right back at her. Temari started to blush at this, and then all of the kids were brought back into reality by Kakashi. Why don't you guys all go to Akimichi's for a celebration dinner? Kankuro, Gaara, you're welcome to join us. You are now our friends, allies, and you're a part of our family now. Kakashi said. Wait a minute here, I'm supposed to marry Temari, not that dope over there. Sasuke yelled in anger. It's done, Sasuke, get over it. I'm marrying Temari and that's final. Naruto yelled back at him. Fight me right here, right now. I win, Temari marries me. If you win, things will stay as they are now. Sasuke said. Deal. Naruto immediately said back at Sasuke. Everyone cleared out of the way and the Kazekage whispered something into the Hokage's ear which made him laugh a little bit. I bet 25 Rio Naruto wipes the floor with this Uchiha. The Kazekage said. Haha, agreed. Hiruzen replied. Kakashi said only one thing to Naruto before the fight would start. Naruto. 1000. Kakashi said, smiling. I was going to do that either way, Dad. Naruto replied with an evil grin on his face. Sasuke was the first to make a move and Naruto easily dodged his attack and was suddenly behind Sasuke. Kakashi was probably the only one who caught what Naruto did because his speed was off the charts. If he kept increasing his speed at a steady pace, he could surpass the fourth Hokage in speed. Everyone gasped at how fast Naruto was. Then Naruto said one thing before performing his secret weapon. You should never let your enemy get behind you, Sasuke. Leaf Village Secret Finger Jutsu. 1,000 years of death. Naruto screamed and Sasuke flew into the ceiling, making a huge crater in it before falling on his head on going out cold. Everyone in the room, including the two Kages along with Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, were trying to hold back laughter but couldn't after Kiba started to bust out rolling on the floor. Soon everyone was following Kiba and everyone, not including the Uchihas, had tears in their eyes from laughing so hard. Holy shit, Naruto, that was so awesome, ha 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 ha. Kiba said, trying to contain himself but failed in the end. After everyone stopped their laughing, Kakashi spoke up. Okay kids, go on and head over to the Akimichi pit for dinner. Kure-chan and I will catch up, we just have some important business to be dealt with. Hokage-sama and Kazekage-sama here. Are you sure, Dad, you want us to go ahead without you? Naruto said. Naruto, I trust Shikaku, Choza, Tsum, and Shibi with my life. They are also some of my closest friends. Trust me, go on and we'll be there shortly afterwards to celebrate on your engagement and your first victory in a real fight. Naruto nodded and grabbed Temari's hand and they walked out of the Hokage's tower going towards the Akimichi pit led by Choza himself. Hokage's office ******. Kazekage-sama, there's something you need to know about Naruto. Kakashi started. He isn't really our genetic child. He's the fourth Hokage's child who was also my sensei, Minato Namikaze, who married Kushina Uzumaki. They both died when the Kyuubi was unleashed on our village several years ago. I just want you to know that should Naruto and Temari have a child, that child will have 100% Kage in it. Half of it will come from Temari, who is your daughter, and the other half will come from Naruto, who, as I said, is the fourth child. And I believe Naruto can become Hokage himself. Kakashi said. I have no problem with this news. That will just make their names longer when they officially get married. We'll be staying here for a week and then we shall leave Temari in your hands. We would also request that Temari stay with you so she is better acclimated to her new family. The Kazekage said with a smile. I'm sure Naruto will have something to say about this, but for now why don't the four of us go out and celebrate with Naruto and his gang? We can even get the Yamanakas, Hyugas, and Tenten's family if they would like to join us. Hokage-sama, would you mind going after the 2 Hyugas for me while Kure-chan goes and gets Tenten, and I'll get Inoichi and Ino to join us, and if you run in Guy or Rock Lee, don't tell them of our get-together. Okay. Kakashi said, worried at the last part. We know, Kakashi, just hurry up and go get our friends. Naruto is waiting, you know. Hiruzen said. With that they all left, and the Kazekage quickly ran for the Akimichi pit. 15 minutes later, everyone was at the pit and celebrating Naruto and Temari's big day. On one side of the table sat Naruto, and Temari in the middle, with Temari on the left of Naruto and Gaara on his right. Kankuro was at Temari's left with Kiba to the left of Kankuro. On Gaara's right was Shino. On the other side you had Shikamaru across Naruto, Choji in front of Temari, Hinata in front of Gaara, Neji in front of Kankuro, Tenten in front of Kiba, leaving Ino on the opposite end of Tenten's row. Everyone was enjoying the good company, and because Neji, Hinata, Tenten and Ino weren't there, Naruto retold the whole story and everyone was laughing and having a good time with each other. The parents were across the walkway talking and getting to know each other better, and they did. The whole night was filled with laughter from both the parents and the kids. Asuma and Anko even got word about this, so they decided to drop by and see what was going on. When Kakashi told them about the fight between Naruto and Sasuke, Anko couldn't hold out any longer, and Asuma wasn't doing that well either, and within seconds the two of them were laughing so hard that they were bawling their eyes out. Our godson is amazing, isn't he, Asuma? Anko said. Yeah, no doubt about it. I would love to have Naruto on my team if I got one this year. Asuma said. After 2 hours passed by, everyone was outside talking with each other, until the crowd died down to the Hataki's and Temari's family. Well, as you know, Kakashi, we are leaving in a week for Suna, and I expect that you take great care of my daughter until the next time we see her. Lord Kazekage said. Wait, Temari has to leave her family in order to stay with me? Naruto asked, confused by this statement. Yes, Naruto, you see. I feel if she stays with you she'll learn a lot more than if she were to go back home with myself and her brothers. I'm doing this so the two of you spend time together and get better at being a ninja. I know you'll push her to be the best she can be, Naruto. Please take care of her. Will you do that for me? Lord Kazekage asked. Yes, I will take care of her, but she stays with me for the week, then leaves with you to return home. Naruto said without changing his tone. Why? Temari must stay here with you, Naruto. You are her husband-to-be. You can't abandon her. Lord Kazekage was about to finish when Naruto interrupted. I know this seems like I'm abandoning her, but I assure you I have thought this through, and I want her to leave with her family because she can learn all she can from Suna. Then the next time we see each other I can teach her everything I have learned up to that point. Once I get out of the academy, the very next Chunin exams will be when we see each other again, and from there we shall live together. Does that sound alright to you, Lord Kazekage? Naruto asked with a grin. The Kazekage was shocked as to how much Naruto really thought this through for each of them. Temari would learn all of the wind jutsus from Suna, then Naruto could teach her jutsus from Konoha and vice versa. I will accept this offer, young fox. I wish the best of luck until the next time we see each other, and I hope it's the Chunin exams. If that is all, I will be on my way with the boys to the hotel. I leave Temari in your hands until the time we depart from here to return home. Lord Kazekage said. Actually, there is one thing, if you would please follow me. Naruto said as he grabbed Temari and took her bridal style and took to the tops of the buildings towards the Hokage Tower. He sure is a ladies' man, isn't he, Kakashi? Lord Kazekage said. He sure is, but he didn't get that from me. Kakashi said. Then he took Kurenai bridal style, then took to the rooftops to the Hokage Tower. Not a ladies' man, my ass. The Kazekage said. Then he and Gaara along with Kankuro took to the rooftops to the Hokage Tower, following Naruto and Kakashi carrying their woman to the tower to see if Naruto could ask Hiruzen for a favor. Naruto, Kakashi, and the Kazekage all got to the Hokage's office to catch Hiruzen just about to leave. Hey, old man. Naruto started as Temari thought how he could be so informal with his leader. Could I ask you for the favor? Naruto finished stressing the last two words. Are you sure it's time for this, Naruto? You realize this means you will have to make this as one of your top priorities, right? Hiruzen said. I understand, but I'm absolutely sure this is the right time. Naruto replied. Well then, if you're sure about this, then I guess I can't go against your request. Hiruzen then went over to his desk, then opened up a secret compartment in his desk and was a wooden box filled with 3-pronged kunai with writing on the handle for locating it. Naruto grabbed the box and opened it, and showed Temari and everyone what was of it. Naruto grabbed one of the 3-pronged kunai and handed it to Temari. If you ever need me to teleport to your side, you just have to send some chakra into the kunai, then stab it into the ground and I'll find you. I hope this works out for whenever you need me. Also one for Oto-san and Oka-san, and one for Asuma and Enko when we see them. I hope you like the gift. I was hoping to save it for a later time, but with the circumstances I guess there's no better time than right now, Naruto said, smiling at Temari, who quickly gave him a hug for how much he cared for her even though they haven't even known each other for a full day. Naruto quickly took advantage of the situation. He took Temari bridal style again, then hopped out of the window onto a rooftop, then hopped all the way to their house. Well, I guess we should be going, Kakashi said, scratching the back of his head. He quickly followed Naruto's lead and took Kurenai bridal style and followed Naruto's exact path. When the Hatakis finally got to their house, Kurenai was the first to speak. Since when have you been such a ladies' man, Kakashi? Kurenai asked. I can see Naruto being a ladies' man, but since when have you been so open? You haven't been like this for a few months, and I was wondering when you'd finally open up again. To be honest, I was getting to be a little worried about you, Kurenai said, grinning while she mentally came up with a plan to seduce Kakashi that night. Well, Kure-chan, with all of my missions I haven't been able to do just that. But trust me, in some of my free time I'll open up, just wait and see, Kakashi said, giving her a nice smile. Naruto and Temari were sitting on the couch talking and getting to know more about where each of them lived. Naruto was interested to know what life in Suna was like, while Temari wanted to hear everything about Konoha. The two were so engrossed in their own conversation that they thought they were the only ones in the house. Thankfully, because they were lost in their own world, Kurenai was walking behind their couch and swaying her hips to get Kakashi's attention and then lure him into her little trap she had set for him. Some time passed when Naruto decided it was best for them to head on to bed. Naruto went ahead and led Temari into his room, although this was against Kurenai's request for them to not sleep together. Naruto climbed in bed only in his undergarments, while Temari had her own little nightgown. Once the two were in bed, Naruto wrapped his arm around Temari, and she rolled into him and laid her head on his to hear his heartbeat. Even though this was her first night with her boyfriend/fiancé, she loved hearing his heartbeat and using his developing arm as a pillow. The two of them were like that for the entire night without being disturbed. Later that night, when Kakashi got done knocking up Kurenai, they both walked into what was supposed to be Temari's room to see how she was doing until they saw no one in the bed. Both of them quickly had fear in their eyes until they checked Naruto's room and saw them sleeping together in peace. Kurenai was about to cry and didn't want to leave that sight, but Kakashi somehow got her away from Naruto and Temari's room and brought her back to their own room, where Kakashi spooned Kurenai for the rest of the night. Time skipped to end of the week when Temari leaves for Suna. The rest of the week had been great for everyone. Everything was peaceful and no one ran into Guy or his son Lee. But the reality hit Naruto harder than running into a wall of bricks being pushed by train. He was so sad that Temari had to leave because they were getting so used to each other's presence. Naruto had taken Temari out on a couple of mini dates to the movies, and Kakashi let Temari train with Naruto and tried to teach her everything she could learn while she was staying with them. But the truth was that Temari had to leave, but Naruto felt that he would be seeing her sooner than the Chunin exams in 6 years that will be held in Konoha. Everyone said their goodbyes and Naruto and Temari were the last to do so. Naruto pulled out one of the 3-pronged kunai and handed it over to Temari with great care. Whenever you need me, I'm only a kunai away, Tima-chan. I want you to remember me whenever you look at this kunai. I'll truly miss you, Tima-chan, Naruto said with a smile. Since everyone from the leaf that was present was behind Naruto, and Temari's family was facing the road ahead of them, Naruto decided to do something that could have been considered trashing the Hatake tradition. Naruto quickly took off his 2 masks to show Temari his face for her first time, as she forgot to tell Naruto to take it off the entire week. This will be her first and last time, for a while, to see Naruto without his masks on. Temari was just staring and thinking to herself how lucky she got to be able to marry this young stud. Temari had no idea what she was doing and leaned into Naruto, and he did the same, leaning into her, and they ed for the first time, and both soon felt heat rushing up to their cheeks, before Naruto broke the pulled up his masks and whispered something only Temari could hear. I will always love you, my sand princess. Temari started to blush wildly before she whispered something back to Naruto. And I will always love you, my golden fox-sama. Naruto started to blush, then gave Temari a peck on the cheek before waving goodbye to his fiancée and to her brothers and father. The day for our hero is here, graduation. Naruto will finally become a shinobi for the Hidden Leaf Village. Temari over in Suna has been a kunoichi for Suna for 3 years, Kankuro for 2 years, and this will be Gaara's first year as a shinobi. So let's visit our blonde hero. Naruto has woken ready to tackle his big day. Man, it's gonna be a great day once I become a shinobi. Maybe Oto-san will throw one of his legendary parties Aunt Anko has told me about, Naruto said as he stretched out the tiredness in his muscles. Kakashi-kun will not throw one of his legendary parties. Last time was when you went to Shikamaru's house and Anko got everyone drunk, and we all had a hangover for a day. Plus Asuma almost got Anko pregnant, Kurenai said, rolling her eyes at her son, but smiling. I know Uncle Asuma almost got Aunt Anko pregnant, but they've been dating for over a year and Anko does want a kid. So why not give her a kid? Naruto said. It doesn't matter, Naruto. The two of them told me they aren't ready for kids yet, and plus they aren't even engaged. Kurenai replied. Okay, I guess that's a good reason. But do you have any idea when Asuma will ask for Anko's hand in marriage? Naruto asked. As a matter of fact, I do know when, after the Chunin exams, but why is this so important to you all of a sudden? Kurenai asked, grinning. After Chunin exams, but that's when I was going to do it. Naruto yelled, a little upset at hearing this news. To who? Have you forgotten that you're engaged to Temari and for 6 years at that? Kurenai snapped back at him. That's who I was going to ask. I know we're going to be getting married because of politics, but I want her to know that I want to personally marry her because I love her, and I will protect her, Naruto said, giving his mom a smile. I know you will. Now come on, you have to be at the academy in 2 hours for graduation. Kurenai said, smiling back at her son. 2.5 hours later, Naruto is sitting with all of his friends around him, and they're all talking about a bunch of stuff. Iruka was running a little late because of depression problems that he's had that only 3 people have noticed, Naruto, Kakashi, and the Hokage. Naruto was just about to ask his friends if they knew what their element was, but Iruka finally showed up. And they got through the final welcomings and Iruka announced who the Rookie of the Year was and the Kunoichi of the Year. Naruto won Rookie of the Year and Ino won Kunoichi of the Year. The two were congratulated by everyone except the emo Sasuke and his banshee of a fangirl Sakura. Sakura was demanding Naruto to give up his Rookie of the Year award to her Sasuke-kun, and demanded Ino to give her Kunoichi of the Year award to herself. But Ino just looked at Naruto, and he nodded his head. Next thing you know, Ino punched Sakura in the gut, and sent her flying through the wall of the classroom, and into the next door classroom. Naruto had already walked up to the top row of the classroom with the rest of his friends, and when they all saw the punch they whipped out some cards with numbers and they all held up a 10. Even Shino joined in on this. And Ino gave them a bow and returned to her desk next to Shikamaru. No one knew that the two of them had been going out for a month or so except for Naruto and Choji. Everyone else just thought that they were really close friends because of their fathers being very good friends. Hinata and Kiba were even starting their own little relationship that no one knew for except for Naruto. It seems that Naruto is the only one that knows what's going on between all of his friends. Tenten had even tried a few times to catch Nijisai, but he is just too damn stubborn to notice her. After the awards were passed out, Naruto was the first one called in to do the clone jutsu, and he nailed it. After everyone had gone, they all found out that they were all going to be shinobi with each other. But their big day wasn't over just yet. Iruka was going to announce the teams that each person would be put on. Flashback to the night before now. You all know why you're here. You will be requesting a team of genin for you to lead, so if there are any volunteers, please step forward now, Hiruzen said as everyone looked around at each other until Asuma stepped up. And who would you like to request, Asuma-sama? Hiruzen asked. Before I give my requests, Lord Hokage, it is my understanding that after the Chunin exams Naruto's fiancée Temari is to be joining our ranks. Is this true, Hokage-sama? Asuma asked. Yes, this is true. Temari will be joining us after we host the Chunin exams. Why do you ask, Asuma-san? Hiruzen inquired, already knowing where this was going. Well, now that I know that rumor is a fact, I would like to request Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Naruto Hatake, and when she joins us Temari Hatake. Asuma said all 5 of the names without phasing for a second. Everyone had surprise on their face because if the Hokage accepted this they would be the first team in ninja history to have 5 genin on a team, which would force the team to have 2 jonin on the team. I accept this request now. Who would you request to be the second jonin on your team? You will still be Team 10 or Team Asuma, but you must have a second jonin if you are to have more than 3 genin on the team. Hiruzen replied, Anko Mitarashi would be a great fit for the team. With her knowledge in fighting she can be very useful for the team. Asuma answered his father and leader. Then I will accept this request. You can tell Anko if you want, or I can send word to her if you would like me to. Hiruzen said, That will be fine. I will tell her later when I find her, probably at the dango shop. Asuma said, starting to laugh along with everyone else, knowing Anko that's probably where she actually was, and believe it or not she was. Everyone else made their requests, but Asuma's request was the only one that stood, and Hiruzen didn't do it because of Asuma being his son. He did it because he knew Naruto had a strong connection with Ino, Shika, and Choji. Plus Naruto is well acquainted with Asuma and Anko, with the 2 of them being his godparents. Now if that is all, I have some damn paperwork to get back to, unfortunately. Hiruzen said, giving everyone a little chuckle. Flash forward to Naruto's graduation day. If I could have your attention, everyone, I will announce the teams. Iruka said. He got through teams 1 to 6, and then there was Team 7. Team 7 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Sai. Your jonin leader will be Kakashi Hatake. You shall meet him when he gets here. Iruka said. So moving on to Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Your jonin leader shall be Kurenai Hatake. Iruka said, then got on with Team 10. There is already a Team 9, so Team 10 will be with the following: Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Naruto Hatake, along with another kunoichi who won't be joining you for another 6 months. Your jonin leaders, and yes, I said leaders, will be Asuma Sarutobi as the main leader and Anko Mitarashi as the secondary leader. Asuma has requested for you 4 to go to the top of the roof for your team meeting. Iruka said, with tears starting to fill his eyes up. To think that you kids are now ninja makes me so proud. Iruka said, full out crying now. Everyone rolled their eyes, and Naruto was the first to hop out the window to head up to the roof, followed closely by the Ino Shikacho trio. The 4 young genin got to the top to find Asuma and Anko finding out a place to do their training. Anko suggested Training Ground 44, or the Forest of Death, but Anko liked to think of it as her personal backyard. Asuma thought they should go to Training Ground 10. Both of the lovers were so focused on finding a training area that they never realized their genin team arrived. Why not train at both areas? Shikamaru asked. Asuma and Anko looked at each other and mentally slapped themselves for not thinking of that at all. We didn't put that into consideration, pineapple hair. Anko snapped back. You two are troublesome. Shikamaru lazily replied to Anko. Just like your father, always calling everything troublesome. So why don't you start by introducing yourself? Asuma said. Fine, my name is Shikamaru Nara. My likes are Ino, Go, Shogi, and eating at the pit and cloud watching. My dislikes are losing to Naruto and Go and Shogi, and troublesome people. My dream is to be the best Nara known and raise a family. I guess that's it, Asuma and Anko-sensei. Shikamaru said, sighing as he sat on the roof to watch the clouds. You're up, ponytail. Anko said to Ino, signaling the second introduction. Well, my name is Ino Yamanaka, my likes are Shikamaru, and flowers and hanging out with my friends. My dislikes are that pink-haired banshee Sakura and that emo freak Sasuke. My dreams are to be the best kunoichi and raise a family. That's it, I guess. Choji, why don't you go? Ino said, finishing her introduction. Okay, my name is Choji Akimichi, my family own the local pit Shikamaru mentioned earlier. My likes are food, especially steak and pork, and of course my friends. My dislikes are stuck-up people, and people who call me the F-word. Choji said before Anko whispered to Naruto a question as to what the F-word Choji was referring to was. Hey Naruto, what does Choji mean by the F-word? Does he mean or fat? Anko asked, and luckily Choji didn't hear fat, but Naruto replied, try the FAD word. Now if you do call him what you just called him, he will be extremely pissed. If you want to find a fight, just call an Akimichi fat. Naruto replied and explained to Anko and Asuma, who listened in on the mini conversation. Choji continued with his introduction. My dreams are to take over my pa's barbecue pit, show people that even though I'm bigger than most people I can still be effective as a ninja. That's all for me. Oh wait, I want to raise a family like Shikamaru and Ino. There, that should be everything. Looks like you're up, Naruto, Choji said as Naruto got up to speak and introduce himself. Well, that leaves me. Y'all know me, I'm Naruto Hatake. My likes are my Temari-chan, my friends and my family, and ramen from Ichiraku's. My dislikes would have to be that annoying pink-haired Banshee, and her weak Sasuke-kun, plus anyone who tries to hurt my friends and family. My dream is to marry Temari-chan and raise a family with her and become Hokage so I can prove I am the best ninja in the leaf and protect everyone in it, even if they hate me and I them, Naruto said as he finished and sat down to hear what Asuma and Anko had to say. Well, thanks for the introductions. Asuma and I have agreed that every other day you will train at Training Ground 10 and Training Ground 44. Tomorrow we'll meet right here and go to Training Ground 44. So get some sleep and bring all of your equipment for tomorrow, trust me you'll need it. Anko said, smirking, then left with Asuma. Well, why don't we go out and celebrate our little victory of becoming genin guys? Choji said, hoping they would agree and they could all go out and get some barbecue. Sorry Choj, I got to go home and train with Oto-san and see who he got along with, who Oto-chan got for her team. After tomorrow we will definitely get some food, Choji, I promise you that. So Shika, what are y'all gonna do now that we have the rest of the day to ourselves? Naruto explained, then asked. Well, Ino and I are going to walk around the village and just go wherever we may go. What about you, Choji, any plans for you? Shikamaru asked one of his best friends. No plans, that's why I was hoping we could go and get some food. But if you guys already have plans, that's cool. I'll just head home, Choji said with his head hanging and walking to his home very sad. Everyone else had already gotten plans to do, and he had the rest of the day without anything to do. Man, I feel bad brushing Choj off, don't you, Shikamaru, Naruto asked two of his best friends. Yeah, I kinda feel bad for brushing him off. Maybe we can find something to do first, as long as it's not troublesome or anything like that. Shikamaru stated. I'm fine as long as I can stay away from the flower shop for a little while. Ino said. I could use some time before training with Oto-san, so where should we go? I noticed Anko smirking when she said we would be at Training Ground 44 tomorrow, so why not scout out the place to see what we're up against? Naruto said. Shikamaru and Ino nodded at the idea and they caught up with Choji that they changed their minds and found where they wanted to go for the time being. Hey Choji, wait up, Ino said as she ran to catch up with Choji to tell him the news. Huh? Choji said, looking over his shoulder to see a smiling Ino running at him with Naruto, and Shikamaru grinning and following Ino. Hey Ino, what's up? Choji said, still a little saddened about what happened earlier. We were thinking about your offer and we came to the conclusion that we could all have some time from our parents. Naruto with his training with Kakashi, Shikamaru getting nagged from his mother, and me with working at the flower shop. So we decided to go and see how much of Training Ground 44 we could scout out. So what do you say, Choji? Will you come with us? Ino asked. Sure, why not? Any advantage we can have, we should take it. Choji said. Good, let's head over there now before we lose any light. Naruto said, walking up to Ino and Choji with Shikamaru. Naruto and the gang all left for Training Ground 44 with all of their supplies should anything or anyone attack them. Remember, Naruto, we have to be on alert at all times since this is foreign territory to us. Shikamaru said. I know that, Shika. We need to find a place where we can put our stuff in, so when we have training with Asuma and Anko we'll have a base with all of our things in it. That's why I brought 50% of my weapons with me in these scrolls. Naruto answered Shikamaru as he showed him and the rest of the team the scrolls. Now let's find a good spot hidden away and that no one else would find. If we have to make out ourselves, then we'll do it. Besides, I overheard a rumor when my dad went to a meeting with the Hokage. He said that the second stage of the Chunin exams held here in Konoha might be the Forest of Death or Training Ground 44. Either way, we should find a spot, so if we do have to come here for the exams, we are 100% ready for what this place has to throw at us. Naruto said with his usual smile. Hey Naruto, what about that spot right over there? It's out of the way and underground, so it would be hard for anyone to detect us. Ino said, hoping that they could quickly get out of the Forest of Death, as she was starting to get a little unsettled about the place. She felt like something or someone was watching them, and she was starting to get a really bad feeling about being here in the forest. Ino, calm down, everything will be alright. Shikamaru said. He's right, the three of us won't let anything bad happen to you. Just stay calm and we can work through this together. Naruto said, looking back at her and giving her a reassuring smile. I'll send down a clone to scout out the place. If it's big enough, we may be able to put more than just weapons in there, Naruto said as he sent down a clone to check out the place and make sure that everything checked out. The rest of the team sat on branches surrounding the area with their backs to the possible hideout spot in case Ino's feeling of something watching them was correct. Unfortunately, it was as a giant snake that was at least 25 feet from one side of its head to the other, and around 45 to 50 feet long, with 2 razor-sharp fangs. Spread out, get enough room between each other, and let me come up with a plan. Shikamaru said. You heard him, spread out. Naruto shouted. Shikamaru got into his signature thinking pose and almost instantaneously came up with a plan to take down the snake. Guys, we're going to call this counter-attack Hataki. Ino, get ready with your mind destruction jutsu. Naruto, get ready to make some clones. And Choji, be ready to use your family's partial expansion jutsu when I give the signal. Shikamaru yelled to the rest of his team. What about you, Shika? Choji asked. I already have that under control. Shadow Strangle Jutsu success. Ino, now! Shikamaru yelled out, giving order after order. Right, mind transfer jutsu! Ino yelled as her soul went into the snake and her body collapsed on a tree branch. Naruto, now! Use your shadow clones to give this overgrown snake the beating of a lifetime. We don't know how long Ino can last the snake. Choji, get ready, you're almost up. Shikamaru continued to give out orders. Right, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto yelled and 1,000 Narutos jumped at the snake. Guys, execute the Hataki barrage. Naruto yelled and his clones knew exactly what to do. The clones created a chain link of themselves and grabbed Naruto and threw him in the air. Next, a clone flew above him and flipped him to where he was facing the ground. The dispersed. Another clone was quick behind him and channeled chakra into his hand, then grabbed the real Naruto and threw him towards the snake at great speed. Naruto was spinning and kicked the snake right behind the head, leading with his heel. Hataki barrage. Naruto yelled as he connected his attack on the snake. Once the blow connected, the dust and dirt on the ground made a huge cloud that even the Hokage, who was looking out of his office window, saw, and he soon took off to see what was going on. His fear was that Orochimaru had returned. Naruto landed on the ground and dispelled all of his clones, and Ino left the snake's mind right before the blow. Damn, that took a lot out of me, Naruto said with his right arm covering his stomach and his left arm slung over Ino, who recovered rather quickly. Choji, breath, finish, breath it. Now! Naruto yelled, wanting this to be over with and return home after they placed all of their stuff in their hideout. I'm on it. Partial expansion jutsu. Choji yelled as his hands grew to enormous proportions. Oh! Choji yelled as he was going to crush the snake's head by clapping his 2 huge hands together, but was suddenly stopped by a voice. Wait! Came the voice. Choji immediately stopped the motion of his hands and looked around to see where the voice was coming from, and it was coming from the snake that Choji was about to smash its brains out. Choji, hold up, I think I know why this snake can talk to us, and we can hear it, Naruto said as he approached the snake without the help of Ino. There are only 2 people that have the snake summoning contract. Now, are you Anko's or her former S-class missing Nin-sensei Orochimaru? Choose the wrong answer, and it will seal your fate, Naruto said with ice and brutality in his voice, something none of his friends had ever heard from him, not even his best friends with him right now. I am a summon from Anko, the not traitorous bastard Orochimaru. I was summoned by Anko to guard this forest. I saw your chakra signature and thought that you were an enemy, so I came to attack. But now I see that you know Anko. Please do tell as to how you have come to know her. She is on the wild side at some times, so I'm curious as to how a year-old boy and his friends would know her. The snake said. Well, for starters, she's my godmother, but I call her Aunt Anko, and secondly, she's going to be our sensei alongside her boyfriend Asuma Saratobi. Naruto said. I can't believe she's actually settling down and finding a mate. Is he good to her? The snake said, dragging out the last part to get Naruto's name. Naruto Hataki, and yes, he's been very good. Anko has told me that Asuma is the first guy to ever want to have a relationship with her that doesn't involve 24/7, And he doesn't care about her past because he knows that she had absolutely nothing to do with it. Naruto said, at the local dango shop. Achoo! Went Anko and Asuma as they looked at each other curiously. Looks like someone is thinking about us, aren't they, Anko? Asuma said jokingly. I guess so. I wonder who it could be. Anko said as she tried to think of who it could possibly be. Back with Naruto. Yes, I know about that. She's told me the last 3 men she went out with only wanted to go out with her because of her quote-unquote huge tits or huge rack the men only wanted to have with her, and while she did enjoy it at some times when she was stressed out, and it was the best stress reliever she had beside masturbation, she didn't feel like she was truly being loved and appreciated. I hope this Asuma person can not only please her in bed but out of bed as well. The snake said. Oh, I'm sorry, how rude of me. My name is Midora, Anko's personal summon. And who are your friends, Naruto-sama? Midora inquired. Please, just Naruto will be fine. This is Ino Yamanaka from the Yamanaka clan. Naruto started. Pleased to meet you, Midora. Ino said as she bowed, paying her respects to Midora. Oh, the Yamanaka clan is very good with mind jutsus if I recall. And with the name of Ino you must be Inoichi's daughter, am I right? Midora asked, laughing a little bit. Yes, that would be correct, Midora. May I ask how you know my father? Ino asked. Why don't you ask your father for that story? Ask him for the first time we met each other, he'll know what I'm talking about. Midora said, winking at Ino and laughing a little bit. This over here is Shikamaru Nara, hailing from the Nara clan. Naruto said to Midora, introducing Shika to Midora. Pleased to meet you, Midora. Shikamaru said in his usual bored tone. Nara, you must be very intelligent if you are from the Nara clan, and by the way you look I would have to guess you got all of your father's genes, Shikaku Nara, yes? Midora said, smirking a little, knowing that she was absolutely correct. You know my father? Is it the same story as the one for Ino, Midora? Shikamaru asked. Yes, indeed it would be Shikamaru. And you must be Chosa's boy. Tell me, what's your name, young Akimichi? Midora said, shifting her attention away from Ino and Shikamaru to Choji. I would be Choji Akimichi from the Akimichi clan, as you have already deduced, Midora. And I'll go out on a limb saying that you know all of our parents from the same mission or event, is that correct? Choji asked Midora. Yes, that would be correct, except for the fact that I never met the White Fang of the Leaf's son in person. Anko has only mentioned or told me about him, so you would be the first Hataki I have ever met, and I am certainly pleased to meet you, Naruto Hataki. So if I may ask, what are the 4 of you doing out here? Midora continued on with the conversation. Wait, hold up. Shikamaru interrupted. Forgive me, but could you tell us how you met our fathers? Shikamaru asked. Of course, you see your fathers were still Chunin and Anko was already a Jonin, so she led them on a mission, and we got into a fight with Orochimaru. Anko summoned me and your fathers were terrified from seeing me the first time. Anyway, after the fight each of your fathers had a huge crush on Anko. First was Shikaku, but soon found love in another woman, and they broke up. Next was Chosa, and he treated her like a queen, but it was the same for him, his heart lied with someone else. Then there was Inoichi, whom Anko thought she would live with forever, but work got between them, and soon they broke up. Eventually she moved on from them and has tried to find some other man that will protect her and not care about her past with Orochimaru. Midora said before Shikamaru cut in. Was it our fathers who slept with Anko 24/7, or were there 3 other men who did that? Shikamaru asked, hoping it wasn't their parents, or else he would be extremely pissed at his father for going so low. No, it wasn't any of them. In fact, Anko never had with any of them. After the breakup with Inoichi, Anko kept getting drunk every single night, and eventually she thought she found her man, but again she was wrong. All he wanted was to use her as a baby maker, and her whenever wherever. It was like that for the 2 that came after that. I will tell you, Anko told me she did enjoy getting it every night, and being driven to an orgasm, but she never truly felt loved, so she promised to never fall for a man. But seeing as she's dating again, your sensei must be a very worthy man to spend time with her. How long have they been going out, Naruto? Midora asked. For about a year or so. I'm pretty sure Asuma is going to ask for her hand in marriage, but I don't know when. Naruto lied to everyone there. He knew damn well when Asuma was going to ask, but he kept it a secret, knowing the time will come. As for why we're here, Anko-sensei told us to meet her here for tomorrow. Any idea why, Midora? You are her personal summon after all. Naruto said. No, I have no idea. Midoriya lied right back at Naruto. Oh well, then I guess we should be on our way then. See ya, Midoriya. Naruto said before his team leapt into the trees and waited for Midoriya to leave the area so they could put their weapons in the new base that one of Naruto's clones had scouted out while they were talking. How's the place, Naruto? Choji asked. Perfect, Choji. We'll put all of our stuff once Midoriya is out of sight. Naruto said. Minus 30 minutes later, Naruto's clones had scouted out the entire Forest of Death, and now he knew it like the back of his hand and drew out maps for Ino, Shika, and Choji to memorize for when they had their test. They had no idea about tomorrow. Naruto and his group left getting sleep for tomorrow's big day. The next day, Naruto and the rest of Team 10 arrived at the gates of Training Ground 44, and they looked at each other, and nodded to one another. You guys have this down pat? Naruto asked. You bet. Ino replied with a smile. Without a doubt. Shikamaru said, grinning. You know it. Choji said. Did you all remember where home is, right? Naruto asked again. Yes. They all replied. Before Naruto could get another word out, Anko interrupted them from her spot on top of the gate. Well, looks like you children got a good night's sleep now. Here is your test. You have to strip me naked. That means every piece of clothing off of me. Anko said, grinning. Asuma was there as well, and he collapsed from the huge nosebleed he got thinking of seeing Anko naked again for the second time in less than 10 hours. They had the night before. Choji and Shikamaru fell next to Asuma with nosebleeds of their own, and surprisingly Ino had one of her own. Naruto was the only one who didn't get one, partly because he never fantasized seeing Anko naked, only imagining what Temari would look like now if she was naked, so it was pointless to try to get Naruto to think of Anko that way. Ha ha ha, wow, the four of you are such perverts, except for maybe my Asuma-kun. Anko said, laughing her ass off, not expecting the reaction she received. What's the real test, Anko? Naruto asked, getting a little irritated. That's Anko-sensei to you when we are a team. At home at Anko or just plain old Anko is fine, but when we are together as a team it will be Anko-sensei, got Naruto. Anko said, more than asked. Yes, Anko-sensei. Naruto replied, rolling his eyes and still speaking in his bored tone. Good, your test is to survive for a full day. Anko started. I will send out summons to attack you but not kill you. They will have killing intent but they won't do it. Anko said. Like Midoriya. Anko-sensei. Naruto asked, grinning for what was to come next. How do you know Midoriya, Naruto? Anko asked in disbelief. We had a run-in the other day. Naruto said, still grinning. Explain. Now. Anko said, getting angry with her nephew. That would be for my team to know and you and Asuma-sensei to find out. So if you will, I'll be taking the rest of my team into the Forest of Death to start. See you tomorrow morning, Aunt Anko. Naruto said, still smiling while waving back at Anko and carrying Ino on his back while Shikamaru and Choji recovered from the loss of blood. Oh, and Anko, if I wanted to I could give you a nosebleed worse than the four of theirs combined. Naruto said as he hopped off into the woods. Damn you, Naruto Hatake. Anko muttered. Asuma, get up, we have the whole day to ourselves. I hope you know what you're in for. I've planned this out for a while, so hurry up and meet me at my place. I wouldn't want to give you your surprise and have the Hokage walk in on it. Anko said, smirking, hoping to get another nosebleed from Asuma. And she soon did. Unfortunately for her, she had to carry him back to the village and to the hospital for him to recover. Flash forward to the next day. Anko had come to check up on how well Team 10 did in their survival test to officially become genin. To her surprise, she couldn't find them and summoned Midoriya, who said that she never saw the now genin either. What do you mean you never encountered them? You send out the rest of the summons like I asked you to, right, Midoriya? Anko asked, angry at how 4 ninja that weren't yet genin could outdo a snake summon from a Tokubetsu Jonin. The whole time Team 10 was hiding in their hideout undetected by Midoriya and her snakes. Naruto woke up the rest of his team after he felt Anko's presence approach them. Hey Shikamaru, wake up, Anko is coming our way. No doubt she's pissed on Midoriya not finding us the whole night. Naruto said. Alright, I'll get the others up. Yawn Ino. Choji, get up, Anko's coming our way and she's pissed. So unless you want to find out what she'll do when she's pissed, wake up. Shikamaru said to the both of them. Okay, we're up, Shikagees. Did we pass the test or fail? Ino asked. We're about to find out, Ino. So get up and get ready, we may have to fight Anko as a part of the test. Everyone grab your kunai and shuriken, prepare for the worst. Naruto said as he waited for everyone else to get prepared for a fight that may not even happen. Anko-sensei, we survived just like you told us to, so what do we do now? Naruto said, acting as normal as possible. Where the hell have you four been? Midora couldn't find you even when she sent out snakes of her own. Where the hell did y'all hide for 24 hours? Anko screamed at them, somewhat impressed that Midora could never find them in a full day's time. Well, we found an opening underground and we checked it out to see if we could all stay there, and we could actually fit 35 to 40 people if there was an emergency like an invasion. Naruto replied to a very impressed Anko. Really, 35 to 40 people? How the did I not find this? Anko said, thinking out loud to herself. Yen, Naruto even put up half of his weapons supply in there, the rest are at Tenten's and the house. We even brought out non-perishable foods for whenever we may need to use this place, but I doubt we'll have to use it for an emergency. Shikamaru said, joining in on the conversation. I have to admit I'm impressed with you four, and as a reward you are all promoted to the level of genin. Anko said with her grin spreading from one ear to the other. I see. Shikamaru started. We were never really genin until we passed this test. The test at the academy was to see if we were smart enough to be a genin. This test, Shikamaru was interrupted by Ino. And this test was to see if we were actually capable of being a genin, Ino said, finishing up Shikamaru's thought, while she smiled at him, knowing she sort of got him pissed off, but he shrugged it off, knowing it was Ino just trying to play with him. Correct again. You guys really are the best from the academy. But you guys do have both the Shinobi and Kunoichi of the year, so how do you not have a kick-ass team like yours? Plus, I'll let you in on a little secret about the team assignments. Anko said, drawing the attention of all four now genin level ninja as they wanted for Anko to continue before their heads blew up from the anxiety. Asuma was the only one that got his requested team. He requested for Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Naruto Hataki, and lastly Temari Hataki. Naruto's eyes grew wide when Anko said the last part, cause he almost forgot that after the Chunin exams Temari would become a leaf kunoichi, and live with him full-time. Naruto now had mixed emotions going on within himself. He was just overjoyed that Temari was going to be on his team, but on the same token he was terrified that Temari would be extremely pissed that he had forgotten to send a letter or two to her when she left, and terrified that she might have found a more worthy boyfriend. But what Naruto didn't know was that Temari had been waiting for the year that she would turn 15, because that was the year that both Gaara and Naruto would become genin, and she would be able to see her fiancé after 6 years. She wondered how much he had changed, if he was ripped, tall and handsome like she thought he would be. And she would be correct. The only thing she didn't know was how Naruto looked. Naruto's yellow hair had grown out a bit, but definitely not to the length of the fourth Hokage's. He was the strongest one in his class and stronger than those in the year before him. And on top of that, Naruto was at 4 feet 7 inches, which is short for a ninja of the age of usually they are from 4 foot 9-5. But with his short stature he had a bit of a weight advantage going for him. About 20 pounds. More than the average ninja his age. All of this was making a perfect track for Naruto to become the perfect ninja. So to put it to short terms, he has become the king of studs. Everywhere he went with his friends he knew there were girls drooling when he passed by them. He had even caught Ino, Tenten, and Hinata looking at him. And while he was flattered in a sense, something him told him to not make a move on them, and he didn't. Naruto shrugged this feeling off, thinking it was a gut feeling or an instinct, but it wasn't. It was the Kyuubi trying to talk to him, but the fourth Hokage put such an advanced seal on Naruto that it would take a shitload of time to get through to Naruto unless he was rendered unconscious and then forced to speak to Kyuubi. Anyway, back to Naruto not sending any letters to Temari. He is thinking that Temari is going to rip his head off, then feed it to some wild animals. But there will be none of that bullshit in my story, because the third Hokage has been saving Naruto's ass yet again. He has been sending letters to Temari telling her about how Naruto is doing and that there will be a huge celebration once he becomes a genin, and that she's invited to come and join to celebrate his accomplishment. Now Asuma had caught up with his team and got up to date with everything and congratulated them on becoming official genin for Konoha. Word was sent to Kakashi and Kurenai about this, and they were told to meet at the Akimichi pit for a party. Even the Hokage got word of this, and said that he would join in on the celebration for Team 10. 30 minutes later, everyone was at the Akimichi pit having the time of their lives. It wasn't until they finished their lunch that Kakashi stood up and spoke to the group. I'll be throwing one of my legendary parties to congratulate the best class of genin this village has seen since our very own. Kakashi was referring to everyone that you know of in this story and some others, not mentioned yet. So in 3 days there will be a party at the Hataki residence. Don't worry about food and drinks, we got that covered. And Choji. Yes, Kakashi-sensei? Choji asked, looking confused as hell. I have asked Choza to cater barbecue to the house, so I know you'll enjoy the party. Choji with anime tears, thank you so much, Kakashi-sensei. Choji said while crying. Naruto, someone of extreme importance, is coming to see you the same night of the party, so don't get drunk, or anything. Kakashi said before he leaned in to whisper something that only Naruto would hear. Between the two of us, I honestly give 0s if you get drunk. Just don't get a hangover to where you end up sleeping with the wrong girl. Trust me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Kakashi said, smiling at Naruto when he pulled away from him and sat normally. End of flashback. Naruto had a confused look on his face but just decided to go with the flow. Everyone was having a good time making jokes and just relaxing, which doesn't happen too much when you become a shinobi for any hidden village. But then someone that only the Hokage was expecting walked in. Hi, I'm here for the Team 10 celebration. Hokage-sama invited me. Sorry I'm late. Temari said, drawing the attention of Naruto. Wow, she's so beautiful. But I feel like I've seen her before, but where? Naruto thought. Ah, Temari, how nice of you to join us. Hiruzen said, making Naruto have an enormous nosebleed. Naruto's nosebleed was huge and was out for a few minutes, but he eventually woke up and rose out of his seat and said what came to his mind. Temari. Temari! Naruto said, only able to recognize his fiancée by her sandy blonde hair put up in 4 ponytails. Naruto was just absolutely shocked that Temari had showed up to celebrate him being a genin when she could have stayed home to celebrate Gaara becoming a genin, but she chose Naruto over her own brother. Naruto got up and gave her a hug. With Temari being 5 feet 2 inches and Naruto being 4 feet 7 inches, his head rested on top of her mid-C cup S. Temari was a bit taken aback, but she wrapped her arms around Naruto and returned the hug. The parents and other jonin were grinning at this, and the rest of the rookie genin present, which is everyone from the anime minus Sakura, Sai and Sasuke, didn't remember Temari, seeing as Naruto's family spent the most time with her the last time she was in Konoha. Naruto didn't want to let go of Temari because she smelled so good, like a sandy breeze, and Temari didn't want to let go of Naruto because he smelled like an open field with a breeze. Just kidding, he smells like ramen, duh. After a while Naruto let go and looked up at Temari and smiled at her. You look amazing, my sand princess, Naruto said, taking a look at what Temari was wearing. Starting from what was closest to her skin, Temari had on a purple bra with matching purple panties. She had the fishnet armor that covered her shoulders and then went down to cover her biceps. It went down past her bust, and went down to her waist where it stopped on her right side but continued down to the top of her knee on her left side. Her right side had a piece from under her knee to above her ankle where she wore black shinobi sandals. She wore a light purple garment that wasn't on her shoulders and went down to the middle of her thighs. Her headband was wrapped around her neck, and to top off her outfit she had a black battle fan held in place on her back by a scarlet sash that wrapped around her waist. And you look amazing yourself, my golden fox-queen, Temari said, making Naruto's cheeks start to heat up. Temari took a look at Naruto and saw that he was well built for someone his age and followed Naruto to his seat, where she sat down on his lap since all of the seats were filled. His friends all threw smirks at him, but he rolled his eyes at them. Temari was getting caught up on everything that had happened in the last 6 years. She learned that 2 years after Temari left and returned home to the sand village, Kurenai gave birth to a baby boy and named him Erasure Hataki. Forgot to put him in the last chapter, but with it being a flashback and all, it was kinda hard to fit it in somewhere, so I thought why not here. Anyway, continuing with the story, Erasure was now 4 years old, and he had started at the same time Naruto started to train as well. He was just like Naruto in every aspect except for the fact that Erasure can only do basic Fuinjutsu. His Kenjutsu is nowhere near what Naruto was at when he was 4. And lastly, there was pretty much no shot at him being able to learn space-time jutsu. Erasure will be strong but not to the level of Naruto. But the one thing he showed great promise in was Genjutsu like his mother. This came naturally to him, whereas Naruto had to train his ass off to get to where he is now. But Naruto was still a kick-ass ninja which he will display when a certain pink-haired bitch and emo faggot walk into the pit. What are you doing here, dope? Sasuke asked, glaring at Naruto. What do you think he's doing? He's celebrating with the rest of the Hidden Leafs genin that actually show promise. Temari said before Naruto could respond to Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Temari, then looked back at Naruto before saying something that pissed off Temari the most. Who's the whore on your lap, dope? How much do you pay her for a lap dance? Sasuke asked, smirking. Oh shit. Naruto said to where only his friends could hear. What's wrong? Shikamaru asked, wondering what was going on in Naruto's head. Well, before Gaara left he told me to never piss off Temari to where she goes into her stages of anger, as he put it. I had no idea what he meant back then, but now I know. He even named the stages as well, Naruto said as Temari got out of Naruto's lap and stood up facing the Uchiha. Want to repeat that again, Uchiha? Temari threatened, reaching back and grabbing her fan. Stage 1. Naruto said as all of the genin, Jonin instructors and even the Hokage randomly pulled out a notepad and pen and started to take down notes. Want to repeat that again, stage? Naruto said as everyone else wrote this down in their notepads. I said, how much does the dobe pay? Sasuke spat right back at Temari. Temari pulled off her fan and opened it to reveal all 3 stars and started to bring it back before Naruto got up to intervene. If you will excuse me, Naruto said as he got up and had 2 kunai ready to go. If you have one, you Uchiha bastard, Temari said as she started to bring her fan forward before Naruto grabbed it and looked at Temari, telling her he'd handle this. Naruto pulled out his katana that Tenten had given him as a reward for beating her, and this let everyone know he was serious. Enko and Asuma were about to get up before Kakashi spoke to them. You two need to sit down. Naruto will handle this in a way that is proper. Trust me, Kakashi said, giving his famous eye smile. Enko and Asuma reluctantly sat down to watch how this would play out. Naruto put the katana that he named the Sword of Kami to Sasuke's neck. He named it this because he felt a great power surge within him whenever he touched the sword, and it was true the sword did have some of Kami's power, as this was one Kami used himself. Then Sakura decided to be the bitch she is at this moment of all ing moments. Don't hurt my Sasuke-kun, you baka, she said, making Naruto turn his head to look at her. Shut up, Naruto said with killer intent. Shut up, Haruno. You are a disgrace to what a true kunoichi is. You want an example of a true kunoichi because I can give you 3 right now. Temari could wipe the floor with your pink-haired ass. Ino won the Best ING Kunoichi of the Year award at the Academy for crying out loud, and Iruka-sensei told me that you didn't even crack the top 10 for that award. And don't even get me started on how many ways Tenten would kick your ass with her arsenal of weaponry. But if you don't believe me, go ahead and fight them all, and you'll see firsthand. So I suggest you shut up right now before I come over there and slice you into a million pieces, literally. Is that understood, bitch? Naruto yelled at Sakura before she broke down in tears and ran out of the restaurant, and he focused on Sasuke, who had complete fear in him, but hid it with a smug look on his face. While all of this was going on, Temari was getting turned on a bit, and she had no idea why. She thought it was because he was so hot to her, but she realized that it was because of how in an instant he could go from laid back to taking control of a situation. This made her start to heat up more and more as the situation prolonged. Naruto had his sword up to Sasuke's neck and spoke to where only Sasuke could hear him. If you ever call any of the women over at that table a whore, slut, skank, or anything of that nature that I don't approve of, this sword will go through your neck, Naruto said as red chakra started to surround his body and Naruto was taking into his mindscape. Well, we finally meet, young kid. I have to admit you are growing to become quite the ninja, if I say so myself. Do you know who I am? Kurama asked. No, why should I? Naruto replied. Because I'm the Kyuubi no Kitsune, or as your people call me, the nine-tailed fox. Kurama said back to Naruto. That's impossible, the Nine Tails was killed by Lord Fourth. How can you be of me? Naruto said, getting frustrated. I was never killed. No, the Fourth just merely sealed me a newborn on October 10th, which is your birthday, Naruto. You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Kurama said. We will talk later. But for now you have more important things to attend to, like the Uchiha-s in your face. Kurama continued before Naruto was pushed out of his mindscape back into the real world, where Sasuke tried to pull on of the kunai out of his shirt, but Naruto grabbed his hand and slammed it to the wall with his. knuckles touching the wall. Then Naruto grabbed another kunai and shoved this one through Sasuke's palm, making him cry out a blood-curdling cry that the whole village heard. Sasuke tried to use his other free hand to escape, but Naruto did the same with this hand and Sasuke let out another cry of pain. After a few minutes Naruto showed mercy and relieved Sasuke of the kunai through his palms and the ones pinning him to the wall. Sasuke stood up and was about to send a jutsu at Naruto before he turned around and punched him in the gut so hard he spat up blood, curled over and flew outside, hitting and breaking the first 5 trees he came in contact with. The red chakra surrounding Naruto receded and he returned to his seat without another word. The Hokage got looks from the Jonin that told him that this was the best time for Naruto to learn of his heritage and the fox. "Thank you, Naruto," Temari said to Naruto, resting her head on his. "I will never let anyone bash you, Temari-chan," Naruto said, wrapping his arms around Temari, not wanting to let go of her in fear that she'll leave him once she finds out he's the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. "Naruto, is everything okay? You're holding me pretty tight and it's starting to hurt," Temari said. "I'm sorry, I didn't know, I was just thinking about something." "I'm really sorry about hurting you," Naruto said, looking sad. "It's okay, but let's just enjoy the remainder of the night," Temari said, grinning at Naruto. "Okay, anything for my sand princess," Naruto said, grinning right back at Temari. "Naruto, I need to have a word with you in my office now," Hiruzen said. "Everyone please follow the Hokage, this involves all of you including us Jonin," Kakashi said. -5 minutes later at the Hokage's office. "The Jonin here know exactly why they are here, but you genin do not. At least I don't think you do. Naruto, the red chakra that surrounded you, do you know where the chakra came from?" Hiruzen asked. "I think I may have an idea, but how does it affect the rest of my genin friends?" Naruto asked. "Well, first, if you really think you know where it comes from, tell me and I'll tell you if you're right," Hiruzen said. "The Kyuubi no Kitsune gave me its chakra, Jiji-san," Naruto said. How did know that, Naruto?" Hiruzen asked, shocked that Naruto knew that he had the fox within him. "I spoke to him at the pit. He told me that the 4th Hokage never killed him, he just sealed him within me on the day of my birth. I understand why he did it, but why me of all people, Jiji-san?" Naruto asked with a sad glint in his eyes. "Lord 4th chose you because—" Hiruzen started before he looked at Kakashi and Kurenai, and both gave him a nod of confidence. "He chose you because you are his son. Naruto Hatake, your birth name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. They both died the night the fox attacked the village, and you are the village's Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki Hatake Namikaze." Naruto turned around to look at his friends and fiancé smiling at him. He thought they wouldn't want anything to do with him, but they showed him that they didn't care. They never saw him for the demon itself, they saw him for Naruto Uzumaki Hatake Namikaze. "You guys don't care about me being the Jinchuriki?" Naruto asked his friends. Kiba spoke what was on everyone's mind. "Hell no, this just makes you more badass if anything," Kiba said, making everyone laugh at his comment, and how easy he lightened the mood. "Well, now that this is over, Naruto, you have the choice of where you and your fiancé live. You can continue to live at the Hatake residence, or you can go and live at the Namikaze compound with Temari. And it will be your decision as to whether Kurenai and Kakashi live with you. Your father has also put aside a bank account just for you in the Namikaze name, and your mother did the same but in the Uzumaki name. And to go along with that, since you are the last living heir that we know of to both clans, you will receive income for the efforts both clans had in the war, especially from the Uzumaki clan," Hiruzen said to Naruto as everyone started to leave. "Thank you, Jiji-san, really this means a lot to me," Naruto said as he wrapped an arm around Temari's waist and started to lead her out before Hiruzen spoke up one more time. "You're welcome, Naruto." "Oh, and Naruto." "Yes, Jiji-san," Naruto responded, turning back to the Hokage. "Your father, Minato, built a house just for you. He told me these directions: go to his head, then go back 500 meters, your house will be there. I have never personally seen it, but he's told me that it's very nice. The two of you should spend the night over there by yourselves. I think you two need to catch up," Hiruzen said. "The oh shit," Naruto said. "What is it, Naruto?" Hiruzen said worriedly. "I haven't used the chakra paper to find my affinity. Temari, what are you?" Naruto said. "I'm wind and water. That combo is pretty rare in our village," Temari said, smiling. Everyone who heard Naruto turned around and came back to the room. Is everything okay? Anko said. Yes, Naruto here has informed me that you guys don't yet know your chakra affinity. Is this true? Hiruzen said, starting to smirk. Shit, Asuma, how the hell did we forget about that? Anko exclaimed. Haha, don't worry, the Hokage has some chakra paper with him, if you would, Hokage-sama. Asuma said. Of course, Genin, if you would please come forward. Hiruzen said as the Genin stepped forward, and he gave each of them a piece of chakra paper and told them what to do. Once every one of the Genin had gone, they were waiting for Naruto to do his. Up to this point, Temari was wind and water, Shikamaru was water and fire. Odd combo, don't you think? Choji was earth and fire, Ino was fire and water, damn, another fire and water combo, Hinata water and earth, Shino was lightning and fire, Kiba was fire and earth, Niji is earth and fire, and Tenten was fire and wind. And finally it was Naruto's turn to go. He looked at his friends, who gave a nod of confidence. Naruto took a deep breath and channeled the chakra into the paper, and once he did, something bizarre happened. Instead of cutting, crumpling, getting wet, turning to dust, or turning to ash, Naruto's piece of chakra paper blew up in his face. Kakashi had a stunned look on his face, as well as the rest of the Jonin and Genin. But Naruto looked completely confused. He did what he was told to do, but instead of slicing in half or some shit it blows up. Who the hell ever heard of a white piece of paper without anything on blow up? Didn't think so. Anyways, Hiruzen walked up to Naruto, whose expression said it all. What the hell was that, Naruto? Hiruzen started. Yeah, old man, what's up? Why did the paper blow up in my face? I thought it was supposed to do some elemental type shit. Naruto said, looking for answers. Naruto, there has only been one other person in the world that has had this happen, and we don't know if he is actually real or not. Hiruzen continued. You don't mean the Sage of Six Paths, do you? Naruto said, starting to mentally freak out. Yes, that's who I was referring to. He was the first person born with chakra and saved the world from the destruction of the 10 tails. He sealed the husk in what is now the moon and separated his energy into the 9-tailed demon spirits that we know of today. Since you have the Kyuubi, you have the strongest of them all. And last I checked, he was the demon lord, so the other demons must obey any command he gives. He can also give and take away bloodline traits like the Sharingan or the Byakugan, for example. He can also create a bloodline Kekkei Genkai like the two I mentioned, but be completely unique. If I remember, the Namikaze clan actually possessed one that the Kyuubi created and granted them, called the Namigan. It's like the Sharingan and Byakugan, but better. The main gist is that your eyes turn aqua color, and you'll have white swirls like the Sharingan has the Tomo. Now, while the Sharingan can go up to 3 Tomo, the Namigan has been known to go up to 9 by your father, but I feel that you can make it to 10. I'll go through the stages. 1. Ichi Namigan, this is where you can use wind, water, and lightning affinity without a problem. 2. Mi Namigan, this is where your hand-eye coordination is greatly improved, your vision is enhanced, and your predictability is enhanced, but both are on a lower level than that of the Byakugan or the Sharingan. 3. Rai Namigan, this is the same as the Mi Namigan, but better versions, if you will. It lessens the amount of hand signs needed for a wind, water, or a lightning jutsu. 4. Yen Namigan, this is where you can copy any wind, water, and lightning jutsu like the Sharingan, and the predictability is at the same level as a mature Sharingan, and its vision is nearly as good as a Byakugan. 5. Yan Namigan, this is the same as the rest, but the vision becomes as good as a Byakugan, and you can now unlock the Kekkei Genkai for ice, combining wind and water to create this. 6. Yo Namigan, this is when their senses are increased, and in order to open this stage you need an intense amount of training, which honestly you have done, Naruto. You must go beyond what a normal human can do, and you've proven that again and again. 7. Yoka Namigan, you don't need to weave any hand signs for ice jutsus, and you can now possess the ability to use fire and earth jutsus. 8. Jiachi Namigan, the predicting ability is superior to the Sharingan and the vision surpasses the Byakugan, and no hand signs are required for any of the jutsus, just think of one. Channel the chakra and let it fly. 9. Yoshi Namigan is like the Yachi Namigan, but your vision and predictability is nearly perfect. And to go along with that, the Kekkei Genkais, wood, storm, lava, boil, ice and dust. 6 Nature Kekkei Genkai at your disposal. Since the 10th hasn't been officially named, Naruto, you get to do the honor of naming it. Hiruzen said, smiling while all of the Jonin and Genin were still trying to process all of the information thrown at them. Naruto was surprised by this and looked at Temari, and he knew what he wanted to name it. I know what I want to call it, but first let me talk with Kurama to see how many stages there are since he created it. Naruto said, in Naruto's mind. What can I do for you, Kit? Kyuubi said, I was wondering how many stages of the Namigen you created. Naruto replied, so you finally discovered your family bloodline. As a reward I will grant you the 10th and final stage of the Namigen. I feel that you will need it in the future, but remember to always train it to stay up to date on it. I have also granted you the gift of being able to use all 5 elements that you know of. Match this along with the Namigen, which is superior than the Sharingan and the Byakugan at the perfect stage, and you have the perfect ninja. On the count of 3 you will feel a huge amount of power course through your body. Do not do anything to alter its course. 1, 2, 3. And with that the Kyuubi sent the perfect Namigen to Naruto, and when Naruto opened his eyes they looked the same until Kyuubi gave him orders. Close your eyes and focus chakra up to them. When you open you should have awakened the Namigen. Go ahead and try it out here before out there. Naruto nodded and did as he was told. He sent chakra to his eyes, and when he opened them he had the 10th and final stage of the Namigen showing. Surrounding each pupil was 5 white swirls and 5 black swirls. Naruto could feel the difference in his surroundings and he loved it. He felt so strong and knew this was a step closer to becoming Hokage. Naruto left his mind and was awake in the real world. So what did he say, Naruto-kun? Temari asked. He granted me the 10th and final stage of the Namigen. Its name will be Tima Namigen in honor of my fiancé. The new Tima Namigen will give me perfect access to all 5 elements along with wood, ice, boil, lava, dust, and storm Kekkai Genkais. No hand signs are needed for them and my vision is perfect along with my predictability being perfect. Kyuubi said this would make me the ultimate ninja once I master this. Would you like to see the Tima Namigen? Naruto asked, getting eager nods from everyone. Naruto closed his eyes and channeled chakra to his eyes, and when he opened them the Tima Namigen was present. His eye color went from a deep sea blue to an aqua color. Surrounding each pupil were 5 white swirls and 5 black swirls. These swirls are like the Uzumaki swirl. Everyone was amazed at this, and so happy for Naruto knowing how hard he has worked. Everyone soon left, and Naruto and Temari headed to Namikaze's house while Kurenai and Kakashi returned to the Hatake compound. Naruto remembered what Hiruzen said about the house. Flashback. Naruto, there is a library in the house's basement. Minato told me that he had thousands of scrolls on water, wind, lightning, earth, fire ninjutsu, taijutsu scrolls from your mother, genjutsu scrolls that Kurenai can help with, kenjutsu scrolls, a couple of them being for katanas. Is that all, Jiji-san? That sounds like a lot of work that he went through and just for me. Naruto replied. Actually there are some more types of scrolls, space-time jutsu, which is what made him Konoha's yellow flash, senjutsu which is sage jutsu. He learned this from one of my students, Jiraiya of the Sannin, the Toad Sage. He's actually a pervert, a self-proclaiming one at that. He calls himself a super pervert, but he has always had a crush on one of my other students, Tsunade Senju. As far as I know she's the last Senju, just like you are the last Uzumaki and Namikaze, and if you want the last Hatake heir dash. Actually Erasure could become the heir should anything happen to me, but nothing won't. I'm going to become the greatest Hokage ever, better than my father the 4th Hokage. You'll get there, but anyways my point is that she has been heartbroken for nearly 30 years. She may look 25 but she's really 50. She has a genjutsu covering that up. I feel that you could possibly match them up together. Like I said, she's been heartbroken since the death of her little brother Nawaki and Dan, who both died in the Second Shinobi World War. Since that day she left the village heartbroken. I believe that you could match the two up because I've seen the way you've changed people for the better. Who knows, maybe you can stop Jiraiya from being a pervert and heal Tsunade's broken heart, and just maybe you can get the two to be with each other. There are now 3 things I want to see happen before I die. One is that I want to see either Tsunade or Jiraiya take my spot. I'll be retiring after the Chunin exams in a month. Second is I want to see you get married to Temari and have children so I can spoil them like I do my own grandson Konohamaru. And third is I want to see you be either Godame Hokage or Rokudame Hokage. Maybe you can inspire Konohamaru to be the Nanadame Hokage. Haha, that would be something to see 3 people I care about dearly become Hokage. Maybe, just maybe, that will come true. Maybe, old man. I'm gonna guess that my father also has some scrolls on Fuinjutsu, right? He was an expert from what Kakashi-sensei has told me. Yes, Minato did leave scrolls on that subject, and yes, he was an expert on sealing jutsu. In fact, the seal on your stomach was one that he created by himself. It's very complex, the most complex seal I have ever seen. Your father was a genius in sealing jutsu. I wish I could be as good as he was, but I know for a fact that you'll surpass him in everything you do. You already have something that he never did. Oh, and what would that be, Gigi-san? The Tima Namigan. Did you forget he never got that far, only the Yoshi Namigan? You are already ahead of him in your family's Kekkei Genkai. Good night, Naruto. Thanks, Gigi-san, and good night to you. End flashback. Namike's house. Lemon has been removed. Hey, Tima-chan. Naruto said, starting to laugh. What's so funny, Naruto? Temari asked, being innocent in the situation. Go look in the mirror, you'll see. Naruto said, still laughing. Naruto brought her in front of the mirror, and she saw what he was laughing at, and she started to blush crazy. Her face was totally red from her blush, but then she started to laugh with Naruto. Hey Temari, do you want to go further with our little session? Naruto asked. Yeah, when we get married. I want us to both be virgins that night. That would make me very happy knowing that it's your first time as well as my first time. Temari said as she cleaned up, then led Naruto into, and both got into bed naked as can be. Temari and Naruto were on their sides, so Temari used his left arm as a pillow, snuggled in closer to his to get some of his heat. Naruto draped his right arm over Temari's body and the fingers settled under her left, and he gave it a light squeeze and said, so soft. Temari smirked with her eyes closed, then said one thing before trying to fall asleep. Good night, Naruto. Good night, Tima-chan. With that, sleep claimed the 2 lovers and everyone in the village. Naruto woke up at midnight, and also woke up Temari in the process. What's wrong, Naruto? It's midnight. Temari said, wondering why he woke up all of a sudden. They had only been asleep for about 2 hours before Naruto woke up. I just remembered that I was going to make clones to study up on some ninjutsus for our mission tomorrow. With that, Naruto created 500 shadow clones and made 5 groups of 5 to study one of the elements. One group would study wind, another water, a third lightning, a fourth earth, and the last fire. After studying, they would go to the training grounds outside to practice all night until they got them down perfectly. Time skipped to morning of mission to waves. Naruto woke up to see Temari still fast asleep and smiled, seeing how peaceful she looked. Hey, Tima-chan, wake up. Naruto whispered. Haha, Tima-chan, come on, wake up, we have a mission today, remember? Naruto said, still whispering and smiling. Temari turned over facing Naruto and saw his smile. Seeing his smile just made her smile back, and they had each other a good morning. Just after the both got out of bed and started blushing seeing each other naked, it was still a little weird for both of them seeing each other naked, but they liked it. When Naruto was heading into the bathroom, he collapsed on the ground from a headache that his multi-shadow clones gave him. Naruto! What the hell happened? Temari screamed and ran over to his side to see him squeezing his head. ING clones. Naruto, what the hell happened to you? Remember those clones I created at night? Well, they all dispelled at the same time. I feel like I just had 500 scrolls worth of knowledge shoved into my brain. Oh damn, I'm glad I don't have to feel that. Temari said, laughing. Shut up, Tima-chan, this shit really hurts. Naruto said, but he eventually started to laugh with Temari. He pulled Temari up to his and wrapped his hands around her waist, and just held her there as they were laughing their asses off. Hey Tima-han, we should really get ready and head up to Gigi-san's office. Okay, my Foxy-kun. Temari said, getting up and going to the bathroom, swaying her hips, getting the blood to flow south in Naruto's body while some shot out of his nose and he passed out with Temari giggling. Minus 90 minutes later in Hokage's office. Naruto and Temari were the first ones to arrive at the Hokage's office, and they were waiting for the rest of Team Asuma and Team Baki to arrive. Once everyone was in the office, the Hokage started with what their mission is to be. Well, now that both teams are here, I can give you the first joint mission our villages have assigned. You will be bodyguards for a famous bridge builder. You must get him there safely so he can finish building the bridge. Team 10, this is your first mission, and it will be a C-ranked mission. This is the first time a genin team fresh out of the academy will be getting a C-ranked mission. Complete this and your team will go further into the history books. With the Chunin exams in a month, I thought this would be the best mission for you to start off with. Asuma, Anko, and Baki you can decide when you leave, but I would suggest in 2 hours. Tazuna is a bit of an alcoholic. Send him in by the way. Kakashi's team was also present, and Tazuna comes in with a bottle of sake in his hand and was wearing a straw hat. So which team is gonna be guarding me? Cause it better not be the team with Pinky on it. That hair will draw too much attention, but that billboard forehead will probably draw even more attention, Tazuna said, then taking a swig of sake. Ino started to bust out laughing and she couldn't breathe after laughing so much. What else do we have on that team? A gay, an emo faggot, and a pale-ass child who needs to be fed some meat. Now this team, Tazuna said, referring to Team 7 before turning his attention to Temari's team and Team Asuma. This team looks like they are actually ninja. Hokage-sama, tell me I don't have that team guarding me, but the 2 teams with actual ninja. Tazuna said. Tazuna-san, the team that you don't like will not be guarding you, the 2 will. The team from our village are only genin, and this is their first mission, so don't ride their ass so much. Hiruzen said, smiling. Thank you so much, Hokage-sama. I'll be waiting outside for you to get ready. Tazuna said. Everyone went to get their stuff packed and met up at the front gates of Konoha to see Tazuna waiting for them. About damn time you guys showed up, I'm ready to go home. Naruto just rolled his eyes and looked at Temari, who just grinned at him. It was a sunny day that was without a cloud. In fact, it hadn't rained in at least a week. After they got out of sight of the village they were walking before, Naruto noticed a puddle in the road and knew some weird shit was gonna go down. He nodded at Asuma, who only smirked, and Shikamaru caught this and started to put the pieces together. Then 2 Chunin-level missing ninja popped out of the puddle and had metal claws doused with poison on the fingertips, and shuriken chains that connected to the other metal claws. They threw their shuriken chain at Asuma and wrapped him up and then pulled, killing Asuma in an instant. Temari's team and Anko with Choji and Ino surrounded Tazuna and let Naruto and Shikamaru go to work on them. Naruto drew one of his twin katanas and got ready to perform a jutsu that uses fire style and comes out of the sword. But Shikamaru got them trapped in a jutsu of his own, shadow possession jutsu. Success. They're all yours, Naruto. Give them a swing of one of the swords of Kami. Shikamaru said. Thanks, but my shadow clones worked on this jutsu from my katana. Cloud style. Flame beheading jutsu. Naruto yelled and an arc of flames came from his katana and scorched the demon brothers, knocking them out. Choji hit them in the air. Asuma-sensei will take care of the rest, Naruto said. Everyone but Anko and Baki looked at Naruto like he was crazy, but Asuma used the substitution jutsu right before the shuriken chains ever touched him. Naruto caught this with his Namigan he activated before the whole thing started, and Baki and Anko are both jonin who easily caught this. Though Baki was surprised that Naruto caught on that fast, he didn't think the little runt would know, but he took into consideration that he was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox like Gaara is of the one-tailed raccoon dog. But even Gaara didn't pick it up that fast, but he knew Asuma couldn't be taken down by some missing Chunin nin. What are you talking about? Asuma-sensei is dead. How can you say he? Ino started before. Bam! It was Asuma who close-lined the 2 nin into the ground, cracking a few ribs in the process. Asuma-sensei, but how we saw you get cut up to pieces from their shuriken chain? Ino said in disbelief. Naruto, you can everyone since you saw the whole thing with your Namigan. Asuma said, turning it over to Naruto, who explained everything. What happened was there was a puddle back there, and I knew some weird shit was up because it hasn't rained in weeks, right? Naruto started getting nods from the genin. Well, I looked at Asuma, who also noticed this and nodded at me. From there I activated my Namigan and got ready for what was to come. But apparently Shikamaru caught this nod to me and he caught on pretty fast. From there those 2 dumbasses, Naruto said before getting cut off by one of the demon brothers. Hey, watch it, kid, I'll shut up unless you're spoken to, bitch, Naruto said, making some of the genin to laugh, and even Baki was amused with how Naruto held himself. And of course Anko was rolling on the floor dying of laughter. Her nephew can give her at times. Anyways, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Those 2 dipshits came out of the puddle and Asuma-sensei used the substitution jutsu and let Shikamaru and I handle the rest. Good job, by the way, Shika, Naruto said, smiling at the rest of the genin who were very impressed, especially one future Temari Uzumaki. Thanks, Naruto. But what was that jutsu you used? I've never heard of it. Cloud style? I've never heard of it. Shikamura said. Cloud style is a form of fire style jutsu that is a kinjutsu or forbidden jutsu. How Naruto got his hands on that is beyond me, but he already knows another one since he was 3 years old. In fact, he learned it the first day Kakashi trained him. Asuma said. And that would be? Ino said, dragging out the last part. My favorite 2 jutsus, of course, the Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto said, smiling. I've never heard of this jutsu, Asuma-sensei. Choji said. Shadow Clone and Multi-Shadow Clone are Jonin to Kage level jutsus. Since Naruto's chakra reserves are 4 times higher than that of Kakashi, which is just unbelievable he doesn't have the chakra control for a normal clone jutsu. Basically, he would have to channel almost no chakra in his case to perform this, and even then it might come out as a bust because he would need precise chakra control. But he can use the Shadow Clone Jutsu without a problem because they were meant for those with high chakra reserves. But there is a drawback to the Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Anko started. A drawback, like what, Anko-sensei? Temari asked. Well, if you use the Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu too much you can have fatigue from chakra loss or, as we call it, chakra exhaustion. Not only that, but it tears away at the muscles every time you use it. So you have to make sure you give at least 2 weeks in between each time you perform this jutsu. But in Naruto's case that could be different. Speaking of which, Naruto, when was the last time you used this? I need to know so I can determine whether or not you can or should use it right now. Anko said. I don't remember the last time I used it, to be honest, Anko-sensei. Naruto said. You used it at midnight when you woke up all of a sudden, baka. Temari yelled at him. Oh right, forgot about that. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Ugh, you are such a baka. Temari said. Don't be like that, Tima-chan. Naruto said, trying to get Temari to calm down. Don't be like what? You're being such a baka. She kept on going. Yeah, but guess what? I'm your baka, remember that, my Sanheim. Naruto said, smiling at that last comment he made. I know, Naruto-kun, you're my baka like I'm your Sanheim. Temari said, hugging Naruto, then giving him a quick. Alright, now that we have this out of the way. Mr. Tazuna, we need to have a talk. Asuma said, narrowing his eyes. Sure, but let me ask you this. Tazuna said. Go ahead. Asuma replied. Why did you let the genin handle this when you could have done it by yourself? Tazuna questioned. Because I needed to see something. I needed to know who their target was. I needed to see whether it was ninja attacking ninja or if they were after a target like you, so I let myself be captured and performed the substitution. Then I got the image of who their target was. You, Tazuna? Asuma said, glaring at Tazuna. Team 10 had never seen Asuma angry, so they were a bit frightened by this sight. Why were they after you? A C-rank mission like this is usually when you ask for protection against robbers and muggers and the likes, not ninja. This makes this mission at least a B rank, which is for Chunin and Jonin only, but because the genin handled it so well I will leave it up to them. Team 10 and Team Baki, since there are 7 of you, no matter which way you vote it will be majority rules, so pick. Asuma said. Both Team 10 and Team Baki got in a huddle to discuss what their answer was, and they came to a conclusion real fast. We have all decided that we want to continue, Asuma-sensei. This may not be Team Baki's first mission, but it is ours. We must continue no matter what. Besides, you have to admit we kicked ass, and that was only 2 of us. Imagine if all 7 of us genin were to fight, or even all 10 of us. We could seriously kick some ass, even if they are missing Nin of Chunin level or higher. Naruto said, giving a fox grin. Alright, then it's settled. We will continue this mission, but you will have some explaining to do, Tazuna. Anko said, glaring at him. I understand completely. Tazuna said. Naruto's team was walking towards a port that would lead them to the land of waves. After the team is within a few miles of the port, the team is confronted by Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza throws his sword into a tree and reappears on his sword. Who's the mummy freak? Kankuro said as he started to walk up to face him before Naruto stuck his arm out explaining who this was. Wait, Kankuro, he's not like the other 2 ninja we faced. Compared to them, he's in a whole nother league. Naruto said. So what, who is he? Kankuro replied. Zabuza Momochi, one of Kiri's 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and to top things off he's a missing ninja of Jonin level. So basically he could kick the demon brother's ass in his sleep. And to answer any questions about the swords you have, its name is Kubikurabocho. It's pretty much a big-ass butcher knife. Naruto said, so what if he's Jonin missing Nin? I'm gonna kick his ass. Kankuro said, and oh Kankuro, let the Jonin handle this, we must protect Tazuna, that is our mission. Period. Naruto said, glaring at Kankuro and activating his Namigan. Fine, I'll let Baki-sensei and the others handle them. Kankuro said, trudging back to the group. You seem to know a lot about me, kid. Tell me, how do you know so much about me? Zabuza asked. Before we got this mission I studied famous people from Kiri and around Kiri. You just happened to catch my eye, so I studied you up. Naruto said. Why thank you, but you will all die, for I am the Zabuza said before getting cut off by Naruto waving his comment off. Yeah, you're the demon of the mist or bloody mist, master of the silent kill. Naruto said, acting unimpressed. This angered Zabuza, so he jumped down with his sword to the group to face off the 3 Jonin. Asuma pulled out his trench knives while Anko and Baki got into a stance ready for the fight. Zabuza performed the hidden mist jutsu, shrouding the whole area in a thick fog, making it hard to see anything at all. Ino started to get nervous and Asuma could feel her chakra fluctuating and said one thing, Ino, calm down, you will not die. I will not let my comrades die. I promise. Asuma said. Ino started to calm down at this and started to focus once again. You're wrong. You will all die. Zabuza said, appearing in between the Genin and Tazuna. Naruto turned around with his Namigan activated and noticed that this was not the real Zabuza and pulled out his twin katanas and stabbed him, revealing it to be a water clone. The water clone dispersed, and the real Zabuza was right behind Naruto. Naruto, behind you! Temari screamed, but it was too late. Zabuza swung Kubikurabocho and cut him in half. Naruto! Temari screamed but stopped only to find out that it was a water clone. Naruto played Zabuza right in his hands. When Naruto turned around to see Zabuza, it was the actual one for a split second before he performed a handless water clone and substituted with it. Using his Namigan, Naruto saw right through his plan and had an immediate response. I may just be a genin, but I'm gonna make you work your ass for this win, which won't happen. I have too much to fight for to let you win, Zabuza. Your life ends right here, right now, Naruto said, with one katana behind Zabuza's back and the other ready to slit his throat. Everyone just stood in shock, thinking that they just saw Naruto go down, but he was there in the living flesh. You think I'm that stupid, kid? Said another Zabuza, which was the real one. The real Zabuza swung his sword and Naruto dodged it in time but felt a few hairs had cut off his head. Damn, that was too close for comfort, Naruto thought. Naruto kicked the real Zabuza and his water clone into the water and waited to see what would happen next. Next thing you know, Zabuza and 3 water clones jumped out of the water and 3 of them got behind the Jonins and kicked them into the water, where the real Zabuza was waiting for them to surface. Once they did, Zabuza's water clones got right behind them and simultaneously said the same jutsu, water style, water prison jutsu. The 3 Jonin were immediately caught up in a ball of water, with the water clones using one hand to keep them there, while the real one was behind his clones. Damn it, what the hell do we do? Shikamaru said, getting frustrated. Easy, Naruto said, stepping up. Huh? Shikamaru said, looking up to see Naruto step forward. Gaara and I will handle them. Naruto said, grinning. No. Protect the bridge builder and get thee out of here. Anko screamed. What do you have in mind, Naruto Uzumaki? Gaara said in his monotone voice. I need to speak to Shikaku. You think you can release the seal enough to let him talk to me? Naruto asked, while Temari and Kankuro looked on and thought that that was the single most stupid thing you could ask for, but they shut their mouths and just waited to see what Naruto had in store for them. Why, he'll take over my body. Gaara said, still using the same voice. I have a plan, so let me talk to him now. Naruto said, putting extra emphasis on the last part. Gaara did what he was told, and Kankuro and Temari thought Gaara would have killed Naruto right there on the spot, but he didn't, to their surprise. What can I do for you, kid? Shikaku asked Naruto. I need you and Kurama to come up with a way for us to defeat the 3 water clones. Any ideas or jutsu you can let us use to take care of them? Naruto asked. Let me talk to Kurama, I may have an idea. Shikaku said to Naruto. Hey Kurama. What do you want, Shikaku? Kurama asked, annoyed. The kids, they need our power, and I think they should learn a combo technique to win this fight. And why should we do that? Kurama said, getting annoyed. We need them to stay alive, and if they die, so do we. So what do you say? Fine, I'll do it. What the technique they should do? Demon Art. Jinchuriki's ultimate tailed beast ball. Are you insane? That could kill the kids. Are you trying to get me to die an early death, you bastard? Kurama spat, giving Shikaku his full attention. Just get Naruto in a shroud of your chakra and I'll do the same for Gaara. From there we tell them what to do and help them gather the chakra needed for this. Fine. But you know they will only have 3 to 4 moves after this if they don't die, right? I know Gaara should be fine and I know Naruto will be as well. Naruto and Gaara had their eyes closed, and when they opened they had their tailed beast's eyes and red chakra surrounding each one of them. Naruto raised his right hand while Gaara raised his left, and they charged up their tailed beast ball until it was the size of a house. When they were ready they yelled out the jutsu, Demon Art, Jinchuriki's ultimate tailed beast ball. They threw it straight at the clones with Naruto and Gaara following close behind to get their senseis when they released the water prison jutsu. The 3 clones jumped out of the way of the oncoming attack, freeing the Jonin. Naruto grabbed both Anko and Asuma before the tailed beast ball could hit them, and Gaara grabbed Baki, and they shined out of the way just in time before the tailed beast ball slammed into the next quarter-mile's worth of trees before vanishing. Naruto and Gaara set down their senseis and they were exhausted. They only had a couple moves left, so Naruto made it count. Shikamaru now. Right. Shadow Possession Jutsu, success. Shikamaru said, capturing the real Zabuza and his clones in his family's jutsu. Naruto got rid of the clones with his swords of kami, and was about to kill Zabuza before he was hit with Saban needles, and everyone looked back at Shikamaru for an explanation, and he said, "Don't look at me. I had nothing to do with that," he said, putting his hands up in defense, and releasing the jutsu, allowing Zabuza to fall to his face. Naruto noticed a person in a tree branch, and knew it was him or her that threw the Saban needles. Anko checked for vital signs but got nothing. He's out, there are no vital signs. Thank you for fighting Zabuza for me. I have been searching for him for some time now, the mystery person said. From the looks of it you're from Kiri. Tell me, what is your position exactly? Anko asked. I am a hunter nin from Kiri. Like I said, I have been tracking Zabuza for a long time now. Thank you for your help. The mystery person said, shining to Zabuza, then shining away. Come on, pant Anko-sensei. Pant Asuma-sensei, pant, we have to keep moving. Naruto said, panting. You guys can go to my house for rest, then we can continue to the bridge so I can finish. Tazuna said, sounds like a plan. Choji said, right, let's keep MOV. Naruto started before he collapsed on the ground from chakra exhaustion. Naruto! Temari screamed as she rushed to his side to see him knocked out. Gaara said, taking a step forward before collapsing himself. Gaara! Kankuro yelled, damn it! He said, they must have used up all of their chakra in that last move. Anko said, yeah, but for a Jinchuriki to pass out from chakra exhaustion, that move had to have taken everything out of them. Shikamaru said, Choji take Naruto, Kankuro take Gaara, then get next to Tazuna while we make our way to the port, then his home. Asuma said. The group did what they were told and started to walk to the port that was only a 15-minute sprint from where they were. Once they got to the dock they found a man who was willing to take them across the water to the land of waves, but with the boat's engine cut off. On the boat to waves, Temari was sobbing, hoping Naruto would wake up, but deep down she knew it would take at least a week to fully recover. Thankfully he had Kurama helping him in the healing process. Naruto's mind. Damn kid can't keep himself safe from danger. And I told Shikaku that this would happen if we pushed them too far. But no, don't take advice from the Demon Lord. Kurama thought, ranting on about pointless shit while healing Naruto at the same time. But this kid might get laid if he awakens early, and I would love to see the face of Makeup Boy and Shikaku's boy when they find Naruto Temari. Kurama said, laughing. Oh haha, I'm such a ing pervert. Kurama said, laughing in his cage. Back on the boat, Temari was still staring at Naruto, whose head was in her lap, and she ran her fingers through his sunny yellow hair and only thought about his well-being. Hey Temari, Naruto will be alright. If we know him, he'll bounce back pretty soon, don't worry. You know as well as the rest of us that his tenant will get him up and running. Same for Gaara, Ino said, giving Temari a reassuring smile. Thanks Ino, it's just that I can't help but worry about him even though I know everything will work out in his favor. He seems to have lady luck on his side anyways, Temari said, smiling while still looking at her passed-out boyfriend/fiancé. Yeah, he sure does have luck on his side. I remember this one time he pulled some sort of prank with water balloons and managed to evade the ANBU that were looking for him. Turns out he was laughing his ass off on top of the 4th Hokage's head. Ino said, smiling, remembering that day like it was yesterday. Shikamaru and Choji even smiled, remembering that day as well. Yeah, Naruto always seems to make everyone happy when they're having a shitty day or can just bring a smile to people's faces. Even if they are pranks, people have to admit that they are funny as hell, Choji said, nearly laughing, remembering the time he painted the Hokage's faces and Kakashi ended up finding him after the ANBU couldn't find him for 2 hours. What's so funny, Choji? Temari asked, wanting to know what was going on in the Akimichi's brain. She thought it was food, but she was surprised with the answer she got. Nothing really, I just remembered the day when everything in the village was going wrong and Naruto decided to cheer up everyone but needed to pull off a prank that would get the attention of the entire village. And he did. He got paint and painted the Hokage's faces and had ANBU tracking his ass down, and couldn't find him, but Kakashi found him in an instant. The people were mortified at first but then saw the joke in it, and the whole village's mood lightened up a bit. Even the Hokage noticed this and didn't punish him. He actually thanked him for doing that, Choji said, grinning. He thanked Naruto for doing something like that. But that doesn't sound like the Naruto I know, Temari said, not believing what she was hearing. That's the thing about him. When he's around you, he has a loving attitude and protective one of you. With everyone in our group, including the Jonin and Chunin, he kicks back and has fun. When he's around Sasuke and Sakura, he ignores them entirely, and well, in battle he's 100% focused on coming out as the victor. You see, he is able to control many personalities at a time and keeps each one in check, Ino said, giving Temari a huge smile. You remember the night at the pit, right? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, what of it? Temari responded. Well, that was him being protective towards you. He made a promise that whenever you came back to live with us that he would protect you with his life no matter what. That included people insulting you. That was one of his attitudes that can surface with him. You noticed how his mood changed to being happy after he got back to the table. Well, that would be because he could relax again being surrounded by those that are precious to him, as he says. All he wants to do is make those around him happy, even if it gets him in trouble, which never happens. Shikamaru said, making everyone laugh softly as they listened on to the conversation that started out with only Ino and Temari, but eventually the whole boat was listening on. I'm just happy he's in my life again, Temari said, still looking down at Naruto and stroking her hand through his hair, and thought, he looks so peaceful like this. It's actually kind of cute to see him like this, though I don't want him to be knocked out all the time. Alright everyone, we made without anyone detecting us. Well, this is as far as I go, Tazuna. Good luck and finish this bridge to free us, the boat owner said before turning on his engine and leaving the group on the dock. Well, thanks for the help. My house isn't too far from here. You guys can rest up for the day, you deserve it, especially those two, Tazuna said, looking at a passed-out Naruto and Gaara. Alright, I'll give directions and you guys just keep doing what you do best, Tazuna said, grinning. Time skipped 20 minutes. The group arrived at Tazuna's house, which was a bit of a little thing. It was a 2-story house on the water. Think of houses on wooden stilts to be held up. It had some windows, and since it was elevated you could fish right off one of the rails. Once they got the house, they heard footsteps run down the stairs, and it ended up being a young girl around 25 years old. She had violet-colored hair and wore a pink shirt. Choji put Naruto in one room along with Naruto's stuff in one room, while Kankuro put Gaara in another room with their stuff and Baki's stuff in it. Temari swung by Naruto's room and threw her stuff in it. Asuma threw his stuff in another room and had Shikamaru and Choji throw their stuff in the same room. Anko and Ino would stay with each other. The group of ninja minus the 2 Jinchuriki were eating dinner with Tazuna and Tsunami when Tsunami's son Inari walked in after they were talking about Zabuza not being dead because hunter needs get rid of what they need to from the bodies and then go and burn them. Okay, so if Zabuza is alive, what do we do? I mean, it's not like we know where Gato is hiding or even Zabuza, Kankuro said. That's true, but when Zabuza returns I believe Gato will be there to either see for himself if Zabuza kills us, or if he stabs Zabuza in the back and hires thugs to kill not only him but us as well, Anko said. You're all going to die if you try to fight Gato. Inari said as he walked in on everyone minus the Jinchurikis talking. Oh yeah, and why's that brat? Anko said growling. Because my dad was the toughest one in the land and tried to go up against Gato, and he died. Inari yelled, starting to form tears in his eyes. Hey kid, what's this in my hand? Naruto said from behind Inari, making everyone's eyes grow wide seeing Naruto up after being passed out only hours ago. A katana. Inari replied, shivering with fear. That's right, a leaf ninja and his katanas are the baddest shit-kicking weapons in the world. Naruto said, grinning before Temari tackled him. Oh my gosh, Naruto, how are you up so fast? You should still be in bed resting for another 5 days at least. Temari said, hugging Naruto to death. Easy Temari, you don't want to kill him before you two get married. Ino said, laughing. Married? You two are getting married. But you two are so young, when the hell did this happen? Tazuna said. Well, you see, 6 years ago Hokage-sama invited myself along with Shikamaru and Choji here for a meeting, and he brought along Kiba and Shino, who are my friends, and brought Saskia. Kazekage-sama was coming to see who would marry my Sanheim to strengthen the relationship between our two villages. Each of the males had to introduce themselves and tell what type of training they had done. No one had really done any except for Shikamaru, Saskia and I. Shikamaru had some training done, but apparently Saskia did more. So Kazekage-sama was about to pick Saskia before Hokage-sama reminded him about me not introducing myself. So Kazekage-sama agreed and I introduced myself, and I blew Saskia's ass out of the water, Naruto said, leaning back in his spot and eating some fish. Really, you blew his ass out of the water? Tazuna said with a hint of doubt in his voice. Yeah, anyways, I beat out Saskia for Timo-chan's hand in marriage. Saskia was pissed, so he challenged me to my first fight in the Hokage's office. Everyone gave us room and he charged with his first attack. I dodged his attack and got behind him, then I performed one of my favorite techniques. Naruto said, grinning. And what would that technique be, kid? Tazuna asked. Leaf Village Secret Finger Jutsu. 1,000 years of death. Naruto said, going through the motions of that day. Not bad, kid. So what are you now in your jutsu styles? Tazuna asked. Well, Asuma and Anko-sensei know that for a fact. Senseis, if you would be so kind as to tell our client, and everyone else, my rankings. Naruto said. Well, if I had to guess, I'd say you would be around low to mid jonin, which is impressive for a kid who took down another jonin with the help of another like you, and this is your first mission, whereas Gaara's team has been on around 20 missions, one of them being a B-ranked mission. Anko said. Yeah, I would agree with Anko on your ranking. Ever since Kakashi started training you at 3 years old, you've only been going up. You've never had a down moment until recently when you passed out. Asuma said. Shut up, Asuma-sensei, ha ha ha. Anyways, kid, like I said a few minutes ago, a leaf ninja and his katanas are the baddest shit-kicking weapon in the world. Naruto said, grinning at Inari. So you're saying you're the baddest shit-kicking weapon in the world? Inari asked. You got it. I'm gonna become the strongest ninja in the world, and when I do, I'm gonna make sure the Leaf Village and Waves become allies. How's that sound? Naruto said, still smiling at Inari. Inari smiled at Naruto's proposal and gave him a response. Yeah, you become the strongest ninja ever, then you come back. That means you can't forget us. Inari said, smiling back at Naruto. Tsunami was smiling, seeing her boy in better spirits than he usually was. She also noticed that Naruto only had on his black compression shirt on. Think of the ones that Under Armour has for winter but short sleeves, and saw how ripped he was for his age and started to get turned on a bit. The last time she ever had a man in her life was Inari's birth father. She's been in a UL slump ever since Inari was born. That was the last time a man had his way with her. She quickly excused herself and left to her room to take care of some business. I'm sorry, but I think I'm going to turn in for the night. Good night, everyone. Tsunami said as she got up and quickly went to her room and masturbate while she still had the picture of Naruto in her mind. She came 3 times before she passed out from exhaustion, and started to dream about Naruto dominating her, and him spraying his in her and getting her pregnant. Hey Sanheim. Naruto said, motioning his head towards the forest, letting Temari know he wanted to talk to her alone or something else. Okay, I'm coming, Golden Fox-kun. Temari said. Once the two were outside and they closed the door, Temari led Naruto towards the forest, swaying her hips, and Naruto obviously caught this, and thought this one thing to himself: thank Kami I got to be with this babe. Best S I've ever seen, even better than Enko-chan's or Kurenai-chan's. Not weird because Kurenai isn't related to him in any way, remember that. And her S are so damn nice and full, they may not be bigger than Kurenai and Enko-chan's. Considering Enko has the biggest in the village and Kurenai has the second biggest that can put up a challenge with Enko's. But damn, they're the best. And that face ing breaks the scale 100 out of 10. Naruto thought, almost jizzing in his pants. Naruto was smiling at how lucky he got with Temari. And Temari was happy in her own right. If Naruto hadn't come into her life, there probably wasn't a boy with the balls to ask her out, considering who her family is, and that Gaara is the village's Jinchuriki. Temari led Naruto to a tree where Naruto sat down, and Temari laid down on top of his lap, where Naruto unsealed a blanket and threw it over the two of them and sat in peace looking up at the stars before Temari decided to break the silence hanging over their heads. Hey Naruto, I need to ask or tell you something, Temari said, looking over her shoulder and up at Naruto. What would that be, Tima-chan? Naruto asked, looking down at Temari. Well, I know that you're a strong ninja and all, but I'm worried about something bad happening like what happened against Zabuza. Naruto, you could have died, and if you did, Temari said before starting to sob, I wouldn't be able to live without you. Temari finished sobbing into Naruto's. Naruto wrapped his arms around Temari and rested his head on top of hers before he gave her his response. I know that you're worried about me getting hurt or worse, but I won't die until I become Hokage. And I promised the old man that he would live to see the day we get married, have kids, and I become Hokage myself. He promised me to see those things happen before he dies, and I promise to make those things become a reality, and I will. Naruto said, smiling down at Temari, who was now looking up at him, amazed at how he made such a promise, and amazed at how confident he was to go through with this promise. And one more thing, and I really want this to happen in case we fight Zabuza again, and something happens, Temari said, trying to be as serious as she could be. And what would that be, Tima-chan? Naruto asked, looking into her eyes, giving her his full attention. I want you to take me right now, Temari said, staring dead into Naruto's eyes. And Naruto had a look of shock on his face. He would have expected her to ask him to do a favor. Well, I guess this could be a favor. Maybe or maybe not. But no, she comes out of the blue saying she wants to him. And by the way she's saying it, she really wants him, of her pleasuring her. Are you sure you want this, Temari? Naruto asked. Of course I do, Naruto. Why do you not want to be a father? Temari said with a sad look on her face. No, I really do want to be a father. It's just that. I mean, if I get you pregnant, you'll have to sit out of the exams for the baby's sake, and I know how much you want to participate in these exams, Naruto said, showing how worried he was for her if she did indeed get pregnant. Don't worry, Baka. I already took the pregnancy test, so I won't be able to get pregnant, which means... Temari started before she leaned in next to Naruto and whispered something that sent shivers down his spine. You can in me all you want, and I know you have a ton of in those balls of yours. So what do you say? Will you take my virginity away, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze? Temari said with a driven grin. As long as you, Temari Uzumaki Namikaze, take my virginity away. Naruto replied, sending shivers down Temari's own spine before she nibbled on his earlobe, getting a moan from him, and then ing him on the lips. I would be honored. Now let's go somewhere a little more private and away from the house. If we did it out here, everyone could see us naked ing like rabbits, Temari said before she and Naruto jumped away to go have some fun. If only Jiraiya was here, he could sure use this as material for his next Ika book. But alas, he isn't, so no material for him. -5 minutes later, half a mile from the house, Lemon has been removed. She tried to take a step but collapsed, but before she could hit the ground, Naruto caught her and was carrying her bridal style. He set her down under a tree and got her dressed before getting himself dressed. Then he carried her bridal style, figuring that she was still too damn tired to move. The couple got to the edge of the forest to find the house lights of Tsunami's house off. So instead of disturbing the others, they just took out some sealed blankets and rested on the ground in each other's arms before the day rose. Time skipped to battle at Bridge 1 week after first encounter with Zabuza. Well, look what we have here, Haku. The team decided to go through with their mission to keep the bridge builder safe. Alright, Genin, listen up. The three of us Jonin will take on Zabuza, the rest of you handle Haku, and protect the bridge builder. Asuma said in serious tone, pulling out his trench knives. The Genin all surrounded Tazuna while the Jonin stepped up to face Zabuza. Haku charged the Genin while Zabuza charged the Jonin and swung Kubikura Bocho at them. Naruto and Temari stepped up for their fight against Haku while the rest of the Genin protected Tazuna. Haku immediately went to work using his Kekkei Genkai of Ice-style jutsus. Ice-style, Crystal Ice Mirror's secret jutsu. With this jutsu there were sheets of ice that all had Haku in them, but in reality all but one were reflections, and they created a dome making sure they couldn't escape. Choji, try and melt the ice so I can catch that faggot. Shikamaru yelled. Right. They both said. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. They both yelled out, and two huge fireballs came rushing at the ice mirrors. Haku defended himself by going through the following hand signs: tiger, snake, rat, snake, tiger. Water style, Water Wall Jutsu. A huge wall of water came rushing out of Haku's mouth, causing the collision of both fire and water to create steam. Once both jutsus died down, and the steam cleared out, Shikamaru saw that the attack was ineffective and cursed under his breath. Shikamaru tried coming up with an idea to break into the ice mirror dome, but his options were very limited as to what he could do, and even smaller when Haku could disrupt to destroy his plans. Naruto and Temari weren't doing all that well either, with Haku jumping around the mirrors Temari could hit him with and win jutsus, and Naruto couldn't keep up with how fast Haku was, and to top that off, the two blondes are being bombarded with senbon needles. Round after round getting bashed with senbons really started to piss off Naruto, so he resorted to use his family's dojutsu, the Namagen. Naruto closed his eyes and channeled chakra into his eyes, then opened them to show that his cerulean/ocean blue eyes changed to their aqua color. Now Haku seemed to be going in slow motion, as Naruto could easily track Haku's movements and take him down. With that being said, Naruto jumped and grabbed Haku in the throat while he was on his way to another mirror, then slammed him down, creating a decent-sized crater on the bridge. Jonin vs. Zabuza fight. Same time as everything going on with the Genin. Enko, get ready to use one of your stronger fire jutsus. Then Baki, back her up with a wind-style move to increase the flames. Asuma said, holding up his trench knives, channeling wind chakra into them, making his favorite weapon glow blue. Alright, let's kill this motherer and get back to the Genin. Fire style, Great Dragon Flame Jutsu, yelled Enko as she started to breath out a dragon made out of fire, and Baki started up with his wind-style move. Wind style, Wind Sword, Baki yelled, throwing a sword made of wind that was almost invisible into Enko's attack, making it twice as before, and charged Zabuza. Asuma followed close behind the combo attack, ready to cut Zabuza down to size, but Zabuza went through 44 hand seals right in front of their eyes and yelled out his jutsu as he ended with the bird seal. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu, and then a dragon made of water erupted from the water below the bridge and met the dragon made of fire head on that. A cloud of steam 3 times bigger than the one with the Genin was created. But Asuma still charged in, hoping for a sneak attack, and he did get Zabuza, slashing him across with his wind chakra and not the actual blade itself. I missed, Asuma said, engaging in a kenjutsu fight with Zabuza using his huge butcher knife against what seemed extremely small trench knives. This went on for a few minutes before both supercharged their weapons with their chakra and slammed their own weapon into the other's sweat spot, forcing the two back, and the two were panting from going all out on each other. Both Asuma and Zabuza were starting to get tired of fighting each other before Enko stepped up with a kunai in her hand, ready to fight. Zabuza smirked at this and invited her to try to land a blow on him. Enko took this as a challenge and ran in head-on. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch, she yelled. Back with Naruto and Temari's fight. Haku had gotten up after getting pummeled into the ground, literally, by Naruto's shadow clones. Haku managed to get off the same jutsu he used last time, except this set of ice mirrors was outside the original. With this being done, Haku made the original set of mirrors into small ice senbons and got ready to throw them at the blondes, wanting to end the battle quickly to help out Zabuza. Shit, Temaheim, get down now and protect yourself, Naruto yelled as Haku sent his barrage of ice needles to Naruto, which got him everywhere. Naruto's eyes went wide before he started to fall over and land on the ground, crushing some of the needles, but ultimately fell still. Naruto! Please no, Naruto! Come on, stay with me! Temari yelled, starting to cry, while Naruto's best friend's eyes went wide with fear of what was going on. Tima-chan, if I don't make it. Shut up, you'll make it! She yelled back. Naruto put his right hand up to her left cheek, and she held it there while he spoke to her. If I don't make it, my Heim, I want you to find love in someone again. Please promise me this. Before I leave this world and join my parents. Please, Temari Uzumaki Namikaze, promise me, Naruto said as his breath started to slow down. Damn it, fine, but you'll live, you've been through worse. She replied as she captured his lips for what could end up being the last time. Naruto responded, but it was short-lived as he soon stopped responding to her. She could feel the warmth in his body vanish, and it felt as if the world grew colder at that moment. Naruto! Please come back to me! Temari yelled, trying anything to get him to respond, but nothing was working. He was just lying there as dead as a doornail. Naruto! Please come back to me! Temari yelled. She was in a crying fit. A million thoughts were going through her mind at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and she was only able to scream her dead fiancé's name. With Jonin and Zabuza. Haha, looks like Haku finally got through with killing that little blonde prick. Zabuza said, laughing at the death of Naruto. You son of a bitch! I'll kill you! That was our nephew! Asuma and Anko yelled, charging Zabuza. Anko charged up a fire jutsu while Asuma was ready to juice up her attack with a wind jutsu. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. Anko's fireball grew in size once Asuma's wind jutsu gave it more life and charged at Zabuza with such speed that he got caught in it, burning him but not killing him. Haku shunshined to Zabuza's side, leaving the genin and the bridge builder alone. With the genin, Temari was still crying, seeing Naruto not move or respond to anything. She tried to get his heart to start pumping at a normal pace. She couldn't hear him breathing and she couldn't feel a pulse, and this resulted in more tears from her, but thankfully the Ino Shikacho trio along with Kankuro and Tazuna tried to comfort her, while Gaara still didn't understand due to his emotional blockage. Once Kankuro came over to Temari and knelt down beside her, she immediately latched onto his arm and cried on his shoulder, while he had on a look of astonishment. This was the first time since their mother's death that she touched him, and it wasn't to beat him to a pulp. Kankuro eventually wrapped his arms around his big sister and tried to calm her down, but nothing was getting through to her. Soon he had a tear escape his eye, and Temari felt the foreign presence on her face and looked up to see that Kankuro, who never shed tears, was crying over her fiancé's death. Kankuro had no idea why he was crying. Was it because this kid somehow impacted him? Was it because he made his older sister happy? Or maybe it was because he felt like him and Naruto were brothers even though they barely know or talk to each other. Either way, Kankuro was showing something he had only shown one other time: his mother's passing. The Ino Shikacho trio shed their tears before Shikamaru got up, wiped his tears away and walked towards the battle. SHH, Shikamaru, where are you going? Ino asked, trying to stop from crying so much. I'm going to do what Naruto would want all of us to do. Keep on fighting until the mission is 100% complete. That is what he would want us to do, not mourn over his death. There is a time for that when we return, but now we must end our enemy's life. Once and for all, Shikamaru said, charging into the fray. Choji got up and wiped his tears. He offered a hand to Ino, who accepted it, and wiped her own tears away. They both took one last look at Naruto's body before turning back towards the battle. For Naruto, Choji yelled as he charged after Shikamaru with Ino close in tow. Kankuro and Temari could only stare in amazement at how fast the three-leaf shinobi were willing to go into a fight that could end up giving them the same fate as Naruto, and not care. They were at a loss for words by this. Temari and Kankuro left Naruto's body on his back after taking out all of the Senbon needles and returned to guarding Tazuna in a triangle formation. With the battle, for Naruto, all of the Jonin, including Zabuza and Haku, stopped the fight to see the trio charging into the battle with rage in their eyes. They were going to avenge Naruto by killing these two, especially Haku. Once the genin joined, this only improved the chances of winning Naruto's mind. What the, where am I? Naruto asked. You are in your mind, Kit. You are in a death state, not a near-death state, a death state. What's the difference, Kurama? The difference is that in a near-death state you are running on just under 1 beat per minute. Whereas a death state is where your body shuts down completely for a minute before starting itself, and repeats this cycle over and over. Kit, you've been clinically dead for over 25 minutes. Your mate went into a crying fit over you and your friends charged into battle. Thankfully your eyes were opened up just enough for me to clearly see everything and record the events. Here they are. Kurama said, showing Naruto what was going on while he was dead. Naruto couldn't believe it, he was actually dead. He had to do something to get back on his feet and become filled with life, but what could he do? Kurama, what can I do to be alive again? There has to be something that will allow me to live. I'm sorry, kid, I don't know. Just then a tunnel of light appeared in his mind and Naruto felt drawn into it, and he started to walk towards the light, ignoring Kurama yelling at him to not go into light. No, kid. Damn it. Why can't I do anything right? Naruto got near the end when a shadowed figure appeared in front of Naruto and spoke to him in a projecting voice. Child of prophecy, I am here before you to grant you one last chance to live and bring peace to the world, and I will give you some gifts. The first, he said as he touched Naruto's seal and it started to glow red. You now have the ability to go into your full Bijou mode without releasing the beast within. Your perfect form will come in due time with training and cooperation. The second gift is me giving you the Byakugan, Sharingan, and the Rinnegan. Your Sharingan will have 3 Tomo, and will also have the MS and EMS forms. I know you have a fully matured Namigan, but using these other ones separately will help you. I know it. Now go and fight for what is right. Naruto Uzumaki Namike sends you. Real world. With that, Naruto opened his eyes and saw mist all around him. He sat up and flashed through each of his new dojutsus, including his own Namigan. Naruto got up and saw that Temari's team was protecting Tazuna, but where was his team? He heard the sound of metal on metal and turned to see his team engaged with the enemy, and they looked to be running low on chakra. In fact, with his Rinnegan he could see their levels and knew they only had a few moves before they pass out or hit absolute zero and die. Naruto quietly went up behind Temari and tapped her shoulder. She turned around and was about to scream, but Naruto covered her mouth and told her to be quiet with his finger. He gave her a quick before winking and disappearing into the mist, heading into the battle. Naruto unsheathed his swords and yelled out Cloud style, Flame Beheading Jutsu. Just then 2 arcs of fire were shot towards Zabuza and Haku, forcing them to maneuver around it while the Leaf and Sand Shinobi safely got out of the way. There's only one person I know who knows that move, but he's dead. Shikamaru thought, but looked up to see Naruto with his Namigan flaring and his swords unsheathed walking calmly to the battle. And Naruto? But how you were dead? Shikamaru said, and this got the rest of the fighting shinobi's attention, and sure enough Naruto was right there. Their eyes were wide at how Naruto could possibly be alive if he was dead for almost half an hour. But Haku killed you how? Zabuza yelled. Time to end this, Zabuza, you will die by my hands. Naruto said, pissed off. Not quite, said a short, little, fat man with glasses and a cane. Zabuza will die because of my thugs. Attack him if you want, Gato said, turning around and walking away from the fight. Oh no you don't, you double-crosser, Zabuza yelled back, charging and taking out a good chunk of the thugs. Zabuza had swords and spears all in his body. He pulled out Kubikuribocho and killed Gato. He was now returning to a dying Haku who got multiple stab wounds that were fatal when Zabuza and the thugs clashed. Zabuza was about to die and said one thing before leaving this world, I hope I can go to wherever he goes. I'm sure you will, Zabuza. Your last act was a good one, Naruto said. Thank you, kid. I want you to take my sword with you. It has chosen you to be its new master once I die. Zabuza said, his voice starting to trail off. Are you sure? Yes. Good luck. Nah, are you too? Zabuza said before he died. Naruto went over to his new sword and sealed it in his forearm. Both Haku and Zabuza lay dead, holding hands with a smile on each face. It was the first time Zabuza actually cried in years. Naruto brought out 2 blank scrolls and put their bodies them. Naruto walked back to the bridge builder with everyone else, and they were shocked to see Naruto alive. How you were dead. I saw you were dead. Kankuro yelled. I will explain everything later, Naruto said as he started to lead everyone to Tazuna's house for rest. Time skipped to departure from Waves. Naruto had explained everything he saw in his mind except what the mystery man called him. They were about to leave when they heard the villagers trying to come up with names, but Tsunami came up with the one that everyone loved, the Great Naruto Bridge. The ninja were traveling on foot when Asuma remembered the secret part of this mission: go and try to form an alliance with the Mizukage. Naruto, Temari, HN. The two responded to Asuma, I need you two for an important assignment, and only you two are allowed. Anko, Baki, lead everyone else to Konoha and debrief if we're not back in time. Let's go, Asuma said, jumping another direction heading towards Kirigakure. If we move fast enough we can get there before nightfall. Asuma said, Kirigakure, look, it's the gates for Kiri. Naruto said. The group decided to stop running and start walking before the guards stopped them. Halt. Who goes there and state your business for coming to Kirigakure? They said. I'm Asuma Sarutobi, and these are two of my students. We have come here per request of the Hokage to see your Mizukage. It is of great urgency. Asuma said. The guards opened the gate and had two Jonin lead them to the Mizukage tower. Once they got there they were let to see the Godame Mizukage Meitarumi. Pardon me, Mizukage-sama, but we are here on behalf of the Hokage. Asuma said. Mei turned around to show herself to them, and Naruto nearly fainted. She was drop-dead gorgeous. She had jade-green eyes, with ankle-length auburn-colored hair styled into a herringbone pattern in the back, a topknot tied with a dark blue band. She had 4 bangs, 2 short and 2 long. One of the shorter ones was covering her right eye, making her look evenier. The other 2 longer bangs crossed each other on her bust under her chin. She wears a dark blue, long-sleeved dress that starts at the middle of her arms and goes down below her knees with a zipper on the front. She had a mesh shirt underneath a little higher up than the dress that went down to her ankles. She had a grayish skirt with a yellow belt holding her dress in place with her weapons pouch on the back. She had high-heel sandals with knee-high guards and had blue finger and toe nail polish and fuchsia color lipstick on her full lips. But the one thing that stood out the most was her huge bust. She had to have been at least an F cup, those tits were massive. Temari was starting to get self-conscious seeing S that were more than double her own size and tried to hide her S. Please, just Mei will do. I had no idea the Hokage would be sending some people over, especially a really cute blonde. Mei said, winking at Naruto. Said man was starting to blush, and this crossed the line for Temari. Hey big, he's mine, got that? We're engaged. Temari yelled. Well, it's such a shame. Tell me, what's your name, young man? Mei said. And my name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Mei's eyes widened at hearing his last name. Boo out now! Mei yelled. The ANBU president left the 4 of them alone in the Mizukage office, and she put up a privacy seal around the room to allow them to talk freely. What did you say your last name was, boy? Mei said, glaring at him like he insulted her in some way. Naruto gulped before speaking again. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. You lie. You can't be an Uzumaki, I am the last one. Mei roared. Naruto also snapped at this point. Really, because I'm pretty sure my mother was Kushina Uzumaki, Konoha's Red Death, the second Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox and the wife of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. How do you know Kushina-sama? Mei asked, trembling. Simple, she's my mother and my father was Konoha's Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze aka the 4th Hokage. Naruto said, angry that someone would accuse him of lying about his heritage. So you really are an Uzumaki? Mei said. Yeah, I am, so what? I'm the last one anyways. Naruto replied. Actually, you aren't. My real name is not Mei Terumi, it is Mei Uzumaki Terumi. I am the last from the Terumi and Uzumaki clan. Mei said, looking sad. Not anymore, I am also an Uzumaki and the last Namikaze. Naruto said, smiling. Mei looked up and saw his smile and couldn't help but smile herself. That kid has a way with people. Well, that's great and all, but I was supposed to marry someone. You see this mark on me, it means that only half of the relationship is complete. I just needed to find my mate, but I'm sure he's dead already, Mei said, continuing to look sad. Naruto didn't know what to think, but then he remembered something. He had a mark like Mei's, but sort of the opposite. He had a half circle while she had a half, both on their biceps, and when both markings were put together the Uzumaki symbol would be complete. Mei found her fiancé by contract. Naruto, you are my fiancé. According to our markings matching up, you and I were meant to be together. You are my long-lost husband, Naruto. Minato came by before you were born. When I was around 10, he chose me because of how strong I was, and he said I was cute. He put half a seal on me and the other half would go on you when you would be born. If you died while you had the seal or didn't have the seal, I would end up dying. Just a while ago I was in a near-death state. So was I. I almost died a few days ago. So who put the other half of the seal on me? Naruto asked. My guess would be my father. He was the closest man outside of your family that Minato could trust. Asuma said. So I guess that makes you mine, huh, my Mizuhime? Naruto said. I guess it does, Narukoi. Mei replied. Hold up. What about me, Naruto? We're supposed to get married too, did you forget that? Temari said, starting to get sad and angry at the same time. Of course not. We will get married, my Tsunehime. After the Chunin exams we can get married on the Hokage Tower. Your father will already be in town, so that shouldn't be a problem. I promise I will marry you first. Naruto said, giving Temari on the lips to back his point up. And where will you be marrying me, Naruto-koi? Mei asked. I don't really know. Is there anywhere that you would want to get married in specific? Naruto replied. Let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of Uzushiogakure, Naruto? Mei asked. No, should I? Naruto replied, confused. Uzushiogakure is the home country of the Uzumaki. Our clan was also a nation, the only one in the world. We also were supposed to have a Kage by the title of Uzukage, but no one has been able to achieve that title. They have only been able to be clan head that rules over the clan and has some control over the ninja, but not much. The Uzukage has complete control but still gives freedoms to the people, so it isn't a dictatorship. The country is now in ruins, but if somehow it could be rebuilt, that would be great to be married in our home country. Mei said. Everyone, including Naruto, was shocked at hearing this information. Not one person knew how big the Uzumaki clan really were until Mei told them that they were their own clan, and on top of that they had their own country filled with nothing but Uzumakis. Wow, I had no idea they never have had a Kage yet. Do you think I could possibly be the Shodame Uzukage? Naruto asked. I think so, Naruto-kun. Mei said, ing him on the cheek, then forcing him in a hug that smashed his face into her ample S. Naruto really liked the feeling of being smashed in Mei's S. It felt like being smashed in lotion, that's how soft they were. But it was cut short when he felt eyes being drilled into his head and released from the hug to see Temari glaring at him. Temari started to walk out and Naruto tried to stop her, but he couldn't. Timahai, he was cut off by Temari slamming the door shut and walking out. I should go get her, but we were really here to ask if you would become our ally and invite you to the final round of the Chunin exams. Thank you, Meihime, Naruto said, repaying Mei's to the cheek with one of his own before running out to find where Temari went. Naruto found Temari stomping away, pissed off for some reason unknown to Naruto. Hey Mari, wait up. Come on, Tima-chan, please just talk to me. You can beat me up with your fan later, just please tell me what is going on in your head. I hate to see you like this. You are too beautiful to be consistently pissed off. Mari-chan, please, Naruto said, begging Temari to stop. Temari stopped and turned around to see Naruto on his knees begging for her forgiveness and allowing her to beat him to a pulp with her fan if she wanted to. She started to run at Naruto with her fan pulled back like a baseball bat ready to hit a home run. Naruto saw this and activated his Namigan, which Temari saw, and Naruto only waited for a bone-crunching blow to come, but it never came. Naruto opened his eyes to see that Temari couldn't push herself to hurt her. Naruto. All he wanted was for her to be happy, and he would gladly give his life to make sure she would be happy. Naruto, please look at me, Temari said. Naruto looked up only to be punched in the face and sent backwards 20 meters before coming to a stop. Promise me that when we get back to Konoha you will only pay attention to me, you will marry me first, and you will get me pregnant first. Temari said. I promise with my life I will focus on you, I will marry you first, and I will get you pregnant so we can enjoy our blonde little bundle of joy. Naruto said, getting up groggily. Temari had tears in her eyes and rushed to him and hugged him, and he returned the hug, not wanting to let go. Naruto whispered into her ear, I'm sorry that I hurt you. I promise I will do everything in my power to make sure I don't hurt you again. Naruto was now starting to have tears of his own fall down his face. The two blonde lovers pulled back to see each other's smiling faces and couldn't help but hug the other one more time. Mizukage office. Hey Asuma, do you know if Temari and Naruto, you know? Mei said. Actually, I don't know. As far as I'm aware, the two are still virgins. Asuma replied, but was confused by Mei starting this conversation with this particular subject. Well, that's good, but what about you, Asuma? Mei said, getting a devious look on her face. I know that I called Naruto handsome and all, but you're pretty handsome yourself. Mei said, starting to walk over to Asuma. I'm sorry, Mizuki-sama, but I'm in a relationship as much as I'm flattered by this. Asuma said, trying to find a way out, but his way was blocked by Mei standing in front of the door. Why don't you stay here for the night and I could show you a good night? I'm sure your girlfriend doesn't have a pair of F-cup tits on her like I do. Oh, and one more thing, my S are all natural, Mei said, whispering in Asuma's ear. Asuma started to have a little nosebleed thinking of ing Mei and having her scream his name, and ing those enormous tits. He had heard of how big Tsunade's S were, but no one really knew how big she was. Some guessed at her being an E-cup, others guessing F-cup like Mei, and some were stupid enough to say Tsunade had D-cup S. Hell, an old Swanda Senju has H-cup S. She has the biggest pair of S in the whole ing world. She could seduce any man she wants to just using her tits. If she were to use her mouth and curves to get information from a man, the guy might die from a big-ass nosebleed. Mei took Asuma's hand and looked into his eyes. Mei is standing at an impressive 5 feet 9 inches looking up to Asuma, who stands at an even more impressive 6 feet 3 inches, and Mei says to Asuma, it is tradition here in Kiri that when we have special guests that have to make a treaty with us to stay in our best hotel for at least one night. If they really have to get back immediately, then we will understand, but please stay for one night to rest. From what I've been hearing, you guys had a pretty rough run-in with Zabuza, Haku, and Gato. The least we can do is offer you some hospitality, Mei said. Asuma was so caught up in staring into Mei's eyes that he never noticed her moving his hand onto her left, so when he stopped looking he squeezed his hand and in turn squeezed Mei's. Oh, someone's getting a little excited now, Mei said, adding a cute little lip bite. Asuma started to blush and quickly pulled his hand back and thanking Kami Anko wasn't here or she'd kill Asuma, then tried to go after Mei. Later tonight I want you to get Naruto and Temari and bring them here so I can personally escort you to your hotel, Mei said, putting her secret plan in action. Thank you, Mizuki-sama, Asuma said, bowing. Please, just Mei will be fine. I hate the formalities, Mei responded. Time skipped later that night. Alright guys, Mei will escort us to our rooms for the night. When the sun comes up we'll thank the Mizuki and be on our way, Asuma said. Alright, let's meet Mei-chan, Temari said. This absolutely shocked Naruto. Earlier she was pissed about this whole situation and Mei, and now she's calling Naruto's second fiancée Mei-chan. Well, better get used to being sister wives early on, right? Mizuki office. S/N. In my story Mei will have a twin sister Mai. Pronounce them, then say they are like a human eye. Mai is the one that will show them to their rooms and only Naruto notices the difference but says nothing. 1. Mai is sitting in her office waiting for the hunk of a man known as Asuma to enter with his genin. Her plan is to get Naruto and Temari in their rooms first, then go with Asuma to his room and him. Knocking. Enter. Mai said. Hello, Mizuki-sama. Asuma said. Hello, Asuma. Now are you three ready to go see your hotel rooms? Mai asked, still posing as her older twin Mei. Yes, we are, Mizuheim, Naruto said with his grin. It was a quiet trip for the most part. Mai was up front with Asuma next to her and Naruto, and Temari pulled up the rear holding hands and occasionally stealing a glance at the other's face or body. Naruto took glances at Temari's and knew that by the end of the Chunin exams Temari could have at least C-cups to small D-cup S. She was just at that age where everything on her seems to grow at a rapid pace, and she is currently in a mini growth spurt, so things are looking up for the two blondes. After a few more minutes of walking they came face to face with the most luxurious hotel in all of Kiri. This was a 5-star hotel they were going to be staying at. They walked and they were given the keys to their rooms and immediately went up to their rooms. Temari and Naruto were in one room and Asuma would be across from them. Mai got Naruto and Temari to turn in for the night and Asuma was going in before Mai spoke up. Hey Asuma, do you mind if we talk a little bit more? Sure, why not? Asuma said and opened the door. Then Mai went in the room. The room was a hot tub, full bathroom with another half bathroom and a king-size bed along with a couch, TV and windows. Lemon has been removed, After Naruto told her this, she calmed down a bit but was still pissed at Asuma for cheating on Anko. This would definitely get back to Anko. The two just decided to go to sleep and worry about this when they get back to the village. Next morning, Mizukage office. Well, how was your stay, everyone? Mei asked. Amazing. Asuma replied, staring at Mei. It was eventfulish. Naruto said, and Temari just nodded. Well, I hope you have a safe trip back home. Mei said. We will, my Mizuheim. Naruto said ing Mei on the lips and slipped his tongue into her mouth for a second. Oh, and Meiheim, is there anything you could tell me about the Chunin exams? Naruto asked. Well, between the second and third stage for this year, I've heard you have a month to prepare before you fight your opponent. Maybe in that time I can train you in fire, water, and earth styles. Mei said. That would awesome, Mei-chan, I love you. Naruto said. Do you know anything about boil and lava style? Naruto asked. Actually, I do. I'd become a master at it. Why do you ask? Mei replied with a question of her own. Because those are some of the sub-elements I can control. Naruto said. That's wonderful. I can teach you everything I know from those two elements. Just flash over here when you need to start, and we can work here so no one can see us. Mei said, overjoyed. Naruto has the same sub-elements as her. Well, actually, I would also like to work on my wind and lightning styles, and maybe learn from Kure-chan some good genjutsus, and possibly if Yugao is around she can help with my kenjutsu. Hokage-Gigi can maybe help with my bojutsu, staff techniques, and shuriken jutsu, shuriken, kunai, and saman techniques. And I was also hoping to learn another form of bukijutsu, weapon techniques, that I will keep under wraps. Naruto said, looking at Temari when he said the last part of his sentence. Well, I think we should be going now, later, Meiheim. Naruto said as they walked out, and he put a seal on her door to flash to her when he needs to for the exam training period. Bye, Naruto-kun. Mei said, waving to the three shinobi as they walked out of her office. Outside Mizukage office. Hey Asuma, would you mind if Temari and I went ahead to Konoha to turn in our mission report to the old man? Naruto asked. Not at all, I'll just have to go at top speed to get to y'all in time for your exams. Oh, and one more thing, here. These are Ino's, Shika's, and Choji's passport for the Chunin exams, yours is in there as well, later. Asuma said, waving to them as Naruto took the passports, and used the Hiraishin to get to their house on top of the Hokage mountain. Asuma started to sprint off at top speed, thinking of what Naruto and Temari's true motives were to wanting to go ahead to Konoha. Wait a minute, since when has Naruto mastered the Hiraishin? Asuma thought. Konoha. Naruto and Temari flashed in front of their home in a yellow flash, but no one saw them, being out of eyesight of everyone. The two blondes took each other's hands and laced their fingers together and walked to the Hokage's office to give their report. Hokage office. Hey Gigi, we got back from Kirigakure, and they accepted the alliance with us. Naruto said. Temari still couldn't get over how relaxed he addressed the Hokage. But then again, he has been like a grandfather to Naruto, so it makes somewhat sense. Ah, Naruto, Temari, it's good to see you too after a long while. And that's great that we got the Mizukage on our side. I really didn't know if she would want to team up with us or not. So tell me your mission in waves. Hiruzen said. Well, first, before we do that, mind telling me why I never knew about my fiancé and Kiri? Naruto asked. Are you talking about Naruto? Your fiancé is Temari, remember? Hiruzen said, honestly confused. So you really don't know of Meiheim? Naruto asked. Of course not, you dumbass. If I knew, I would have told you, wouldn't I? Hiruzen said, more than asked. Yeah, I guess you're right. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Well, anyways, Kiri accepted our agreement because my fiancé is the Mizukage. Naruto said. Hiruzen's mouth dropped to the floor hearing this. Naruto is engaged to the daughter of the Kazekage, and the current Mizukage, and to make things better, he himself is the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto is more royalty than Tsunade herself. So you're telling me you will be marrying the fourth Kazekage's daughter, Temari, and the fifth Mizukage, Meitorimi? Hiruzen said. Actually, it's Uzumaki, but who cares? Naruto said before Hiruzen cut him off. Who cares? Naruto, you have family by blood, aren't you a little excited by this? Hiruzen asked, worried Naruto doesn't give a shit. Of course I'm excited, it's just that right now I want to focus on getting through the Chunin exams first, then marrying my beautiful Tsunaheim, Temari. After I marry Temari, you can tell the council of my heritage and let them put me in the CRA. But I chose my wives, not them. Naruto finished sternly. Good, now debrief and your release for the day until the Chunin exams tomorrow. Go to the academy at 9 a.m. got it? Hiruzen asked. Yeah Gramps, let us debrief so we can fool around for the night. Naruto said. Naruto! Temari exclaimed. What? You know you want me again. Naruto said, teasing Temari. Shut up, dumbass, no one knows of us sleeping together. Oh! Temari screamed. Damn it, just debrief already, you two. I don't give a shit if you add her, Naruto. Hiruzen yelled. Heh, right. Well? Naruto started going through what happened on their mission. Well, it seems you guys had a pretty rough mission. I'll pay your teams for an A-ranked mission. Dismissed. Hiruzen said. Hey Temachan, I'll meet you outside, I just have something to talk about with the old man. K? Naruto said. K, I'll be waiting. Temari replied, swaying her hips, making Naruto get a nosebleed. Temari giggled seeing the red liquid come from his nose. Naruto turned back to the Hokage to talk about him being trained. Hey Gigi, can you tell the ANBU in the room to leave except for Nico-chan? Naruto asked. Anything for my adopted grandson. ANBU out. Nico stay. Hiruzen yelled. Nico walked out of the shadows and pulled off her mask as Hiruzen put up the best privacy seal he knew. Okay Naruto, what is this about? Hiruzen asked. Well, I heard from Mei-chan that in between the second and third stage of the Chunin exams that there is a 1-month period for those who moved on to prepare for their fight against their opponent. Naruto said. And? Hiruzen asked, wanting him to lead him. Well, I was wondering if you could teach me. Naruto said, scratching his head. What style are you thinking of? He replied. Well, Bojutsu, and Shuriken Jutsu, except for the Senbon part of it. I'm hoping Denma will teach me that since he seems to be a master at it. Naruto said. I think I can do that, but you must keep it a secret. Hiruzen said. I know that, Gramps. Give me some credit. Naruto said under his breath. What about Nico-chan? Hiruzen asked. Well, I was wondering if Yugao could teach me to be better in Kenjutsu since I now own the swords of Kami and Kubikura Bocho. Naruto said. Hiruzen and Yugao were both impressed at what Naruto wanted to accomplish. Any other things you'll be working on, because as of now if Yugao-chan agrees she'll be off duty to help you and be your bodyguard, and you'll get paid the money worth an S-ranked mission. Protect him with your life, Yugao. Hiruzen said. Yes, my Lord Hokage, and I agree to this secret mission. Yugao said, getting on one knee. Well, Mizuhime was either going to come here or I was going there for her to help my training in lava and boil style. I will check with Kure-chan if she can help my genjutsu, and someone to help me with lightning and wind styles, since Mei-chan will already be taking care of water, earth, and fire style. Naruto said. Well, Yugao knows lightning and fire even though her specialty is in Kenjutsu. And for wind I would suggest my son, your sensei, Asuma. Hiruzen said. That's the thing, Gigi. We need to talk about Asuma, that's why everyone but him is here in the village, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Naruto said. Thank you for taking time out to train me, Yugao-chan. Naruto said, bowing to her. Of course it would be my honor. You know, if I wasn't dating hate I would so go after you once your heritage is announced. Yugao said, winking and leaving in a swirl of leaves. Well, look who's a ladies' man. Hiruzen said. Shut up, you're just jealous that once I get my heritage announced that I'll have like 20-something women all begging for my precious cargo. Naruto said. In your dreams, kid. I've got the biggest precious cargo in the whole village, 8s. Hiruzen said, proud of his length. Try S, Gramps. Naruto said, crossing his arms and puffing out his lucky bastard. Hiruzen said under his breath. Alright, you win. Now tell me, what is this about Asuma that has you uncomfortable? Hiruzen said, getting serious. Well, on our only night in Kiri we spent the night at a 5-star hotel and Mei's twin sister Mai led us to our rooms. She put Temari and myself in our room before she showed Asuma his room. Once they were for a few minutes we could hear moaning coming from the room. I transformed into a bug and went in the room, then saw that Mai and Asuma were having. Asuma is officially cheating on Enko-chan, but he doesn't know that it's with Mai. He thinks that it's with Mei. That's why it makes me uncomfortable to train with him. I will tell Enko when I'm done here. Naruto said. Alright, you may deal with this. Try to comfort Enko, I know she'll be pissed and sad feeling betrayed again. Hiruzen said, saddened by this. Thanks, Gigi, see ya later. Naruto said, walking out of the office to take Temari to see Anko at her usual place, the Dango shop. Dango shop. He did what? Anko screamed out back behind the Dango shop. It's true, Anko. Asuma ate another woman, and he had the face of enjoyment. He even came of my. Naruto said, looking away from Anko, not being able to look into her eyes. Anko started to get tears in her eyes. No, tell me that's not true. Temari, please tell that this is all just a mean joke you two are playing on me. Anko said on her knees with tears coming from her eyes. Temari couldn't meet her eyes as well but spoke the truth. What Naruto-kun said is true, Anko. I transformed with Naruto into a bug to see for myself, and we saw the whole thing. I'm so sorry, Temari said, crying herself as she knelt down to hug Anko. At this point Naruto was having a million thoughts go through his head, going at the speed of light. Come on, Anko, let's get you cleaned up at our place, Naruto said, lifting Anko to her feet. I thought he was different from the rest of the bastards I dated. I thought he was a good man, but I guess he's just like the rest, assholes. Anko said, come on, let's get you cleaned up, and you can stay at our place. Naruto said, Anko, there's only one person in the village with a bigger than 10s, Naruto said. And you know who? Anko said, getting excited. Anko, it's me. Naruto said. Anko's eyes went wide after this revelation. No way you're as over 10s, Anko said in disbelief. S to be exact. Temari said. How the do you know, blonde? Anko yelled. Because we had like rabbits on our mission in waves the first night at Tazuna's. Temari said, holding on to Naruto's arm. Well then, let's go, Naruto. You're going to pleasure me for the night. Anko said, grabbing his arm and dragging him along. Oh, and Temari, if you want to have a threesome, just come along, Anko shouted over her shoulder. Temari was blushing at the thought of her first threesome being with her future sensei. She quickly shook her thoughts and followed the two to where Naruto dominated the two of them for 4 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna be a douchebag and not write out the lemon because that would make about 5 pages in Word if I went into detail, but I'll give you after they're finished. So what happens now, Naruto? Anko asked. I don't know. I mean, Temari and I are engaged. I'm also engaged to the Mizukage, Mayuzumaki Terumi. Yugao-chan said she would hop on if she wasn't dating Hate, so I don't know. What do you want this to be? Naruto asked Anko. I think this makes us boyfriend and girlfriend. You can ask me to marry you later, but for now we're just dating, Anko said, smiling at her new boyfriend who gave her the ride of her life. She's never remembered when a guy has been so rough on her, yet it felt so good to her at the same time. Anko got up to go take a shower and Naruto got a little idea in his mind. Smack! Naruto slapped Anko's ass, leaving a visible red handprint on her right ass cheek. She looked back at Naruto, and he just started laughing. Come on, Anko, let's get cleaned up together, Temari said, and again, smack. Temari had a matching red handprint on her right ass cheek as she looked back at Naruto and took it in stride and walked with Anko, with both of them swaying their hips. Naruto caught this and crashed into the wall from a nosebleed and was unconscious until the two came out of the shower, being refreshed after having 30 minutes of lesbian shower fun. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Naruto was taking a shower to get ready for tonight, but for now he made 250 shadow clones and made each of them study one of the 5 major elements, water, earth, fire, wind, and lightning, for the Chunin exams tomorrow. While the real Naruto went to spar with Temari out back where there was a nice open field for training. The two blondes went at it for 3 hours until Temari gave up, saying there was no way she could win with him having so much chakra and stamina. The two decided to hit the hot spring a little closer to the house before they headed out to meet up with the rest of Team 10 at Akimichi's, the one place they go after a successful mission and the Jonins would be paying. Meanwhile, when Naruto and Temari were sparring, Anko left to go tell her best friend Kurenai about Asuma and Mai, and how now she and Naruto are now dating. Kurenai was flipping out because Naruto was already engaged to Temari, but Anko quickly told her everything Naruto told her about with Mei, and the CRA that will be coming up in the next council meeting. Kurenai seemed to relax at this, but not by much. Even though Naruto wasn't her biological child, she still cared for him like he came from her womb. So since when have you and Naruto-kun been going out? Kurenai asked. Since after we just ate each other and Temari in a huge, rough threesome for 4 hours. Anko said like it was nothing big, but this was huge to Kurenai. What the Anko? You took your own student's virginity. Kurenai yelled. Thankfully Kakashi and Erasure were out shopping for Kurenai so they could speak freely. Hold up, I never took Naruto's virginity. Temari took his away on our mission to Waves. Anko snapped back. Well, that's a little better, I guess. But tell me, how is he? Is he good? Is he big or small? Cause I can only imagine Naruto being maybe 6, 7s at most. Kurenai said. Why the hell do you want to know? Is Kakashi not taking care of your needs anymore or something? Anko said. Actually, we haven't had since Erasure was born, and even when we had to make Arashi-kun it wasn't that great. Kakashi is like 7, 8s but no thickness to him. I just want a man who can rock my world for one night, and ruin me for any other man. Besides, Kakashi has been acting different ever since Naruto and Temari got engaged. Kurenai said, getting sad. What do you mean, Kurenai? Tell me right now, I have every right to know, being your best friend. Anko said sternly. Well, ever since Naruto and Temari got engaged he got drunk more often, like you've seen, and he's beaten me in his drunken rage. Whenever you saw me with the huge gash on my arm and I told you it was from overtraining, it was really when Kakashi threw a broken bottle at me and it got stuck and went down my arm. I pulled it out, and the huge gash was all that was left. I couldn't bring myself to tell him about this, and when Arashi-kun was born I thought he would change. But it has just gotten worse and worse, especially when Erasure would be training with Kakashi, and he wouldn't get a move as fast as Naruto did when he was younger. Anko, I need to do something, please help me. Kurenai said, crying. Akimichi's barbecue pit. All of Team 10 met up at Akimichi's and was joined by Teams 8 and 9 along with Team Baki. Guy, Kurenai, Kakashi, and Anko were all there with their teams, friends, and family in some cases. Even Erasure Hatake was there to celebrate a successful mission to his adopted brother's team. The two may not be blood-related, but by the way they acted with each other you couldn't tell. Everyone sat in their usual spots except for Anko. Naruto asked her to sit on his left with Shikamaru and Ino sitting on Anko's left, and were told by Naruto to not move from that spot no matter who tells them to move. Sitting in Naruto's lap was Temari, as expected, and on their right was Choji, who also got the same mini-lecture that Ino and Shikamaru got. Choji just saluted Naruto and started to chow down on his food, like any good old Akimichi would. Everyone was seated, but there was just one person missing. Who could it be? That's who's missing! Naruto exclaimed and vanished via Hiroshin to Jiji's office. Hokage office. Naruto appeared via Hiroshin in the Hokage's office. Hey Jiji, come on and celebrate with us. Everyone is there except for Asuma-sensei at the moment. Naruto said. I'll be there shortly, but Asuma won't be your sensei anymore. Hiruzen said. What? Why not? Naruto asked. Because if that was a situation where the woman, in this case Mai, was trying to get information, she would have gotten it, and it only cost her having and not getting pregnant as far as we know. I have to suspend him until further notice. He probably won't stay with us after that. Anyways, your new sensei will be Yugao Yuzuki. This way she can keep an eye on you easier, and there won't be any tension between the team. Hiruzen said. Yugao-chan, let's go, you're a part of Team 10 now. Naruto said, and Yugao appeared in her ANBU gear without her mask. Alright then, race you cutie. Yugao said, giving Naruto a on the cheek, then shining down to Akimichi's. Lucky bastard. Jealous old geezer. With that the two left the office, Hiruzen in a swirl of leaves and Naruto in an orange/yellow flash. Akimichi's. Everyone got and sat down. Naruto ended up moving Ino and Shikamaru down one spot for Yugao to sit on Anko's left. Hiruzen sat down on Naruto and Temari's right side. Asuma soon came in tired from running and shining an ass load of times, but made it in under a day. He walked over to the group and was greeted with some glares. Everyone now knew of what he did in Kiri. Hey Yugao, would you mind if I sat there next to Anko-chan? Asuma asked, trying to ignore the glares and act normal. I'm sorry Asuma, Anko has asked for me to stay put right here by her side. Yugao responded. Okay then Naruto. Temari, would you mind moving? Asuma asked again. Same thing goes for us Asuma. Anko-chan has asked for us to stay by her side no matter what. Naruto said, holding back his anger that was quickly rising to the surface. That's Anko-sensei to you Naruto. Asuma yelled at Naruto. Actually I can call her Anko-chan since the two of us are going out. Yes, that's right, Anko is my girlfriend and I her boyfriend. Naruto replied calmly. When did this happen, Anko? Asuma yelled again. Oh shit! Need some aloe vera cause you just got burned, bitch. Erasure said from nowhere. What the hell are you talking about? I never slept with a girl named Mai. Asuma yelled. That's because you thought it was Mei, but it was really Mei's twin sister Mai. You ed my fiance's sister. My future sister-in-law, Naruto yelled with his Rinnegan flaring and switching between that and his Namigan scaring the shit out of Asuma. Asuma Sarutobi, please hand over your ninja license and registration, headband, flak jacket, and your kunai and shuriken pouches. Hiruzen said. Why, Hokage-sama? Asuma asked angrily. Hiruzen responded angrily. Because Asuma. If that was a mission and Mai's objective was to seduce you and get information about the leaf, you would have given it to her. You would have given away our secrets. Hand over the items I asked for and be suspended indefinitely, or I will hand you over to Ibiki and the TI department to search your mind for treason. If you're found guilty, you will either be permanently revoked of your license, or you will be kicked out and branded as a missing nin worth 10 billion ryo, dead or alive. Hand them over now! Hiruzen yelled. Asuma begrudgingly handed over the items and left without another word. I'm sorry you all had to see that. That was very embarrassing for me. Hiruzen said, apologizing. No need for an apology, it had to be done. Shikaku Nara said. I agree with Shikaku. Inoichi Yamanaka said. Same here. Choza Akimichi replied. As well. Hayashi Hyuga said. What those four said. Suminazuka said. Same. Shibi Aburame said. No apology needed, Hokage-sama. Kakashi and Kurinai replied. Same with me. Guy said. There are no apologies needed for us, Hokage-sama. Baki said. Thanks, old man. Naruto said, smiling at him. Anytime, Naruto, anytime. Hiruzen replied. Well, Team 10, meet your new sensei Yugao Yuzuki. She will work alongside with Anko Mitarashi. Good luck, you guys. Hiruzen said. Everyone got to know Yugao since the night revolved around her, and she felt good to be surrounded by such good people. Eventually everyone went to their homes to sleep, and Kurinai was ripping Kakashi and Erasure a new one on the way to the Hataki compound. Naruto led Temari and Anko to their home, and the three slept in the master bed together, sharing each other's warmth. Sleep overcame Konoha and all was peaceful, except Asuma. He's brooding. Last time on Naruto's life. Well, Team 10, meet your new sensei Yugao Yuzuki. She will work alongside with Anko Mitarashi. Good luck, you guys. Hiruzen said. Everyone got to know Yugao since the night revolved around her, and she felt good to be surrounded by such good people. Eventually everyone went to their homes to sleep, and Kurinai was ripping Kakashi and Erasure a new one on the way to the Hataki compound. Naruto led Temari and Anko to their home, and the three slept in the master bed together, sharing each other's warmth. Sleep overcame Konoha and all was peaceful, except Asuma. He's brooding. Now, it was early in the morning and today was the big day, the Chunin exams. Naruto and Team 10 are ready for the exams. Naruto, Anko, and Temari all got up to get ready for the day. Naruto made clones to go make breakfast while they took a shower. Anko quickly took a shower, ate, and left Naruto and Temari on the lips, then left the house quickly. Temari looked at Naruto, and he just shrugged it off. The two ate breakfast, having fun teasing each other while they ate. After they finished and they left their house, Temari left to meet up with her team, and Naruto did the same. On Naruto's way to meet his team, he was thinking about strategies for the second stage, since Anko revealed everything about it to Naruto as a reward for pleasuring her so well the night before. Along with strategies were moves that he should show and moves he shouldn't. He wants to keep it simple with mostly D-ranked moves, but with a couple C-ranked moves thrown in there, even though he knows moves that are Academy level, E-ranked, to S-rank moves. While Naruto was thinking about all of this, he never noticed his favorite weapon loving, brown hair with buns friend Tenten running, but with tears in her eyes. Tenten slammed into Naruto, and he only was sent back a couple of feet, but kept his balance while Tenten crashed to the ground, starting to cry even harder. Naruto saw who he crashed into and immediately started to apologize. Oh shit, Tenten. I'm so sorry, I never saw you running at me. Are you okay? Why are you crying? He asked. I'm fine, Naruto. Tenten said, not meeting his eyes. Tenchan, please tell me why you're crying. You know I can't stand to see you like this, Naruto said, taking Tenten's hands in his own and making her look up into his cerulean ocean blue eyes that were so piercing. I was walking to go ask out Niji to be my boyfriend, and when I got there to ask him, he totally shut me down. He said he isn't interested in me and that I'll never meet up to his standards to go out with him. Tenten said, crying harder just from recalling the event only minutes ago. That bastard, I'll kill him if I face him in the final stage of the Chunin exams. Naruto said, with his anger rising and him unconsciously leaking out a ton of ki. No, please don't hurt him. He just doesn't know what he's doing. Tenten said, trying to make herself feel better by convincing herself that Niji doesn't really mean those things he said. Tenten, you said it yourself, he shut you down completely and insulted you. Look at me, you may not meet up with his standards, whatever that means, but you definitely meet up with mine. You're beautiful, kind, smart, strong, hardworking, and not to mention you can be funny at times. You are what every man in the world dreams to have, a girl like you. Naruto said. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Tenten said, blushing. Now let me ask you this. Tenten, will you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? Naruto said, smiling and looking into her deep brown eyes. Tenten didn't know what to say at first but soon found her voice. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki, I will be your girlfriend. Tenten said, hugging Naruto and ing him on lips which Naruto happily returned and even slipped his tongue in her mouth, catching Tenten off guard. Why don't we go for a walk in the park? We still have an hour before we need to be at the academy for the exams. Naruto said. I'd love that, Naruto-kun. Tenten said, but there is one thing you need to know about me, and if you tell anyone you will be executed because this is an SS class secret. Naruto said. I understand, Naruto. Tenten said. You know the story of the nine-tailed fox, right? Naruto asked. Of course, Lord Fourth killed it by sacrificing himself to save our village. Tenten said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Actually, that's incorrect. The Yondaime never killed it. In fact, you can't kill any of the tailed beasts. They just return in the number of years equivalent to their tail numbers, so for the fox it should have come back 3 years ago, but it hasn't. Naruto said. Naruto, just get to the ing point. Tenten said. Feisty, I like that. Anyways, like I said, the Yondaime never killed it, rather he sealed it in a newborn because a newborn's chakra coils are fresh and unmolded, so it's easier to take in the demonic chakra. But since it's too much for a baby to handle the full 9 tails, the Yondaime spilt it in half, sealing half of it in himself and half in the newborn. That newborn is me, Tenten. I'm the Jinchuriki for the 9-tailed fox. Naruto said, lifting up his shirt and showing her the seal. Tenten ran her hand over the seal, mesmerized by the intricacy of it. Thank you, Naruto, you are the village hero and people don't realize it. Tenten said, hugging Naruto. I know, but this can't get out, at least not until the next council meeting after the Chunin exams where my heritage is revealed. Naruto said, hugging Tenten back. But your parents are Kakashi and Kurenai, even though you don't have either one's hair color. Tenten said. They're my adopted parents. My real parents are Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, aka the Yellow Flash, and Kushina Uzumaki, Konoha's Red Death. Naruto said, smiling. You have the most famous parents in all of Konoha and maybe the world. Tenten said with wide eyes. Yeah, I guess, but remember, no one can know of this. Now let's go for our little walk, but first. Naruto started before making 3 shadow clones and giving each one a passport for his teammates to enter the exams. Go find Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji and give it to them, telling them to meet at the academy before 9 o'clock. Naruto said. Right, boss. The 3 clones said. Naruto and Tenten headed off in the direction of the nearest park to sit down and relax in each other's company. The time went by fast and soon Naruto's 3 teammates were waiting outside of the academy for him. Well, we should head over to the academy, my team is already there, and knowingly he probably dragged Niji out of bed to get there early. Naruto said, laughing, thinking about his eternal rival, as Lee put it. Okay then, Naruto-kun, let's go. Tenten said, starting to walk, but Naruto grabbed her arm. I've got a faster way to get there. Naruto said as he wrapped his arm around Tenten's waist and performed the Hiraishin. Outside the academy, Naruto and Tenten appear in the Hiraishin in front of Team Anko. Holy shit! Naruto? What the was that? All I saw was a yellow flash and bam, you're here. And why is your arm around Tenten? Are you two going out or something? Ino said jokingly at the last part. Actually we are Ino. That makes Sunaheim, Mizuheim, Hibiheim, and now Bukiheim, Weapons Princess, I think. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Tenten already walked as Naruto, and his team discussed what to expect since Naruto basically knows how the whole exams will play out. The team entered and went straight up to the second floor and needed to go up one more to report to room 301 for the exams, but there were people crowded around a room marked 301, but this was just a genjutsu, since they're still on the second floor. Naruto saw that there was a girl trying to get in but kept getting pushed back. Naruto noticed it was Tenten, and she charged again, and the Henge Kotetsu Higain was about to punch Tenten, and Lee started to make his move, but before he could, Naruto was already there. He grabbed Kotetsu's fist and threw him through a classroom wall, then kicked his partner in crime Izumo Kamizuki through another wall, then walked on. The rest of Team Anko followed and Team Guy caught up with them. Team Anko ran into Yugao and presented their passports, and she allowed them to enter the room. Once they entered the room, they were greeted by Kiba and his arrogance getting the better of him. I didn't know they let trash into the Chunin exams, Kiba said, smirking. Naruto pulled out a scroll and unsealed it, and it revealed to be Zabuza's former blade. I don't know, Kiba. I mean, we've only been on one mission, but I picked up a nifty souvenir while we were in Waves and Mist, Naruto said, holding the blade and turning it for Kiba to get a good look. At this, the two Mist teams that were here perked up when they heard their village's name. What they saw horrified them, and one of the Mist genin was enraged and walked up from the front of the classroom to the back where the rookie 10 were. Hey! Leaf Village trash, where the did you get that blade? That blade belongs to the demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. The Mist genin named Aoka yelled. It was given to me by a friend, Naruto said, still smirking. Bullshit, there's no way Zabuza could lose a fight, or even give away his blade. He's one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Aoka yelled again. You didn't hear? Zabuza's dead, Naruto said with a sadistic smirk. Oh yeah, then who killed him? Leaf S. Aoka yelled again and again. You're looking and talking to his killer, Naruto said. Aoka was horrified, looking down into the eyes of the boy who killed one of the most famous swordsmen other than Kisame Hashigaki. Naruto put the cleaver on his back and started to talk with the other rookies from the Leaf. To the side, Temari was smirking and Kankuro was impressed by the way Naruto held his ground and already struck fear into some people in this room. But this also encouraged others to kill Zabuza's killer. Your boyfriend just got in a shitload of trouble, Temari Niken, Kankuro whispered to Temari. He'll be fine, he's Naruto after all, you never know what to expect, Temari said, smiling. Just then a kid dressed in purple with glasses and silver hair walked up to the group of rookies. Hey, you guys are the rookies for this year, right? The genin asked. Yeah, what of it? Shikamaru replied with venom in his response. Nothing really, just wanted to let you know that with all the ruckus your friend here has caused, you guys are first on the menu for them, Kabuto said, smirking. The genin looked up and saw the glares they were getting from everyone. Even Temari's team was glaring at them, but it was only for show. Anyways, the name's Kabuto Yakushi, and I think I can help you guys out. How's that, 4 eyes? Shikamaru said. With these, my ninja info cards, Kabuto said. You're what? Those have got to be the lamest things next to the dobe. The cards are blank, dumbass, Sasuke said. Maybe now, but if I channel chakra into them I can get a person with all of the information I've gathered on them, Kabuto said. This piqued Naruto's interest a little bit, and he turned his attention to Kabuto, and Sasuke jumped on this chance. Give me everything you know about Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara of the Sand, and Temari of the Desert, Kankuro of the Desert, and Rock Lee. Kabuto drew 5 random cards on put chakra into the first, revealing Naruto's. Let's see. Naruto Uzumaki. Teammates are Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi, with his former sensei being Asuma Sarutobi, and current senseis are Anko Mitarashi and Yugao Yuzuki. He's been on 1 mission total, and that was a C-rank turned A-rank mission in the Land of Waves. Nothing is known of his ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or kenjutsu, Kabuto said as the card suddenly burst into flames and incinerated. Let's keep it that way, Naruto said, grinning. Then the other 4 cards burst into flames as well before Kabuto could even start to read them off to Sasuke. Sorry, Sasuke team, looks like you'll have to find out about Gaara-san, Temari-chan, Kankuro-san, and Lee another time, Naruto said, still grinning. Well, that's about all the information I can give you other than who all is here and aspect of what hidden village they hail from. Kabuto said. Tell me the percentage from each village if you wouldn't mind, Kabuto Yakushi. Shikamaru said. Alright, I will, since you sort of asked politely. Kabuto said as he pulled out another card that revealed the world map and showed the percentage of everyone at the exams. Okay, let's see, we have a total of 174 people here. 96 from the leaf, making that about 55%. 21 from the sand, making that about %. From rain and from grass, giving them each 7%. 6 from hidden waterfall, giving them 3%. 3 from the newest hidden village hidden in sound, and they're pretty small from what I've gathered, they make up about 2%. 15 from Kumo, giving them 9%. 6 from Kuri, giving them 3%. 3 from IWA, again 2%. That makes 100% of the examiners. Now there are examiners from other countries that move to some bigger ones to get in the exams, like those from Swamp, Rice, Tea, Bird, or other places have a harder time getting in since they don't have many people that want to be ninja, and those that do are already chunin or higher. They also won't travel far unless they're with a team from one of the bigger countries. Kabuto said. Just then one of the sound ninja from the middle of the room used his incredible speed to charge Kabuto, and swung at him, and Kabuto dodged it just in time. It looked like nothing happened, but then his glasses cracked, and he went deaf in his left ear and threw up. But how I saw the attack missed him, how the hell is he injured? Thought Shikamaru. If you're wondering how he landed a blow, just think back to the name of his village, Shika. Naruto whispered. The thing on his arm controls their currents. Shikamaru said, wide-eyed. Yeah, it's called the Melody Arm, very dangerous, but if you destroy it, he's useless. Naruto whispered back. Just then a poof of smoke appeared, and when the smoke went away, a man in a black trench coat with some scars going across his face appeared with about 20 chunin, including the ones that henge themselves into younger versions of themselves. Naruto noticed this and smirked at them. Both of who caught it, and just smiled back at him. Alright maggots, shut the up and take your seats. My name is Ibiki Marino, and I'll be your proctor for this part of the exam. The written part, Ibiki said with a sadistic smile that Naruto knew where Anko got hers from. Alright, remember these are going to be questions that genin aren't expected to know. Look for genjutsu if there's one, if not do your best to cheat without getting caught. Naruto told teams Kurenai, Guy, and Anko/Yugao. Temari had already gotten told this by Naruto, and she passed this on to her brothers, who just nodded and waited for the exam to start. Everyone took their seats and Naruto got lucky enough to be in between Temari and Tenten. Alright, you have 90 minutes to complete the first 9 questions. After the time is up, I'll give you the 10th and final question, where you will have 10 minutes to answer that one. If you are caught cheating, you lose 10 points. 5 times and your whole team is out of here. If your team's score isn't high enough, you will not move on. Alright, with that being said, you may begin. Ibiki yelled, and the genin turned over their tests, and about half looked like they already got mind-ed from just looking at the exam. Naruto was completely relaxed and smiled at the exam. He was right when he said these questions were way too hard. They were for jonin, not chunin hopefuls. Temari saw that Naruto wasn't going to move a muscle and didn't move as well. The others saw Naruto not do anything and they followed his lead. The only rookie team from the Leaf that was going at it was Team 7. Sakura, Sai, and Sasuke were working hard but were mind-ed at the same time. Temari passed a small note to Naruto, which he quickly read over. Naruto smiled and cast the genjutsu he stumbled upon in his library that was one his father used, making it an S-ranked genjutsu stronger than any genjutsu Kurenai knows. The idea of the genjutsu is when you cast it over your targeted area, you can make the people believe what you are doing while you can be doing something else. In this case, everyone was caught in the genjutsu but was still working on the test. Those not caught up in it can do as they please, and anyone caught in it can't hear or see what you're doing. So basically it's the best genjutsu for getting a blowjob or having in a public place. Minato even used it when he first ate Kushina in a restaurant. Naruto dispelled the genjutsu once they got to their seats and were acting like nothing happened. Ibiki finally told everyone to stop writing as the 90 minutes were up. Alright, now for the 10th and final question. Before I give it, here are your options. The first is that if you don't want to answer, you may leave now and try again next year. You and your team will all have to leave. Everyone stayed put, giving him stares that looked like he was an idiot if they were going to leave. The second option is that if you end up getting this wrong, you can never ever take the Chunin exams, and will be stuck as a genin for the rest of your life. Ibiki finished as a couple of kids from different villages looked like they took a massive shit in their pants. 20 people from 20 different teams raised their hand and their whole team was kicked out of the room. Well, that's 60 people gone. How many were sent out during testing? Ibiki asked the Chunin. A total of 21 teams were kicked out for cheating. A Chunin spoke up. Well, that only leaves around 45 of you. Now anyone else who would like to leave? Ibiki asked one more time. No one raised their hand. Good, you all pass. Ibiki said, smiling. What? Yelled a red-headed girl who by the headband looked like she comes from the land of grass. Naruto just thought that she was pretty hot with a bangin' body, straight red hair on one side of her head and spiked on the other side. She had beautiful red eyes and glasses that made her look like the eyest nerd Naruto has ever seen, and to top it off, her S weren't far behind Temari's in size. Yes, you all pass. You see, the point of the exam was to be able to make a hard decision without knowing the details. That is part of what it takes to be a Chunin when you start to lead missions. You must make the hard decisions that you think will best benefit the whole team and village in some cases. So you all pass. Ibiki said, smiling. Just then a blur came crashing through the window. It was a banner that read the Y and unsingle Anko Mitarashi. Then Anko popped into existence from behind some smoke. You're early, Anko, Naruto said. The kid's right, Anko, about 15 seconds early. Ibiki said from behind her banner. Anko started mumbling about damn blondes and scarfaces. All right, Gakis, my name is Anko Mitarashi and I'll be the proctor for your second exam. Meet me at training ground 44 in 30 minutes, or your whole team is disqualified. Oh, and Ibiki, you're getting soft. Only 15 teams, I expected like 3. I might have to take over and TI if this keeps going on, Anko said as she jumped out of the window, and every team expect Team Guy, Anko, Kurenai, and Baki left in a rush to find training ground 44. Naruto used the Hiraishin to get the forest before Anko got there. The Forest of Death / Training Ground 44. Naruto and his team were their hideout from their genin test a month or so ago, and they had a quick meeting. Their base, they went over what the object was. Take a scroll from the other team and get to the tower within 5 days. Over the time, Naruto had been stocking up the place with all kinds of weapons, shuriken, a few demon wind shurikens, kunai, swords, bow and arrows, saban, staffs, war flails, javelins, maces, battle axes and sickles, and Naruto had retrieved the shuriken chains from the demon brothers' gauntlets. The Ino Shikacho trio's eyes went wide seeing the variety of weapons around the room. Alright guys, ignore the weapons I've been buying for a while. Just remember there is a heaven and earth scroll, whichever one we get we need the other. Choji, you'll carry the scroll. And we get our scroll last so I can make a copy of it, and when we walk out I'll out the copy in my pocket for everyone to see. They come after us, I give them the copy, and then they leave. They get to the tower, and then get disqualified for having the wrong scroll. Let's get to the front. Choji put the mace down. Naruto yelled out the last part and grabbed a demon wind shuriken before leaving the hideout. Naruto used the Hiraishin to the front of the gates where Anko just arrived, and he grinned at her. Hey Anko-chan, I think I know who's gonna pass this part. Naruto said, grinning as usual. Who do you think then, Mr. Confidence? Anko replied, us, Team Kurenai, Team Guy, Team Kakashi, when we helped them after beating the shit out of them. Anko giggled at this. Team Baki, Kabuto's team, and maybe one person from Grass. Naruto said. 250 Ryo says you're wrong. Anko said, deal? Naruto replied, smirking, since he has never lost a bet 53-0 all time against everyone outside the casino, and in the casino his total record for every game is 525-0. Anko just singed a death contract making this bet. All the teams finally found training ground 44 and were scared shitless. Tall chain link fences that were at least 30 high. The trees were even taller, probably around 150 to 200 feet, and were extremely thick. And to top things off, you couldn't see past the first line of trees. Oh, and you could hear the big-ass animals beating the shit out of each other if you weren't scared already. Alright Gakis, what I'm handing you is a form that states that the Leaf Village is not responsible in any way for your death. If you sign this, you agree to our terms and will participate. If not, your team is disqualified. Hurry up and I'll explain everything once you sign the paper, Anko said, handing out forms and waiting for everyone to sign them. Once everyone signed them, she collected them and told them to go to the shack to get their scroll. From there she'll explain the rest of the exam. As going by their plan, Naruto's team went last to receive their scroll, and Anko noticed this and wondered what they were up to. Naruto made a clone of their Earth scroll and let Choji hide the real one. Walking out, everyone was looking at Naruto, and they all saw him put away the Earth scroll. Teams smirked at how stupid this kid had to be to let all the other competitors see where he hid his team's scroll. Alright, you see that you all have a scroll. One says heaven and the other earth. Your objective is to get the other scroll and get to the tower in the center of the area in 5 days. If you do not make it, you are either dead or out. If you have a fake, you are out because it's not my fault you were a complete dumbass and took a fake. You will have to kill each other in some cases. Beware of the animals in here, they're a little bit bigger than what you normally see. Any questions before you report to your assigned gate? Anko said. No one had any questions, so Anko told them to report to their assigned gates and wait to enter their worst nightmare. For some, that is. With Team 10 already being there, they have nothing to fear. To Naruto's left was Aoka and his Miss team glaring at him. To his left was the team from Kumo looking at Naruto for the chance to kill him and take his cleaver. Guys, the teams on both sides are staring at me. The second the gates open up, hold on to a part of my body and we'll flash to the hideout. Naruto said, looking straight ahead. Got it, Naruto. Ino said. A buzzer went off and the gates swung open, allowing entrance to Anko's playground. All the teams rushed in and the teams from Kuri and Kumo charged to where Naruto was. But before they had a chance to make one hand seal, they vanished in a yellow flash. The team from Kumo knew exactly who this kid was, but the Kuri team still didn't know. The two teams looked at each other and charged into attack. In the end, it came down to Aoka and the leader of the Kumo team. In the end, the Kumo leader used an attack that killed Aoka, but Aoka also threw out an attack that killed Jogen, the Kumo leader. Water style, giant vortex jutsu, Aoka yelled as a vortex of water shot at Jogen. Lightning style, electric needle spark, Jogen yelled as he rose up one arm and channeled electricity through it, then pointed his other arm at Aoka and shot out the lightning. The vortex consumed the lightning, but it kept traveling until it hit Aoka. The now electrified water slammed at Jogen and was killed on the spot. Aoka's chakra system was fried, and with the excess electricity in his body, his heart sped up too much and bursted of him, killing him. The two lied dead with heaven scrolls by their bodies. Naruto heard the screams from Aoka and went to check it out. What he saw was gruesome. Jogen's body had charred skin from being fried with his own attack and it being boosted tenfold from the water. On Aoka he saw a huge red blot under his, and when he poked it the skin was tender, and he almost punctured the skin just from poking it a little bit. Naruto saw the two heaven scrolls and picked them up. Maybe if they got in a bind they could use the extra to bargain to spare their lives. Naruto flashed to his teammates, and they were waiting for the results. Naruto told them, it's too gruesome to explain, but on the bright side they both had heaven scrolls. If we need to bargain with a team who has an earth scroll, we can exchange our lives for the extra scroll. Naruto explained. Choji, you carry one to hang on to. I'll carry the other. Grab a weapon that suits you and we leave for the tower now. If we get there first, we'll have the most time to rest. Choji, I think the mace fits you the best. Ino, try out the sickle. Now Shikamaru, I'm torn between you using the war flail or using one of my demon wind shurikens. You choose. Naruto said. Shikamaru pondered over it before giving his answer. You know it's just too troublesome to decide. Give me a war flail. Troublesome blonde. Getting so many weapons. Shikamaru muttered. Naruto handed Shikamaru a war flail, and they headed out to get to the tower before anyone else did. All that remained were enemy teams, whether they come from the leaf or not. The group picked up 2 more scrolls, one earth and one heaven. Naruto had given up his fakes to some teams from IWA and Kuri. Both times the teams tried to attack Naruto, and both times they all pulled out their weapons and went into badass poses, making the teams crawl away in fear. Before they were even in there for 3 hours, they made it to the tower. They rolled out the real scrolls they had, and then a cloud of smoke appeared. Stepping out of the smoke was Yugao. Yugao-sensei? Choji asked. Hey Choji, I'm here to announce that you guys have passed the second stage in record time. Let's see, 2 hours and 11 minutes. Wow, that destroys the old record of 2 days 13 hours and 45 minutes. Everyone smirked and left to go rest up for the rest of this gauntlet they were being put through. A written test with no meaning to it, then this survival crap they already went through to become genin. And next would be prelims if Naruto got his bet right. After then there would be a month off of nothing but training with the best money can buy before the Chunin finals kick off. Life sucked for genin being put through this. Thankfully those reading are nice and comfy, enjoying life instead being put through the shit I put them through. Sigh, life's good. Naruto took the extra scrolls and headed out without anyone noticing him leave. Once outside he stuck to one of the best tools for a ninja, the shadows. Naruto only moved in them and found the forest to be quiet. Too quiet at that, which can only mean one thing: there's something bigger than the rest of the animals here, and the animals all know it. Naruto soon heard some fighting and decided to go check it out, and what he saw shocked him. There was a grass ninja fighting Sasuke and he looked like shit. Worse than any beatdown Naruto ever gave him at the academy. Just then the weird-ass grass ninja started to have its skin melt into mud and all that was left was the snake Sannin, Orochimaru. Orochimaru was actually here, but why? Did it have something to do with Sasuke or a whole other reason? Either way the Hokage must know, and A and B should be out here to drive him off. Naruto flashed to the tower but left a mark that would allow him to return to that spot later on. Naruto ran to the top to find the Hokage behind a desk and a whole bunch of jonin. Gigi-san, he's back. He's really returned, Naruto said with a somewhat worried face on. Nico-chan, the Hokage yelled. In an instant Yugao was there kneeling before the Hokage. Yes, my lord Hokage? Yugao said more than asked. Listen to what Naruto has to say. Hiruzen said. Nico-chan, get your team and the next 4 best teams in ANBU and have them run their asses here immediately. Tell them, Orochimaru has returned, and this time I'll make sure he's injured. Naruto said. The Jonin went into an uproar before Naruto shot out some of Kyuubi's ki, making it harder to breathe for everyone else but the Hokage. Silence, fools! Naruto yelled as his eyes had changed from their calm and peaceful cerulean blue to a now raging red with slitted pupils and the Namigan swirls around the pupil. This was Naruto's first combination dojutsu. Kyuubi and the Namigan at once. Naruto could feel so much power coursing through his body it felt great. Naruto looked around and saw the fear in everyone's eyes except Kurenai and Hiruzen. They still held compassion in their eyes. Everyone else was filled with fear. Enko was about to retort saying it was her responsibility, but Naruto shot that idea down before it got put into motion when he glared at her and released more ki, bringing some of the Jonin to their knees. Naruto used the Hiraishin and appeared on the same tree looking down on the fight. Sai was frozen with fear staring down one of the legendary Sannin. Sakura was knocked out as expected, and Sasuke was the only one facing Orochimaru, but his eyes showed fear. Sasuke still hasn't had his Sharingan activated and he looked like shit. Naruto was still with his Kyuubi Namigan activated and could tell Sasuke was running low on chakra and decided to step in. Naruto jumped down to stand in between Orochimaru and Sasuke staring down the snake Sannin. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and saw his eyes and were intrigued by them, and he noticed his pupils were slitted. Only the Kyuubi had those type of eyes and knew who he was. Oh, look what we have here. A fox far away from its hole. And those eyes look to be way more powerful than the Sharingan. Tell me, what do those eyes do and what's its name? Orochimaru said. These eyes are called the Namigan. My father had them. In fact, everyone from his clan had them. Maybe you can guess which clan had them by the name. Naruto said, smirking. Orochimaru's eyes went wide, realizing what clan this boy came from. You can't be from that clan. He died years ago sealing the 9 tails. How can you be his son? Orochimaru cried out, realizing who the boy father was. Naruto purposely changed his eyes to his fully matured Sharingan, shocking the Sannin and Sasuke beyond disbelief. How do you have the Namigan and the Sharingan? Tell me! Orochimaru screamed. It was given to me by a friend. Oh, and I also have this as well, Naruto said before changing his eyes to that of the MS, then his EMS, Byakugan, then ended it with the Rinnegan. You have every dojutsu? Orochimaru said in horror, because if this kid knows how to use all of them he could be in serious trouble. Yeah, so what, it was a gift? Naruto said, but there are only 3 other people in the world that have the Sharingan: Sasuke, Itachi, and that damn Warhawk Danzo. Orochimaru said, how does Danzo have the Sharingan, you snake? Naruto said, more than asked. Simple, he killed Uchiha clan members with the Sharingan, then took their eyes. If I remember right, he's got around 10 on his right arm and 1 in his right eye. Why do you think he keeps them bandaged up? It's so no one sees that he has killed people from the Uchiha clan. He plays it off as an injury he had when he was younger, but I know the truth about it. Orochimaru said, why tell me all of this? Surely you want something out of it. Naruto said, because you may need this information in the future, and he's a bastard who promised to get me into the leaf again, but has failed every time with his rude agents dying for some reason. Orochimaru said, wait, so you're telling me that the old geezer that has wanted me to get special treatment has killed some of my people to gain power, and has written them off as being injuries? Sasuke said, getting mad. Yes, Sasuke-kun, he's killed your people and has taken their eyes. Now what are you gonna do about it? Orochimaru said, trying to rile up Sasuke. I'll kill the bastard. Sasuke yelled. No, Sasuke, you can't do that to a council member, or you will be kicked out of the leaf for murdering a council member without being attacked first. We will take this up with Gigi-san and he'll put an investigation in order. I promise you, Sasuke, that if they find him guilty, I'll help you kill him. Naruto said. Sasuke was shocked that Naruto was still willing to help him out in something that he might not understand, and even after Sasuke berated him during the academy. Why? Why help me, Naruto, after everything I put you through? Why would you help me? Sasuke questioned. Because, Sasuke, we may not be best friends, but we are comrades, and as such I'll help you in any way I can in any matter you need me to. Naruto said, grinning at him. Thank you, Naruto, now let's take down this snake S. Sasuke said, that's the Sasuke I know. Naruto said, unsealing his swords of kami from his left bicep and sheathing them, then unsealing Kubikiribocho and putting it vertically on his back. My, you seem to like swords a lot, little fox. And that seems like Zabuza's sword. Tell me, how is he? Orochimaru said, I don't know, maybe you can ask him in the afterlife once I kill like I killed him. Naruto said, charging with his MS flaring. Right as Naruto was about to land a punch on the snake, he heard a voice and time slowed down dramatically. Kit, we need to talk. Naruto's mindscape. What is it, Kurama? Kit, when you got that Sharingan and the other dojutsu, you acquired another sub-element that only those with the MS can do. What would that be? Blaze style, you can shoot out black flames called Amaterasu from your eyes. Project where you want them to be with one eye and shoot with the other. It consumes whatever it touches and doesn't go out until it is gone. Not even water can put it out. Be careful not to shoot yourself or your comrades. Thank you, Kurama. Sure thing, Kit, and I also know who that man was that called you last time you were in here. Who was it? He was my best friend before he passed away and was also my creator, Rikuta Sannin, the sage of 6 paths, savior of the world, wielder of the Rinnegan. Those were his names. His real name was Hagoromo Otsutsuki. He was my best friend and he made me the strongest of the tailed beasts. He also gave me the power to heal my container. And he also gave me the power to let my container hold multiple contracts by signing the Demon Fox contract. You automatically hold the Fox contract, and you can sign as many contracts as you want. And when you add mates by biting their collarbone, a tattoo will appear of a fox with one tail. Then every time you add another mate, another tail appears on all of them. By doing this they can summon me or the regular foxes. But you're the only demon fox, so wouldn't I be summoning you? Oh yeah, just wait till the council sees me in the 3rd round. They'll be calling for your head and shit their pants thinking that I'm dead. Alright, so let me sign the contract. Here, just sign your name in blood and you're good to go. There, see you around, Kurama. Later, Kit. Exit Naruto's mindscape. Naruto was so eager to try out Amaterasu that he focused on Orochimaru and shot the black flames, and it hit its mark. All that you could hear was screaming from Orochimaru as he was being burned alive. While the flames were still burning, Naruto backed up to where Sasuke was. Sasuke, do you have both of your scrolls? No, we only have the Earth Scroll. Why? Naruto threw him one of the real Heaven Scrolls he picked up along the way and told him, get Sakura and Sai and get the hell out of here. If I even summon half of him, there won't be a forest of death, Naruto said. What do you mean there won't be a forest of death? This place is huge. Sasuke said, thinking he was crazy. My summon is the 9 tails. Now get going, Naruto said as he made a clone to snap Sai out of his stupor and carry Sakura in his arms. Sasuke followed Naruto's clone to the tower. Naruto turned back to where Orochimaru was supposed to burning to find a puddle of mud. The hell, where did he go? Naruto said as Orochimaru came up out of the thick branch unharmed from Amaterasu. That was quite the attack, boy. Tell me how you know Blaze style. Orochimaru said, letting his long tongue that he uses to. Naruto was getting tired of this shit, and went through 44 hand seals before calling out his jutsu, water style, water dragon jutsu, and a dragon made of water shot straight towards Orochimaru, and he countered with a jutsu of his own water style, water dragon jutsu. The 2 water dragons collided and cancelled each other out. Naruto summoned 4 shadow clones and they all went through different hand signs to create a collaboration jutsu. They all cried out 5 elements dragon jutsu, and a dragon made of fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning shot at Orochimaru and he summoned a dragon of his own. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. The 2 dragons crashed into each other creating an explosion and wiping a good section of the forest. Kiba's teams along with Team Guy were on the edge of where the trees got blown away and decided to check out what happened. What they saw took away their breath. Naruto was facing one of the Sannin, and he wasn't dead yet. Naruto, run! Let A and BU help out when they arrive. Kiba yelled. No! I'm fine, just a little worn out is all. Naruto said, turning his head and grinning at him. Just then A and BU arrived. Naruto, we can take it from here. Yugao said as 20 A and B showed up surrounding them. Just one more attack is all I need before I hand him over to y'all. Naruto said as he summoned 6 more shadow clones, giving him a total of 10 shadow clones. Alright, let's try it out for the first time, boys. Naruto said as they flashed through hand signs and cried out together, multi-elemental dragon jutsu. And a dragon made from the 5 main elements shot forward and a dragon's made of wood, storm, boil, lava, ice, and dust styles shot forward and combining to create a dragon made of 11 elements, and it hit Orochimaru but not before he stretched out his arm and put a seal on Naruto. 5-pronged seal, Orochimaru yelled as he got hit with the dragon and flew back before retreating through the ground. Naruto could feel his chakra being disrupted but was just glad to have this fight over with, since that was the first time he tried out that last jutsu. Kiba and Niji's team left for the tower already having their scrolls. Naruto was running through the forest when he heard a scream that sounded feminine. He ran to check it out, and saw it was that same hot redhead from earlier who was being attacked by Midora. Hey Midora, what you up to? Naruto said, walking over to them calmly. Not much, bout to eat this redhead over here until you so rudely interrupted me. Midora said jokingly. Hey, what's your name? Naruto asked the redhead. I'm Karen, and you would be? Karen said. Naruto Uzumaki at your service. Naruto said, adding in the bow for effect. Did you say Uzumaki? Karen asked. Yeah, what of it? It's my last name from my mother Kushina. Naruto said. Well, the thing is that I'm an Uzumaki. My name is Karen Uzumaki. I guess we're distant cousins. Karen said, blushing while she thought about doing dirty things to Naruto. Naruto just ran up to her and hugged her as tight as he could, and she returned the hug smiling down at him since his head was in her small C-cup S. So damn soft. Naruto thought as his head was being squished by Karen's S. Maybe after the exams you can transfer here and live with me since you don't know anyone here. Naruto said. Are you sure I wouldn't by intruding or anything? Karen asked hesitantly. Of course Gramps won't mind since you're a part of my family no matter how distant we are. Naruto said, grinning. Okay, well, if you insist on it, then I will request a transfer after everything is over. Karen said, smiling at Naruto. Do you have both of your scrolls or do you need one? Naruto asked. I need an earth scroll. Do you have one? Karen asked. Yeah, pick them up after some fights. Here you go. Naruto said, handing the scroll over to Karen. So where's your team, Karen-chan? Naruto asked. Well, my team's dead, so I'm all that's left. Karen said. Oh, sorry to hear that. Naruto said. Don't be, they were assholes who tried to me, then left me to fight Midora over here, but she killed both of them and was about to kill me before you stepped in. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Karen said as she leaned down and captured Naruto's lips with her own. Damn, he really knows how to, and he tastes so good. Karen thought as they deepened the end. Naruto stuck his tongue in her mouth and tasted her. Naruto's hands started to travel south, and that's when Karen broke the "maybe later Naruto-kun," Karen said as she started to walk towards the tower, swaying her hips, hoping Naruto saw this, and he definitely did. The two arrived at the tower where all of Naruto's friends were worried about him when they heard he was fighting Orochimaru. Temari ran up to him and slapped him across the face and brought him to a private room where she yelled at him for how stupid it was to go up against one of the Sannin. Naruto's friends were all at the door listening in on Naruto getting his ass handed to by his fiancée, and started to laugh with each other, and teased him for the next 4 days while they rested. Sakura finally woke up after some time and was confused as to how they got to the tower. "Sasuke-kun, how did we get here? Did we finish?" she asked. "Yeah, Naruto saved my life and our team's," Sasuke said without emotion on his face. "There's no way he saved us." "It must have been you, Sasuke-kun. Tell me that Baka didn't save us," Sakura cried out. "He did. He saved us from Orochimaru, and he beat him with only 3 moves. And he's not that bad of a person like I want to see him as," Sasuke said, smiling at the last part, thinking about having an acquaintance which can lead to being better friends. "How could he beat Orochimaru in 3 moves? He's a Sannin. Just as good as the Hokage himself," Sakura said in disbelief. "Go ask him yourself for the story if you don't believe me," Sasuke said as he walked away. Sakura just pouted for a little bit before heading down from the tower infirmary to ask Naruto about his fight with Orochimaru, which she was sure of that he lost and got seriously injured. "Baka!" Sakura screamed. "Tell me about your fight with Orochimaru now," she yelled at him, demanding to know all of the details. "Oh, it was awesome," Kiba said. "I saw the last move myself and—" "Shut up, mutt!" Sakura yelled. "Bitch," Kiba said under his breath. "Well, I used Water Dragon Jutsu on him, and he returned with one of his own and they cancelled each other out. So I created 4 shadow clones and we did a collaboration jutsu I created known as 5 Elemental Dragon Jutsu containing the 5 main elements." He countered with Wood Style, Wood Dragon Jutsu, and when they connected, a part of the forest blew up, making a big clearing. That's when Kiba and Niji's team watched the last move. I used another move I created and used for the first time called Multi-Elemental Dragon Jutsu containing the 5 main elements, and then my Kekii Genkai of 6 other sub-elements. I hit my mark, but he put a seal on me, disrupting the flow of my chakra," Naruto said, grinning at his accomplishment. "How the hell do you have 6 sub-elements via Kekii Genkai?" Sakura asked. "Actually it's 7, forgot to mention I used Amaterasu on Orochimaru, but it was part of me getting this dojutsu only from my father's clan," Naruto said as he showed her his Namigan for the first time. "This is the Namigan, only my father's clan's men had this Kekii Genkai. But my father never achieved the stage that I'm at. You see, he got to the Yoshi Namigan, which is the 9th stage. I got the 10th and final stage from a certain someone, who shall stay unnamed until the right time, and I got to name the 10th stage since I'm the first to get to it," Naruto said proudly. "Oh yeah, then what's the name of the last stage?" Sakura asked in a stuck-up way. "Its name is the Tima Namigan for a reason which is also to remain a secret until the right time," Naruto said. "So what, you can control some elements? Big deal. Your eyes don't do much," Sakura said. "Actually, they have better vision than the Byakugan, can predict attacks better than the Sharingan when it's fully matured, and it's more powerful than the Rinnegan. Actually, I have all of those dojutsus as well," Naruto said as he went through each one, making sure everyone knew not to piss him off, or they will die a painful death. "Well, that's my story. Any more questions, or can I relax before the 3rd round in a month?" Naruto said. "That's all for now," Sakura said, eyeing Naruto carefully. Naruto turned around and went to go talk with his friends and introduce them to his new cousin Karen. They were all thrilled to learn that Naruto had some family outside the Hatakis, and that she would be living with them after the Chunin exams were over. The next 4 days were uneventful except for Naruto ing Temari and her walking bow-legged for a few days, and Karen sleeping with Naruto, as he shadow clone gangbanged her after she did some pretty good convincing with her mouth and tongue. She was also walking bow-legged like Temari. The last team to come in was Kabuto's team. Somewhere along the way Midora ate the other 2. So the final tally for the people present was teams 7 to 10, Team Kabuto, Team Baki, and Karen from Grass. Looks like Naruto is getting paid 250 ryo and gets to dominate Anko in bed later that night. Now all of the Chunin hopefuls that have made it are, from the Leaf Village, Team Guy consisting of Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, Tenten, Team Kakashi with Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno Sai, Team Kurenai with Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Team Anko Yugao consisting 4 Genin and Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, the Sand siblings of Temari of the Sand, Konkuro of the Sand, Gaara of the Desert, Team Yukashi, don't know his name, Kabuto Yakushi, Yoroi Akado, Misumi Tsurugi, and from Kusagakure Karen Uzumaki. Congrats to all of you for making it this far. The next part of the exam will be 1v1 matches. Now if there is anyone who wishes to forfeit, please step forward. Hiruzen said. Kabuto stepped up to forfeit. Kabuto, why are you forfeiting? Sakura asked. Because he's a bitch, Sakura. Kiba snickered while saying this. Well, I used up a lot of stamina in the last exam and I can't fight in this condition, maybe next time, Sakura. Kabuto said as he started to walk out. Hiruzen whispered to Kakashi. Follow him, he smells like snake. How do you know? Kakashi whispered back. Naruto during his time off said he smelled like snake and Anko doesn't know him. The only other person that deals with snakes is Orochimaru. Hiruzen replied. Got it. Kakashi said. Kabuto, let me show you the way out. Kakashi said as he walked Kabuto out. Hate Gecko, a sickly-looking man, stepped up to take over. My name is Hate Gecko and I'll be the proctor for the 3rd exam. As the Hokage has stated, this will be one-on-one fights to thin out the competition since so many of you made it. Now if you will focus on the screen above us, we can see who you'll be fighting. Now match 1 will be. Hate said as the screen started to flip through 19 names. The first names to show were Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akado. Will Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akado please stay on the floor and everyone else go up to the railings so we can get this match underway? Hate said as everyone moved out of the way for the 2 examiners to fight. Sasuke stared down Yoroi with a confident smirk. Now the rules are to go at each other with killing intent, but you may not kill, only injure them. We will step in if you try to purposely hurt them if they quit. Now examiners, are you ready? Hate said. The 2 nodded and Hate proceeded. Alright, begin. He yelled as he jumped back and Sasuke and Yoroi jumped back as well. Sasuke yelled out, Fire style. Fireball jutsu. As the fireball was coming towards Yoroi, he stuck out his hand and took away all of the chakra from the fireball until it was the size of a spark. You're going to have to do better than that, Sasuke. Yoroi said as he taunted Sasuke. Yoroi threw shuriken at Sasuke to make him jump, but Sasuke pulled out a kunai and deflected all of them but one. That one he didn't deflect, he caught it in the hole of the shuriken with his kunai and threw it back at Yoroi, and it nicked him in his shoulder. Shit! Yoroi cursed under his breath, getting hit on the exact spot where a previous injury was and reopened that wound, and blood started to seep through, and everyone can see it. Can you still go? Hate asked. Yeah, I'm not losing to this little punk. Yoroi replied with a sadistic smirk that you couldn't see with his cloth-like veil covering his nose and mouth. Yoroi decided to bring out the best in Sasuke since Orochimaru was there hiding as Kabuto's sensei after he knocked him out and left him somewhere. Yoroi landed a barrage of punches and kicks on Sasuke consisting of uppercuts, roundhouse kicks, kneeing him in the gut, and ended with a punch right in Sasuke's face, knocking him to the ground, and Yoroi started to suck away chakra from Sasuke using his talent. He was about to completely drain Sasuke of any chakra and kill him, but Sasuke found the strength within him to bend his knees and kick Yoroi, and sending him 35 feet in the air and gathering up his energy to use his speed and get above Yoroi and come crashing down on Yoroi's with a heel strike. Lion's Barrage! Sasuke yelled as his heel came in contact with Yoroi's. Then he punched Yoroi in his face and maintained contact until he hit the ground and suffered a concussion, and knocking him out. Sasuke was panting from the chakra and was starting to fall over, but Naruto used his great speed to get one of Sasuke's arms around his neck and walk him up to the railway and set him down by his team, and Kakashi, who had returned from walking out Kabuto, who said he would be going to his team's training field for practice to get better for next time the Chunin exams were held. Kakashi did see Naruto save Sasuke and smiled, hoping Naruto would be the one to break Sasuke out of his Avenger mindset. Alright, cough cough, Sasuke Uchiha wins by force knockout. Cough. Now the next match will be Hate said as he coughed, and the screen flipped through the names until it landed on Naruto Uzumaki and Kiba Inuzuka are the next examiners. Will you please come down now? Hate said. Naruto just grinned over at Kiba and jumped the railing, dropping 30 feet without getting hurt. Kiba was grinning as well and decided to walk down the stairs to face Naruto. This will be a real quick match, everyone. Kiba shouted out to everyone. Alright, shut the up you two. Now are you ready? Hate said and got 2 nods in return. Then begin. Hate yelled as he jumped back. And Naruto stood still with his eyes closed thinking about how to approach this match, and Kiba jumped back getting ready to use a combo with Akamaru right off the bat. Okay, now I need to end this quick but not show off too much so I don't get that high of a seeding for the third round. And 10 to 11 of us will pass, so I need to aim for a seed anywhere from 7 to 11. Hey Kurama, any ideas on what I should do? Naruto thought then asked. Well, Kit Rakuta Sannin used 2 moves that were pretty strong. What are they? One is Almighty Push, which pushes everything around you away from you since you are the epicenter of the force, and it's invisible. There is also a 5-second delay until you can use it again. The next is Universal Pull, which can pull an object you're looking at towards you. It is also an invisible force that will need a 5-second delay before using it again. You can use them consecutively if you have truly mastered the Rinnegan. Those who haven't need a 5-second delay before using the same one or using the other. But knowing Rakuta Sannin, he probably gave you fully matured eyes. Go ahead and try them out. Just activate your eyes, then hold out your hand and say the move Almighty Push. You don't need to do anything except say Universal Pull for that move. Try doing a combo to end this quickly using Almighty Push then Universal Pull. Good luck. Thanks Kurama. When Naruto opened his eyes, he had his Rinnegan flaring in its purple-colored glory. Naruto whispered Almighty Push, and Kiba went flying into the wall, making a huge crater. Everyone's eyes went wide seeing Kiba go flying, and Naruto only put his hand up. Kiba suffered a torn ACL in his left leg and a hairline fracture in the same leg, while also completely breaking his right leg. And this was just from the force of it. This wasn't even taking in consideration the cuts and bruises from the broken wall. Kiba fell to the ground and struggled to get up. When he finally did, he said, "What the hell was that? 1 second I'm facing Naruto, and the next I'm in the ing wall," Kiba said as he struggles to keep his balance with his injuries to his legs. Universal Pull, Naruto shouted, and Kiba started to fly towards Naruto, gaining speed with every inch, and Naruto jumped towards him, and had his hand balled up and bent at his side with his knuckles facing the ground. Then Kiba came in contact with the fist and doubled over while he coughed up blood. It wasn't because Naruto swung at Kiba while he was flying towards Naruto. It was because of how fast they were approaching each other that by only letting his fist hang there, the force from the speed would take care of force transferred to Kiba. End the match, Hate, and get some medics. Told you it would bite you in the ass if you got too why, Naruto said as he walked up to where everyone was looking on. When he got up, people had their mouths open with wide eyes, wondering how strong Naruto really was. No one actually saw his eyes except for Kiba, so they thought this was pure strength from Naruto. Okay, then by suffering too many injuries, the winner of this match is Naruto Uzumaki, Hate said. As Naruto got towards his team, Ino ran up and hugged him on his victory. Congrats on beating Kiba, Naruto, Ino said. Thanks, Ino, Naruto said as he returned the hug and gave high fives to Shikamaru and Choji. Well, now that I've won, it's time for the rest of you to win your fights, Naruto said as he leaned against the railing. Hiruzen got up to speak next about the upcoming match. Now we will do something that hasn't been attempted since the first prelims of the third round of the Chunin exams. A 3-way fight. And the fighters will be... Hiruzen said as the screen started to go through the remaining names on 3 slots, and they all stopped showing. It would be a 3-way fight between Sakura Haruno, Ino Yamanaka, and Karen Uzumaki. Please come down for the fight. Now the rules are a little bit different for this match. You may team up on each other, but do not do anything that puts another examiner's health at risk. Is that understood? Hiruzen said. The 3 girls shook their heads as they started to make their way down for the fight. Naruto returned Ino's hug and said to her, "Good luck down there. And try not to hurt Karen that much. I won't hurt her too bad, but Sakura is dead meat today. I can finally take her out in a fight and show her I'm the dominant female in our class," Ino said. Karen started to walk by and Naruto grabbed her and brought her into a hug with affection and whispered into her ear, "Don't get hurt, please. I love you. I won't get hurt, and I love you to Naruto," Karen said as she planted a quick on his cheek and went down to the arena. Temari saw all of this and wasn't happy at all. "Calm down, sis, it's just his cousin he never knew about. They probably don't really have any feelings for each other," Kankuro said, "but he has no idea how wrong he is." "Shut up, ass wipe," Temari snapped back. Kankuro's sweat dropped, then turned to the fight. "Alright, now are all of you ready?" Hate said, pulling off this without coughing. He got 3 nods and began the match. "Alright, cough, damn it, Hate, you had to ruin it, begin," he yelled, jumping back, and the 3 girls followed suit. The 3 stared each other down, looking for the first to make a move. Ino and Karen both charged at Sakura, making her eyes go as wide as a deer caught in the headlights. Next thing Sakura knew, she was fighting off 2 girls at once while being backed up into a wall. Ino was about to use an advanced jutsu her family knows that only the clan leader is allowed to use, unless you are in grave danger, but other than that only the clan leader. Total Mind Destructino started but was cut off when Karen cut multiple muscles and tendons in Sakura's legs, abdomen, and arms, forcing her to quit. Now this was advanced for Karen since she usually only heals instead of destroys body parts. Karen was around 15% on chakra levels even with the Uzumaki name backing up her huge reserves. These were moves she hasn't performed before, depleting her chakra reserves at a fast rate. Ino was closer to 20% from using a huge burst of taijutsu that drained her small reserves fast. The 2 jumped to opposite sides of the room and started each other down. The 2 charged at each other, and at the same time Ino performed her family jutsu while Karen managed to land a hand on her thigh. While Karen was sending chakra to her hand to break Ino's femur bone, Ino started to send her mind destruction jutsu. As soon as Ino was able to knock out Karen from the chakra from Karen's hand had already transferred into Ino's femur and snapped it. Karen fell down unconscious from the jutsu, and once Ino returned to her own body she passed out from the pain of the bone snapping, since it takes around psi to break a femur bone. As Karen and Ino were falling, Naruto and a shadow clone scooped up Karen and Ino into a bridal-style carry and took them over to the medics, who took them away to the infirmary. Sakura was taken by Kakashi and soon returned to find out the next match. "Well, it seems as if we have a triple knockout in a 3-way fight. So by double knockout and forfeit, Sakura Haruno, Ino Yamanaka, and Karen Uzumaki are all eliminated from the competition. Now for the next fight, please pay attention to the screen. As of now, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha are the only ones to advance, so please pay attention," Hiruzen said. The screen went through the remaining names and then finally stopped, and the air went thin. The names that were on the screen were Gaara and Rock Lee. "Gaara of the Desert, and Rock Lee, please cough, please make your way down to the arena to fight," Hate said in his boring coughing fit. Lee looked as confident as ever and jumped down from the railing to the arena. Gaara just did a sand shunshin down below to get this fight over with. "Alright, are you 2 ready?" Hiruzen said. They both gave nods and Lee spoke. "Of course, Hokage-sama, I will show you how youthful I am in this fight," Lee said, grinning and giving his good guy pose. "Okay, then since both of you are ready, begin," Hiruzen said, and Lee jumped back to assess his opponent. Gaara didn't move and had his eyes closed like Naruto did in his first fight. Lee dropped into his taijutsu stance, then at blinding speeds took off and appeared in front of Gaara in less than a second. Lee had his arm back and threw his punch only for it to be blocked by the sand coming from Gaara Gord. Lee kept on using his speed to try to get around Gaara's ultimate defense, but every time it kept getting blocked by the sand. Lee jumped back after trying to break the defense for a few minutes, and tried to figure out a way to beat his youthful opponent without taking off his weights. "Hey, why is Lee not using any ninjutsu or genjutsu?" Shikamaru asked. "Because Shikamaru Lee doesn't have the talent to mold chakra to perform them, since his reserves are worse than an academy student. The only fighting style that he can do is taijutsu. He has made it his mission to be the best taijutsu master in the world, and I will help him get there. That is also his handicap in fight, since he's considered at being at a disadvantage from the start, but Lee makes that disadvantage become his advantage in a fight, since he can last a long time using as little chakra as possible in taijutsu," Guy said, looking at the fight with a serious face. During this whole time Naruto knew the only way for Lee to win this fight, or even have a chance would be to take off the weights on his legs. Guy-sensei, you know that the only way for Lee to have a chance against Gaara is to take off the weights, right? Naruto said, more than asked. Yeah, but I want to give him some time since it would be revealing a lot if he does come out the winner. Guy replied. Yes, it would, but Gaara is very unstable. Do you know what he is? What he really is? Naruto asked. I don't know what you mean, Naruto. Guy said. Gaara is like me. I'm 9 and he's 1. That's as much as I can give you. Gaara is the Sand's ultimate defense. Naruto said, looking on to the fight. Well then I guess I have no choice, Lee. It's time. Guy said. Are you sure, Guy-sensei? Lee asked. Guy just nodded his head and Lee jumped up to the top of the statue, and everyone including Gaara watched what Lee would do. Lee took off both weights and dropped them to the floor. As they were going to the floor, Choji spoke up. What are a couple of pounds going to do for him? Then when the weights hit the ground they each created a crater. Actually, Choji, that would be a couple 100 pounds. 500 on each leg to be exact. If you think Lee was fast with those on, just wait until you see him now. Naruto said. Oh man, I feel so much better with those off. Lee said. Then he focused on Gaara and using pure speed was in front of Gaara faster than before. It looked like he was teleporting to his spot, but this was just speed. How is he teleporting like that? Shino asked. He's not, that's just pure speed from Lee. By using those weights, Lee's speed has increased tremendously in the last couple of years. This is his secret weapon, Guy said. Naruto just smiled on as Guy explained the situation. Going back to the fight, Lee had his arm back again, almost landed a punch on Gaara. The Sand just barely caught it. Lee looked like he was teleporting to hit Gaara and the Sand was just able to block the hits, but then Lee got in front of Gaara after Gaara looked worried from looking around him to see where Lee was. When he turned back around, Lee landed an uppercut on Gaara and he went flying 30 feet in the air. Lee jumped up and was under Gaara and performed his strongest move, Primary Lotus. Lee yelled as his med tape wrapped around Gaara and Lee spun them around going towards the ground, and Gaara was brought down with the attack on his head. Lee let the bandages go back to himself, and he backed up to see if he won. The whole place had a look of shock except for Naruto. It's not over yet, Naruto said softly, but people heard him. What do you mean it's not over? Lee just won, Shikamaru said. Lee, get back. Gaara isn't down yet. That's only his, Naruto said, but Gaara got up and looked like the Sand was a part of him, acting like armor. Clone, Naruto finished. Gaara had a sadistic look in his eyes like he was out for blood. The Sand broke off of his face, and his real skin was all that was left. Mother wants your blood, Gaara said, and his Sand shot out at Lee faster than before, and he grabbed a hold of Lee's legs. But he managed to break free and then opened 5 of the inner gates. Lee performed the reverse lotus, but Gaara cushioned his fall by making his gourd explode into sand to cushion him. Lee was worn out and Gaara shot sand at Lee, and it wrapped around his left arm and leg and broke them. Guy quickly jumped in, blowing back the sand and taking Lee to the hospital. Everyone had fear on their faces from what Gaara did, and he sand shined up to his siblings. Guy never returned after getting Lee to the hospital, and was in a crying fit, blaming himself for letting Lee learn to use the inner gates and getting him in this situation. Alright, everyone calm down now. The winner of the match is Gaara of the desert. Now please pay attention for the next match, Hiruzen said, trying to get everyone to calm down. The screen flipped through the names and landed on another all-girl fight. Temari of the Sand and Tenten, please come down to the arena to fight, Hate said, pulling off another no-coffer. Temari rode the wind of her fan down, and Tenten jumped down to the arena wanting to avenge Lee for what Gaara did. You'll pay for what your brother did to Lee, Tenten said. Come and try, little girl. Temari snapped back. Naruto didn't know who to cheer for, his fiancée that he's been engaged to for almost 7 years with his birthday coming up, or his new girlfriend that he got a couple of days ago. Naruto just decided to go to the infirmary to check up on Karen, Ino, and Kiba. He would go see Lee after checking up on them. Naruto sat down on Karen's bed and looked at her sleeping form. She looks so peaceful and beautiful. I can't wait for her to love with the rest of the girls when they all get here. So let's see, that means Temari, Mei, Anko, Tenten, and Karen will all be living with me, and then when the CRA goes into effect I'll have to marry like 30-something women to ensure my clan expands, and knowing those bastards they'll make it 10 for each clan name I hold. Uzumaki, Namikaze and Senju when they find out, and they'll probably still put me as a Hitaki, so that makes about 40 women if they pull this crap over me. Naruto thought, and he never saw Karen wake up and put her arms around him. Hey there, Naruto-kun. Karen whispered. Hey Karen-chan. Naruto whispered back, looking back at her. The two moved in and at each other before breaking it. How are you feeling after your fight? Naruto asked. Like shit, how about you? Karen said. Okay, I guess. Gaara just broke some bones in Lee's legs and back, but I don't know the extent of the injury. I'm going to go check on Ino and Kiba, then head over to the hospital to how Guy is taking everything and hopefully see Lee. Naruto said, looking at the floor. Okay, not now, Karen-chan. Maybe after you move and I'll take you on the dining table and maybe get the others to join in on a huge orgy. How does that sound? Naruto said. Karen was just blushing and getting a little wet at the thought of having with Naruto in front of his other girlfriends and fiancés. Later, Karen-chan. Naruto said, walking out. Bye, Naruto-kun. She replied. Naruto went next door to see that Ino had just gotten up. Hey, how are you holding up? Well, I've definitely been better. How's Choji and Shikamaru doing? Ino asked. They haven't gone yet as far as I know. Temari-chan and Tenten-chan are going at it, and our boys haven't gone yet. I just came from Karen-chan's room to check up on you, then maybe see Kiba and swing by the hospital to check up on Guy and Lee. So I hope your femur bone gets better because it sounded nasty when it broke, Naruto said. Yeah, I bet it did. Well, thanks for checking up on me, unlike my lazy boyfriend. You know, I really don't know if Shikamaru is really worth going out with. I mean, all he likes to do is play shogi, go, and look up at the clouds. I wish I had a boyfriend like Temari had. Ino said. Don't forget Mei-chan and Karen-chan, and Anko-chan, and Tenten-chan. They'll all be living with me, and for Mei, well, she'll be living with me after she resigns and lets her second-in-command take over, Naruto said. Wow, 5 women in your life and you take care of all of them. Now I really wish I was dating you. Ino said. Well then let's do this, I'll flip this coin. Heads is me and tails is Shikamaru. You keep in your head who you want to come on top to date. Naruto said and flipped the coin. As it was going in the air, Ino was hoping desperately for it to land on heads. It landed on tails and Naruto looked to Ino. Well, it's tails, which side did you want? And don't lie to me. Naruto said. Heads, I genuinely wanted heads to land face up. I want you, Naruto-kun. Ino said. Okay, then let me ask you this, Ino. Will you do me the honor of going out with me? Naruto asked. Ino had tears in her eyes and started to bounce up and down in her hospital bed screaming yes. Naruto gave her a hug and as a present brought Karen in the room to try and heal her leg. Once Karen was done, she told them the situation. Well, I've healed the broken bone and now all you need to do is stay off of it for a couple of days, get some crutches for a while, and then after about 3 weeks of that you'll be good as new. Karen said. Thanks, Karen-chan, and Ino might join us when you move in. Naruto said, making Karen blush and Ino wonder what the hell those two were up to. Well, I'll stop by Kiba and then see the youthful duo. Naruto said. Naruto said his goodbyes and went to see Kiba and Akamaru, and saw them both still knocked out. So then Naruto shined to the hospital and got directions to Lee's room. When he got there his heart was turned in so many ways it hurt. He saw his rival and took a look at the extent of the injury with Guy right next to him, and Naruto was almost brought to tears by what he found. Lee's ninja career might be over. He needs to have a master medical ninja to perform a surgery that doesn't put the odds in his favor. I'm sorry, Lee, it looks like your time as a ninja is over, Naruto said as he now was crying. There is one ninja who can heal him. Guy said. Who's that? They have to be an expert at medical ninjutsu to heal Lee. Naruto said. Tsunade Senju, the slug Sannin. Guy said. She's our only hope for Lee to get better. Guy finished. Then I'll find her and bring her back here and make sure she heals Lee better than when he was before. I promise this on my life, Guy-sensei. Naruto said. Guy put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and thanked him for going this far to help one of his comrades and his favorite rival. Besides, we still have our rivalry that we can only do as ninja of the leaf. Naruto said, and this made Guy smile. Well, I'd better get back and see how Tenchan is doing, just so you know we're dating. Naruto said, shouting the last part over his shoulder as he walked out of the hospital and made Guy's jaw drop to the floor. Naruto returned to find that 3 matches had already taken place, and caught the tail of the last one. Temari beat Tenten, Shikamaru beat his opponent Sai, and Naruto saw that the match between Hinata and Niji was over, but Niji wanted to keep fighting and was about to strike her heart using the gentle fist style. But Naruto made his presence known again by using Almighty Push, and Niji was thrown into the wall and knocked out cold. Everyone's head snapped to see Naruto had his eyes blazing with rage. He started to walk, but then he started to run at Niji. He pulled his arm back, and when he punched he connected with the wall next to his head, and his arm up to his elbow was in the wall. If you ever hurt Hinata like that again, I'll kill you. Come 3rd round, you're all mine, Niji, and no one will be able to stop the fight once I toy around with you a while, then I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Naruto whispered in his ear before he pulled out his arm to show that he didn't have a single scratch from the punch. Naruto jumped up to be with his team while they waited for the last few matches. Alright, settle down everyone, I think we've had enough excitement for one day. Now the next match will be Kankuro of the Sand against Choji Akimichi. When you two are ready we will begin, Hiruzen said, getting everyone to try and stay focused for the next match. Alright, you two seem ready, so cough cough, begin. Hate said, jumping back. Choji jumped back and Kankuro jumped back. Choji charged in at Kankuro, who just made some chakra strings and connected them to Choji, and slammed him into the walls a few times before Choji decided to quit. Well, by forfeit, Kankuro of the Sand is the winner now. That only leaves Shino Aburame and Misumi Tsurugi, both from the Leaf. We will start when you're ready, Hiruzen said as the last match was about to get underway. Shino made his way down to the arena, which looked like rubble after the intense fights that took place. Misumi also came down and looked at Orochimaru, who was posing as his sensei, and got a nod to blow the match away and let Shino win for the plan to be able to go through, because if all went well Sasuke would end up fighting Gaara in the final stage, and hopefully he would unleash the One Tail to signal the start of the invasion and bring Konoha burning down to their knees, and the will of fire will finally be extinguished. Alright, you guys are the last match, so let's get this underway. Are you ready? The Hokage asked. 2 nods were given and the match began. The 2 ninja jumped back and watched to see who would be the first to make the first move. While the 2 stood still waiting for the other to move, Shino was secretly releasing his parasitic insects to go around and flank Misumi, so when the time was right he would be facing Shino's bugs, which if given the right number could suck his chakra dry in less than a minute. The other thing is that Misumi has to face Shino as well. He can't face one without getting blindsided by the other. Either way, Shino was going to wrap this up quickly, not wanting to let the match go on for long. Luckily for him, Misumi was also going to make sure the match was going to be short, but for different reasons. Misumi made the first move by throwing kunai and shuriken at Shino with explosive tags on them. Shino deflected them all away, avoiding the explosions. While there was still smoke in the air, Shino made a bug clone that only Naruto saw with his special eyes. The real Shino hid away while the clone would do the rest for him. Hey Kurenai-sensei, Shino will be alright, Naruto said. How do you know, Naruto-kun? She responded. He whispered into his ears so no one else would hear it. He made a bug clone, and that's the one that will be standing in the arena. The other is waiting somewhere else to strike. Naruto whispered. How do you know this? Kurenai asked. Naruto just grinned and flashed her his Namigan and Rinnegan, which only made her smile, knowing that her student was going to be alright. Back in the arena, Misumi waited for the smoke to clear and was surprised to see that Shino didn't even have a scratch on him from the explosions. Shino stood motionless as Misumi threw another round of explosive kunai and shuriken, only for Shino to burst into 1,000,000 of his bugs. The bugs started to make a wall that covered any exit in front, to the left, and to the right. When he turned to run, he found the other bugs that Shino and leaked out at the beginning of the match coming from behind him. When he turned back to his front, he found the real Shino standing there. You can't win this fight. With the amount of my parasitic bugs coming at you from the back, you will be sucked dry of your precious chakra in less than 1 minute. If you face one way, 3 more will attack, including me, so who will you fight? The bugs behind you and get blindsided by me and 3 walls of my bugs? Or will you face one of my walls and get blindsided by me, the other walls and the running bugs? You have 30 seconds to make up your mind before they all attack, Shino said as he jumped behind the wall, making sure he didn't do anything funny. Misumi decided to go through some hand seals that were for a fire-style move but never got the chance once the bugs all commenced the attack and ate away his chakra in less than 15 seconds. Just like that the match was over and Shino was the victor. Well, since his opponent no longer has chakra and can no longer continue, the winner of this match is Shino Abirame. Congratulations to those of you who have passed this year's preliminaries. Now if the winners would please make their way down here, we can give them their opponents for their fights in 1 month's time. Hiruzen said, happy that a majority of the winners came from the rookie group of the Leaf. The screen flashed through the names and finally they came to a halt. The screen showed who would fight first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. The first match will be Niji Hyuga against Naruto Uzumaki. Good luck to the both of you, Hiruzen said as the two stood across from each other glaring at the other, and some could swear they saw electricity come from the both of them. Looks like your ass whooping is coming early, Niji, Naruto said. PSH, fate has already declared me winner against you and this whole tournament. I am Niji Hyuga, the Hyuga genius, the one who's supposed to win this whole thing even though I'm from the lower house, Niji said in his stuck-up way. Oh, he's gonna get it when I fight him, and I'll make sure he wishes he was never born, Naruto thought. Our second match will be Temari of the Sand facing Shikamaru Nara. Good luck to the two of you, Sandaime said. Those two stood across from each other with Shikamaru on Naruto's side, and the two glared at each other while Shikamaru had his arms crossed. The third match will be Kankuro of the Sand fighting Shino Abirame. Again, good luck to the both of you in this fight, Hiruzen said as Shino stood next to Shikamaru and Kankuro next to his older sister. Okay, our fourth match, and probably the one the crowd will look forward to the most, Gaara of the Desert versus Sasuke Uchiha. Good luck to you both, Hiruzen said smiling. Sasuke stood on Naruto's left, and Gaara stood across from the Uchiha with his arms crossed and an impassive look on his face. Good luck to all of you who have passed in your fights, and may your training be fruitful, Hiruzen said, and thought, I know my students' training will bring great results against Niji. So it looks like it will be the rookie 4 from the Leaf against the older brother from the Leaf and the Sand trio. This will make for an exciting turn of events. Alright, you 8 are now dismissed to go do your training. Remember, be at Konoha Stadium at 11 o'clock on October 17th. Good luck to you all, Hiruzen said as he vanished in a puff of smoke. Alright, you heard, cough cough, Hokage-sama, get to your training, Hate said, closing out the preliminaries of round 3. Naruto shined to Kurenai and used the Hiraishin to get to the Hokage's office before coming back and getting Yugao. Everyone left to go train as hard as they could for possibly their last fight as a genin if they got promoted. Naruto tracked down Genma and told him that the Hokage needed to see him. Genma just shrugged and shined to his office. Naruto used the Hiraishin one more time to grab Mei and bring her to the Hokage's office. When he got back to the office, he had everyone who he wanted to train him. He had water, earth, and fire training along with lava and boil with Mei. Yugo covered Kenjutsu and lightning. Kurenai covered Genjutsu. Genma would hopefully get Senbon training. Hiruzen would cover the rest of Shuriken Jutsu and Bojutsu. Naruto had everything except for wind-style moves, his other sub-elements, and Taijutsu. But who the hell could cover those? Maybe Hiruzen might know. Well, Naruto, do you have everyone present? Hiruzen asked, chuckling at the number of people in his office, and the funny looks they were giving each other. Well, I guess I mean Mizuhime will do water, earth, fire, lava, and boil with me. Yugao-chan/sensei will do lightning and Kenjutsu. Kurenai-chan/sensei will get Genjutsu. Hopefully Genma-san/sensei can get Saban training in for me. And Ugiji could get the rest of Shuriken Jutsu and Bojutsu. I have everything except wind style and Taijutsu. Guy is out of the question since he and one of his students will be off somewhere doing nothing but Taijutsu. Asuma is out for reasons known to some of us in here, so that leaves 2 open slots for me to train to kick Niji's ass. Any idea on who else could train me in wind style and Taijutsu, Gramps? Naruto asked. Some of the people were shocked by how Naruto addressed the Hokage, but Mei got a kick out of it and started to giggle a little bit. What's so funny, redhead? Some of the Jonin yelled, glaring at Mei, not knowing who she was. Nothing really, I'm just amused at how Naruto-koi interacts with what seems like his grandfather figure. I'm so sorry I've never introduced myself to you. My name is Mei Uzumaki Terumi, the Godame Mizukage. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Mei said, bowing to them. The Jonin's eyes went wide, realizing who they just yelled at. We're so sorry, Mizuki-sama, please forgive us. They said. Of course she forgives you. Get up so we can get this whole thing underway. Naruto said. Shut up, Naruto. This is the Mizuki here, you cannot just speak for her without her permission. Kurenai yelled at him. Hiruzen started to chuckle at this, knowing exactly where this was headed. Actually, Kurenai-chan, I can, since I'm marrying her, if you forgot. Yes, I'm marrying Temari as well. But my father made a contract with Mei and myself to get married, and well, here we are. Naruto said. Again, wide eyes, and Hiruzen started to bust out laughing. He hasn't felt like this since he saw Tsunade beat the shit out of Jiraiya every day for being a pervert, and calling her flat until she actually grew a huge set of knockers, and then he started being perverted towards her. Man, Naruto could always make him feel young again. Alright, Naruto, I know who can take care of both your taijutsu and wind-style training for you. Hiruzen said as he calmed down from laughing so much. Who is it, Gramps? Naruto asked excitedly, jumping up and down. Well, first I would move to one side of the room. Hiruzen said. They all moved to one side and waited for something to happen. He should be trying to get me in a headlock in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hiruzen said as he ducked, and a white bullet came through the windows and rolled to the other side of the room. Damn it, old man, when will you let me get you? The white bullet said. That just makes it too easy, Jiraiya-kun. Hiruzen said as he got up and hugged his former student Jiraiya, the Toad Sage from Enti Mayaboku. The two shared a laugh before they turned their attention to the rest of the group, who had eyes filled with awe seeing one of the legendary Sannin, and disgust because of his profession other than being a ninja. Well, sensei, what have you called me here for? Jiraiya asked. Well, one of our young genin who have made it to the 3rd round of the Chunin exams in their rookie year requires some help in wind-style training as well as taijutsu, since he will have every other field that he wants booked. Hiruzen said. Well, where is he? He must be pretty good to have made it to the 3rd round in his rookie year. Jiraiya said. Well, he's right there. You might be familiar with him since you are connected to him. Hiruzen said. Jiraiya looked over to see Naruto and couldn't help but smile. It was like seeing a young Minato again. Well, you definitely look like your father, but are you as good as him? Jiraiya said, sizing him up. Please, once I become Hokage, Dad wouldn't stand a chance. Even if his genin self and I right now fought, I'd kick his ass and maybe use a gift he gave me, Kyuubi, as well as this, Naruto said, activating his Namigan. Jiraiya was amazed that Naruto already had Minato's dojutsu, but Naruto looked like he had one more swirl in each eye than Minato. Well, you beat your father in his own clan's dojutsu, so maybe you could possibly beat your father. Well, I'm Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage from Enti Mayaboku, and a self-proclaimed super pervert. Jiraiya yelled out the last part, proud of himself. Okay, now that you two have formally met, is everyone here, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked. Naruto thought hard and lit up before flashing away to his home to see if Anko was there. When he approached her room, he could hear moaning coming from. When he cracked the door open, he found Anko using a vibrator to get off thinking about Naruto ing her. Naruto took a deep breath and tried to sound like he never saw anything. Hibiheim, are you here? Naruto asked, already knowing the answer. Anko's eyes shot open, and she quickly changed into new versions of her clothing and opened the door. Hey Naruto-kun, what's up? Anko asked, hoping he didn't hear her moaning for him and his little friend. Nothing really, just take my hand. Naruto said, holding out his hand, and once Anko touched him, they were in the Hokage's office. Now this is everyone. Okay, I will explain why I have dragged most of you here. I would like it very much if each of you became my sensei for the next month for my upcoming fight against that prick Niji Hyuga. Each of you are here because of different reasons. Mei-chan, you can help me in lava and boil styles while covering water, earth, and fire. Yugao-chan, you can help teach me to be better at Kenjutsu and lightning style. Pervy Sage, you can help in wind style and taijutsu. Kurenai-chan, you can help my genjutsu skills get better. Gigi can help with bojutsu and shurikenjutsu. Ginma-san, you can help with my Senban training, which takes care of the Senban part of shurikenjutsu. And Hibiheim, you can help Mizuheim with my fire style and teach me your jutsus that involve snakes. That is all I request of you. That you help me become a better overall ninja to protect this village and my precious ones. Naruto said. All he got were grins and they all accepted. Well Naruto, it looks like you now have 7 new senseis. Get ready for a world of Huten. Jiraiya said. Naruto just smirked right back at him, and told him, bring it on pervy sage. Alright now Naruto, if you don't already have an area to train, we will use training ground 3, which is reserved for only myself and the Sannin. The very same training grounds I taught them in. Hiruzen said. Alright, how many shadow clones do each of you need? Naruto asked. So you know the secret of the shadow clone, eh? Jiraiya said. Of course, how do you think I pull off amazing pranks and make sure the ANBU like those in the room don't catch me? Naruto said. Jiraiya just nodded and everyone gave in their request for the number of clones each needed. Genma started, 10 clones. Kurenai was next, 25 for me. Up next Anko, 150 for me. Yugao, same as Anko, 150 shadow clones. Jiraiya was up, 200 brat. The old man was after his student, 300 for me please. And finally Mei, 500 shadow clones for me Naruto Koi. Let's see, that makes 1,335 ing shadow clones. Everyone grab on to me. Naruto said. Everyone did so and they soon found themselves training ground 3. How did you get in here Naruto? Hiruzen asked. Broke in and put a seal on the ground that no one would see, duh. Naruto said. They were already impressed by this kid. He would definitely go far. Maybe he would actually pass the Yondaime when the time came for Naruto to be Hokage, whether it was Godaime or Rokudaime Hokage. Alright, stand back everyone. Naruto said and they all did. Next thing they knew, that could only see a sea of orange. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto yelled and exactly 1,335 clones of Naruto popped into existence, and soon divided off into their groups. Naruto went to rest under a tree after that, since it took quite a bit out of him. The first day of training went wonderful for Naruto. He almost got perfect chakra control for each element, and 2 of his sub-elements. Naruto was starting to get the hang of Senbon training, but it was still going to need some work. His kenjutsu for the swords of Kami was coming along well, and he could infuse chakra natures with them now. His big-ass cleaver training was a bit of a struggle, since that sword is hard to master. Naruto looked to be a natural when it came to bow staff, kunai, and shuriken training. Naruto was taught advanced taijutsu forms by Jiraiya, and he decided that Naruto was more than ready to learn the Rasengan. Naruto got through stage 1 and 2 without a hitch, but it was combining both that gave him trouble. Naruto was taught at least C-ranked moves by all of his senseis for each element he has. This was only the beginning of the training regiment they had for Naruto, and to be honest, he was exhausted. -1 month later. 1 month has passed for our hero, and his training proved to be fruitful. Let's check with each of his senseis to see how far he's come. So how do you guys think I've done so far in my training? Naruto asked. Mei was the first to speak. Well Naruto, I would have to say your chakra control on water, earth, fire, lava, and boil is up to my level. Your moves are no less than C-rank moves. You are definitely a master in those 5 elements. Mei said, smiling. Anko was up next. Well kid, you definitely have learned every fire-type move I know, and you learned by moves involving snakes. Your infiltration and interrogation skills could put you with the TI division. Genma stepped up to talk. Well, you're almost as good as me and Saban. If you want some more training, just stop by my place or find me on the streets for more help. You'll do great in your exam, he said, smiling at Naruto. Well Naruto-kun, you really have been some ninja. Since you were little you grasped onto everything quickly, but Genjutsu now it can be your trump card when you need it to be. Good luck against Niji. Kurenai said, smiling at him and remembering the days when he was little and needed protection by Kurenai. Now he can provide protection for her once she asks to be with Naruto and files for a divorce against Kakashi. Yugao decided it was her turn to speak. Naruto, you have really come a long way in this short period of time. Your lightning training went splendid, and you even found a scroll from your father that had the move Chidori, which Kakashi made. You combined it with one from Jiraiya and made it your own. A little more time with Kenjutsu, and you would be considered a master with the hard work you put in. Good luck fighting Niji. Hiruzen was next to come up. Naruto-kun, since you were little I've seen you grow up and become a stronger ninja than those in your class and those above your class. You have learned everything that I know from me. Go win your fight. He said, smiling at Naruto. Well, you definitely are your father's son. You had trouble with the Rasengan in the beginning, but after some time you got it down with one hand and found out you could do it with shadow clones. I'm proud of you, kid, because you bested your old man by completing the Rasengan. You have managed to infuse it with your chakra natures, giving you different types of Rasengans. And like Yugao-chan said, you managed to fuse your Chidori and a Rasengan to give you the Razendori. You'll definitely win this tournament, Jiraiya said, putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder and smiling down at his godson. Thank you everyone for your help. I will try to use as little as possible in my first 2 matches and use everything in my final match, Naruto said. Oh, and GG, Guy-sensei told me that he only knows one person that can heal these injuries, and I think you know who I'm talking about, Naruto said. Tsunade-chan, no doubt. Yes, she is proclaimed to be the best medic ninja in the world. But even I don't know if she'll want to come back here. She lost her little brother Nawaki in the Second Great Ninja War a little bit after his birthday. And then she lost her boyfriend Dan in the same war trying to heal him, but he was just too weak. I'm sorry, Naruto, but if you made a promise to Guy and Lee about bringing her back, I don't really know if the odds are stacked against or with you. But I will tell you this, I'm retiring after the Chunin exams because I'm getting too old for all the damn paperwork and bullshit the civilian council puts me through. Jiraiya will be out of the question because of his research and his spy network, so there is no one else but Tsunade who can fill the position. If I could, I would let you, but you aren't even a Jonin and things could go over wrong with the council, if you know what I mean. The only other choice for someone in the village is Kakashi, since he's the strongest Jonin we have. If you go out looking for her, take Jiraiya, and good luck getting her back, Hiruzen said. During this 1-month period, Hate was killed by Baki when he rounded a corner to find Baki and Orochimaru talking. He was killed and left there for all who came by to see. Yugao found him when he didn't show up to the date they were going to have. They were about to celebrate 1 year of being together. When Yugao found him, she got the Hokage to check it out for himself, and they quickly buried the body. Yugao ran to find her best friends Anko and Kurenai to tell them both what she found. When she found them at the Dango shop, she was a crying mess. Anko and Kurenai took her back to Naruto's house where she was comforted. She felt safe being in Naruto's home and asked if she could start living there. Naruto happily allowed her to live at his mansion. Naruto took her out on a couple of dates to get her mind off of Hate, and eventually she really fell hard for Naruto. Naruto asked her out, and she agreed with complete excitement. She was told she could permanently live at the mansion until Naruto found AR space to live in. She was grateful for the kindness that Naruto had shown her, and to repay him she is willing to bear his child when they're both ready for that day to come. Alright guys, I think I should head out and pick up Ino-chan from her place. She should be healed up now. Do you know if any of the other Kages are showing up? Naruto asked. Why yes, I was surprised at first, but the Reikage and Tsuchikage both agreed to come and see this even though none of their genin are still examiners, Hiruzen said. So that mean all 5 of us will be in one place for the first time since the first Kages from each village met, Mei said. Smart, and why? You really gotta keep her there, Naruto, Jiraiya said, giving him a thumbs up. If you even think I'm peeping in on Mei-chan in the hot springs, I swear I will shove a lava Rasengan so far up your ass Tsunade wouldn't be able to heal you and you'd be forced to stop your research, Naruto said, and Jiraiya shrunk behind his sensei. Alright, see you at the stadium, Naruto said, running to pick up Ino, who had told Shikamaru about breaking up and her getting together with Naruto. He really didn't seem to mind it, and being the lazy dumbass he is, he shrugged it off and said, okay, that's cool, and walked off. This made Ino extremely pissed, and she tried to chase Shikamaru, but being on crutches limited her speed. Naruto arrived at the Yamanaka flower shop and walked in to find Ino. Hey Inoichi-san, have you seen Ino-chan? Naruto asked. Yes, she should be out back getting supplies. Why don't you head out there and find her? Inoichi said, pointing to the back of the shop. Naruto went into the back and found Ino doing an inventory check, and he decided to sneak up on her to have some fun before heading out. Naruto was right behind Ino and he quickly wrapped his arms around her, forcing her to scream in surprise and throw up her clipboard. Inoichi came in to see what happened and found Naruto laughing, and soon Ino started to laugh with him, making Inoichi smile as he returned to the front of the shop. Hey Ino-chan, it's time to go to the Chunin finals. Remember, I have a couple of fights today, Naruto said, pulling Ino along. Hey, where are y'all going in such a hurry? Inoichi yelled. Naruto-kun had his Chunin finals fights today too, san. Ino said. Oh shit, I forgot about that. I'll close shop and we can go together. Inoichi said. Inoichi rushed to get this wife so they could go and see the fights and get good seats. Hey Ino-chan, wanna pull a prank on your dad? Naruto said, grinning. What do you have in mind? Ino said, eyeing him carefully. Naruto bit his thumb and ran through some hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. When the smoke cleared, there was an orange fox with a black stripe running from its nose and going up the middle of its 8 tails. And this fox was for a fox. The body itself was as a full-grown horse, and the 8 tails that moved around were pretty big as well. What the hell is that, Naruto? Ino asked, surprised. Well, what does it look like to you, Ino-chan? Naruto asked. Well, it looks like a fox with 8 tails, but this fox is huge. Ino said. You're right, this is one of my summons. Renar, that is Ino, one of my girlfriends. You remember the girl who works at the flower shop? Naruto said. Oh, so this is the beautiful blonde that Sunshine Hair here wouldn't shut up about. I'm pleased to meet you, as he already said the name's Renar. Renar said, bowing to Ino. Ino was blushing at the compliments this fox made to her, and knew what Naruto's prank was. So we're going to leave my parents as they watch us run to the stadium. Ino said. Oh yeah. Naruto said as he hopped on Renar and helped up Ino. Ino wrapped her arms around Naruto's waist, and Naruto grabbed 2 locks of fur on the fox to hold on to while they ran to the stadium. Well, Renar, mind running us to the stadium before Ino-chan's parents get out here? Naruto asked. Alright, but you have to babysit the kids for me and Crystal later when we go out, okay? Renar said, more than asked. Yeah, I'll have some of the girls over to help with that. Naruto said, waving it off. What do you mean by girls, Naruto? I thought Ino was your only girlfriend. Renar said. Well, she is my girlfriend. It's just that I also have 2 fiancés, and 3 other girlfriends and a 4th one if she will open up to me. Naruto said. Why have so many? You only need 1 to satisfy you. Renar said. Not if you're the village council, who will probably make me have like 25 wives and impregnate at least 3 of them by the time I reach a certain age. So might as well get a head start. Naruto said. Now can we please go before Inoichi comes out? Naruto asked. Alright then, if you're so impatient, hang on, and whatever you do, don't let go. Renar said as they dashed off towards the stadium right as Inoichi was coming out with his wife. Damn it, Naruto pulled another prank on me with Ino this time. Inoichi yelled. Renar got to the stadium with hours to spare, so he decided to run over to his old home and see if Kurenai was there. Naruto arrived rather quickly, considering that her home was on the other side of the main road and little ways further back. Naruto got to the front door and knocked to see if they were home, and was happy to see his little brother Erasure open the door. Big brother! Erasure yelled as he hugged Naruto. Hey little bro, is Kurenai-chan here? He asked. Kurenai quickly closed the room door and locked it, and turned back to Naruto. What the hell are you doing here, Naruto? Kurenai asked. Well, I wanted to see if you and Erasure needed a ride over to the stadium, Naruto said, and soon his eyes were drawn to her perfect S. She had DD/E cups south that were so close to becoming E/F cups. Kurenai noticed this, and knew this was the first step to being with Naruto. Kurenai walked up to Naruto, who didn't notice the close proximity between them, and asked him a question that took him by surprise. You like what you see, Naruto-kun? Kurenai asked seductively. Naruto just gulped and nodded his head. Well, feel them. I'm sure they feel better than Temari's and Anko's, since I'm bigger than both of them. Naruto did as he was told and grabbed her S. He started to squeeze them and knead them. Wow, these are a lot bigger than Tima-chan's and Anko-chan's S, and they're a lot softer too, Naruto thought as he started to move his hands over her S more and more. Kurenai pushed Naruto onto her bed and straddled him. She leaned over so her S pressed against his and whispered to him, I don't plan on staying with Kakashi much longer because of what he's done to me. Once I divorce him, these are all yours. Kurenai whispered as she cupped her south and held them close to Naruto's face. Naruto was getting hornier and hornier by the second, and so was Kurenai, but she knew not to her adopted son with her biological son in the same house. But she will get that from Naruto, and it will be good. Kurenai got up and got dressed and grabbed Erasure, and went outside to see Renar taking a nap while he waited for them. Whoa, a giant fox with tails. Naruto, where did you find him? Erasure asked, full of excitement. He's my personal summon, Renar. This is Erasure. As you know, I was adopted by Kurenai-chan here, and Erasure is her biological son, so we're adopted siblings. Naruto said. Wow, you really are as beautiful as Naruto described you to be. The pleasure is mine, Kurenai-sama. Renar said, bowing again to Kurenai. Kurenai's cheeks began to flush thinking about Naruto talking about her in such a way. She got up on Renar and sat behind Naruto, and wrapped her arms around his waist, and could feel his abs were getting harder. Damn, Jiraiya must have worked him into the ground when those two trained. He's so damn muscular, and why? Kurenai thought. Erasure sat in front of Naruto, so he had a body to fall back on and the body wouldn't move. Again Renar went at top speed to the stadium and Naruto led him, which confused some people. But they shrugged it off, seeing it was Naruto, as he does confusing and weird things like this whenever he can to shake things up in the village. This was why the village loved him so much, because he would always change up the way things were by doing stuff like this. Alright, Erasure, so where do you want to sit? Naruto asked as they hopped off of Renar and found that the stadium was empty, but knew in a couple of hours the place would be packed with people from all over the world. Front row, I want to see you fight up close and learn your styles. Erasure said as he ran to his seat, and Kurenai just chuckled and went to where her son was sitting. Ino came up to get her seat after she got some food and saw Kurenai and Erasure, and decided to sit by them. Hey Kurenai-sensei, mind if I sit by you? Ino asked. Of course not, you're Naruto's girlfriend, I would love if you sat with us. Kurenai said as she patted the seat next to her, signaling Ino where to sit. Well, I'll get Yugao-chan and Anko-chan, so see you guys later. Naruto said as he hopped on Renar. Then they jumped down to the arena, then out of the stadium. Renar ran to Naruto's mansion and waited outside for him. Naruto was his home and found Yugao dressed and ready to head out. Hey Yugao-chan. Naruto said as he eyed her, and she happily returned the, Hi Naruto-kun. You heading to the stadium? Yugao asked. Yeah, you and Anko need a lift. Naruto asked. Yeah, that would be good. Anko. Naruto's here and is offering to take us to the stadium. Hurry up and get your fat ass down here. Yugao yelled up to Anko, who was upstairs. Anko came running downstairs and immediately eyed Naruto with passion, and Naruto returned it, and even got his hand to travel south, and he squeezed her ass cheeks, making her moan. He loved that he could do that to her, and she loved a man that was adventurous as he was. So you're going to be taking us to the stadium, I hear? Anko said. Yeah, I only have room for one more, so I'll take Yugao-chan first, okay? Naruto asked. No fair, how come she goes first? Anko asked, upset at her boyfriend. Simple, I only eyed her while I eyed you and dropped your ass, so she goes first. Naruto said. This wasn't his real plan, he just wanted to pull a prank on Anko, and see how she'd react to it. Naruto would take Yugao by Renar and go to the stadium. Then come back here. Renar would dispel and Naruto would use the Hiraishin to get to the stadium, completing the prank. She was going to be really pissed at him for pulling a move. Yugao and Naruto got to the stadium where more people had filled the seats, but Yugao managed to get a seat by Kurenai and Erasure. Phase 1 complete. Naruto and Renar arrived at the mansion and Anko was ready to go on the fox until it dispelled and Naruto grabbed her and used the Hiraishin to get to the stadium. Once they flashed and Anko was pissed at him. What the hell, Naruto? You take Yugao by that fox but not me. What the is up with that? I bet you took Temari and Mei by fox too, didn't you? Anko yelled. Naruto was laughing uncontrollably but finally got air into his lungs to speak. Actually, Ino-chan, Kurenai-chan, and Arashi-kun all went by Renar and I took Kurenai and Erasure at the same time, Naruto said as he began to laugh again. Holy shit, Anko, you fell for my prank so bad. Naruto said, still laughing uncontrollably. Why is Naruto laughing like that, Ka-chan? Erasure asked. Because your auntie Anko just got punked big time. Kurenai said as she, Ino, and Yugao all started to laugh. Once the laughing died down, Anko was pouting. I don't be like that, he behind, it was only a joke. Naruto said as he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Yeah, well, it was a move, Naruto. You're going to make it up to me somehow. Anko said. How's a date that leads to? Naruto suggested. How hard will it be? Anko asked, referring to the, as hard as you want and more than you can take. Naruto said as he ate her on the cheek, then went down to the competitor's box to wait for everyone else. All of the competitors soon came in and Niji was the last one, besides the missing Uchiha that no one has seen, as the stadium was now full. The two shared a glare and Naruto was getting jumpy on the ready to crush Niji. The stadium is full with spectators from all over the world. The Kages are all up in the Kage booth. But there's one Kage that is planning his attack. Now down to the competitor's box, Naruto and Niji are staring each other down and the tension was rising rapidly, and Naruto was leaking out Ki without knowing it, and it was getting hard for those in the box to breathe, and Shino's bugs were going crazy sensing the demonic Ki. Naruto turned to look up at the Kage booth to check on the chakra signatures. When he didn't recognize the Raikage and Tsuchikage, he knew things were okay, but then when he checked up on the Kazekage signature, his was way too familiar. Naruto went to Temari to see if that was really the Kazekage signature, since Naruto never learned his signature when he was younger. Hey Temari, do you recognize the chakra signature from your father? Because I don't know his, but it's way too familiar. Naruto asked Temari. Temari checked herself and gave her response. No, that's not my father, and those aren't his guards up there either. Temari said, narrowing his eyes and ready to pull her fan off, but Naruto stopped her. Let me handle this. I know who that is, and we have a fight we need to finish. Naruto said, turning his Namigan on. Who is it, Naruto? I have a right to know, since that's not my real father up there. Temari said. Trust me, just stay out of it, Temari, and keep your brothers out of it too. This is my fight and no one else's. Naruto said as he went to Yugao and told her his findings. Hey Yugao-chan, go to the ANBU and bring everyone. Orochimaru is posing as the Kazekage. Send out a couple of teams to find the Kazekage's body and his guards. Something bad is going to happen, and get some of the Jonin and Chunin to evac the civilians into the mountain. Start with the women and children and those at the academy. Next, get all of the men in the mountain as well. Finally, have all Chunin in the mountain as guards for the men, women, and children. Grab all the other Jonin and prepare for the worst, and also put a few ANBU teams outside the north and east gates. Grab Inoichi, Shikaku, and Choza and tell them what I told you. As much as I hate saying this, get Danzo to have his group of ANBU ready for this. The faster we get civilians in the mountain, the less deaths we have on our hands, and if our Jonin and ANBU teams are ready, the less destruction we have. Naruto whispered to her as he got up and went by Hiruzen to tell the other Kage of this so they're ready to fight. Kage booth. Oh Naruto, it's so good to see you. Why don't I introduce you to everyone? Hiruzen said. You already know the Yondaime Kazekage. This is Meitarami the Godaime Mizukage. Hiruzen said. Pleased to meet you, Mizukage-sama. Naruto said as he took her hand and ate it, showing respect and keeping up the act that they don't know each other. Mei started to blush at this and turned away to hide the blush. This is I, the Yondaime Raikage, Hiruzen said, showing his a man who only had on a coat and was really ripped, with blonde hair slicked back and had a dark tan color to him. Naruto went up to him and shook his hand. Pleased to meet you, Raikage-sama, tell B9 said sup. I looked confused but agreed to it. Alright kid, I'll tell him what you said, whatever that means. I said, and this is Inoki the Sandaime Tsuchikage. Hiruzen said, showing a man older than the Hokage himself. The man was short and had a big red nose. Pleased to meet you, Tsuchikage-sama, I've heard great stuff from your dust style. I must say that it's really impressive. I actually have that element as a part of my bloodline. Naruto said, really? You have the ability to use dust style techniques? Inoki asked. Yes, if you showed me a move I could possibly copy it with either my Sharingan or these. Naruto said, showing the Kages his fully matured Sharingan and his fully matured Namigan. I don't mean to sound homo, but those eyes are so beautiful. Inoki said, thanks, I guess. Naruto said. Now how about you show me a technique you would use? Naruto said. Sure, here it is. Inoki said as he went through the rat boar snake seals. Then, dust style, detachment of the primitive world jutsu, Inoki yelled and a translucent cube appeared and of it was a white sphere. The Raikage took off his robe and threw it in the cube. The cube lit up and then when the light faded the robe was no more. So, what, it's a magic trick or some shit? Naruto asked confusedly. No, Naruto, another name for dust style is particle style. Now, given that information, can you tell us what happened? Hiruzen asked. Naruto thought about the other name for dust style and then it hit him on what exactly happened in the cube. It broke down the particles in the robe to nothingness. Naruto said, correct. Inoki started. With this jutsu I can make anything made of particles become as if they were never there in the first place. This style is very deadly, and uses 3 elements. That's why it's a form of Kekkei Genkai called Kekkei Toda. Kekkei Toda must be comprised of 3 elements. The elements for this style are earth, fire, and wind. Use this jutsu wisely, Naruto, it may even save your life. Inoki said. Thank you, Inoki-sama, now here's something for you. Naruto said. Naruto leaned into Inoki and whispered to him what's going on. Naruto did this with Hiruzen, and Mei, and they all understood what's going on. When the Kazekage wanted to know what he told the other Kages, he just simply replied, it's a surprise for you, Kazekage-sama. The rest of the Kages, your daughter and I are planning a surprise, Naruto said as he placed his hand on Hiruzen's Kage hat, and put a tracking seal to find him if Orochimaru pulled something. Well, I should get going and get the rest of my things before my fight, Naruto said as he shined down to the competitor's booth and then Hirashine to the forest of death. Naruto looked in his hideout at all of the weapons and picked up quite a bit, and sealed them all over his body. Naruto changed his clothes to just an orange tank top with the Uzumaki swirl on it, and found a shorts version of his orange pants. Naruto strapped on his swords of kami making an X. Kubikuribocho was sealed in his left bicep, while the other weapons were sealed away in his other bicep and shoulders, along with his forearms. Naruto checked to make sure his gravity seals were all on. The one on the back of his neck, under his wrists, and on his knees, with the main one being on his. Naruto shined back into the competitor's box where Hiruzen was getting everything started. Thank you everyone for coming out today to see the Chunin exams finals. Our first matchup will be between Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen started and there were some cheers but not all that impressive. Against Niji Hyuga. He finished and the crowd erupted in delight hearing Niji's name. Naruto just rolled his eyes and jumped down 50 feet to the ground and waited for Niji to get down on the battlefield. Niji took the stairs and it took him forever to get down there, making Naruto get pissed off more than he already was because of wanting to beat the shit out of him. Gunma would be this stage's proctor because of the death of Hate. Alright everyone, quiet down. My name is Gunma, and I will be proctoring this part of the Chunin exams because Hate couldn't be with us today. Now if the 2 fighters would please come forward I can explain the rules. Gunma said as Niji and Naruto stepped forward and held onto a glare and neither wavered in that glare. Alright, here are the rules for this round. Come at each other with killing intent but do not kill. If you do I will step in to stop the fight and you will be disqualified. If I feel that you can't continue I will end the fight. Do I make myself clear? Gunma said. Yes, Gunma-san. Naruto said. Whatever, it's not like it matters, fate has already declared me the winner of this fight and exam. Niji said in his arrogant way. Naruto walked back to his side of the arena and looked up to get a look at all of his girlfriends and smiled up at them. Yuga was the only one not there because she was helping to make sure the civilians got evacuated into the mountain quietly so Orochimaru wouldn't be alerted. Alright, now if you are ready we can begin this fight. Ready, begin. Gunma said as he jumped back to watch the fight between his student and the Hyuga protege. Naruto grabbed one shuriken while Niji dropped into the main branch's taijutsu stance, surprising Hayashi Hyuga that Niji would know this form. Are you only going to use one shuriken, Naruto? You should know that it will take more than one shuriken to beat me. Niji said smirking. I know. Naruto said as he threw the one shuriken and went through hand seals that made Hiruzen smile. Multi-shadow shuriken jutsu, Naruto yelled and his one shuriken turned into hundreds of shurikens. Try dodging all of those, Niji. Naruto said. Rotation. Niji yelled and spun around so fast that his chakra made a dome around him and the chakra was swirling around him protecting him. This gave Naruto an idea. Is that all you got, Naruto? For someone who wants to go against fate that was a weak move. Niji said, taunting Naruto. Just wait for my next move, Niji. Naruto said, with kurenai. Wow, Ka-chan, what move was that? Erashur said with wide eyes at Naruto's first move. That was a form of the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu that made your Gigi famous. He even came up with the move based on the Shadow clone which your brother loves to use. Kurenai said, smiling at her son. Whoa, Naruto is awesome learning a move from Gigi. Erasure said as he turned back to the fight where Naruto asked Niji a question. Fight. Niji, do you know what happens when two things that are swirling around collide? Naruto asked. Niji's eyes went wide expecting Naruto to come close and use rotation, but he did something else. Naruto held out his hand and started to charge up the Rasengan. Niji became curious as to what move that was and the crowd was wondering the same thing, but there were a few ninja who knew that move, especially the Raikage and Tsuchikage. Naruto charged forward, ran at full speed to Niji, and jumped up in the air. As he was coming down he held out the Rasengan, and Niji started to spin. But before the Rasengan made contact with the dome, Naruto poofed into smoke. Niji stopped the rotation and looked around. A shadow clone. But when? Niji thought, and while he was thinking the ground under him broke away and Naruto was jumping at him with his fist aimed for Niji's jaw. Niji managed to jump back and avoid the punch, but Naruto was barely able to kick Niji in the gut, and sent him back 20 feet. If you're thinking when I made a shadow clone, it was right after you started to deflect the shurikens. I went underground and the clones stayed above ground to try and pull off our plan. Naruto said. It doesn't matter, that move was probably weak like the last one was. Niji said. Oh, so you're calling a move that the third Hokage created weak, and a move that the fourth Hokage created weak. Maybe I should do a move from the first and second Hokages and see if you think that they're weak. Naruto said as he clasped his hands together and channeled earth and water chakra before performing his move. Wood style, wood dragon, Naruto yelled, and a wooden dragon came up out of the ground and everyone's eyes went wide seeing someone use a move that only the first Hokage could use. They were happy to have someone with the Kekkai Genkai in their village, but terrified seeing it in action. Niji started to rotate as the dragon came down, and when they touched there was an explosion. The crowd gasped and was waiting for the smoke to clear as this fight started to create anxiety within the crowd, and everyone was holding their breath to wait and see what the outcome of that collision was. When the smoke cleared, Niji looked fine with only some burn marks and a few bruises. Is that it? That's the first Hokage's move you have? Give up, fate has declared me the winner. Niji said. Shut the up about fate already. There is no such thing as fate. Naruto yelled. Alright, time for Tobirama-sama's move. Naruto started. Naruto clapped his hands together and focused his water chakra, and then he performed his move. Water style, water shockwave jutsu, Naruto yelled as water started to become a vortex spinning faster and faster. Then the top exploded and the vortex became a wave. Naruto controlled it but decided to alter the move a bit and concentrate at water by making it turn into a ball that was rotating towards Niji. When Naruto shot his hands forward with his arms extended, the ball of water shot towards Niji. Rotation, Niji yelled as he started to spin. People were on the edge of their seats because in a sense this has been a one-way battle with Naruto toying around with Niji. The two swirling bodies collided and Niji was keeping up pretty good, but Naruto packed enough chakra to break through. That's just what happened. The water broke through and slammed Niji into the wall, creating a crater in it. When the water died down, the field was under 2 feet of water. Alright Naruto, I think I'll end this. Genma started. No! He can still fight, I know it. His precious little fate won't let him quit. Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes, and sure enough Niji came out of the crater. Nice hit. But fate will, Niji said before being cut off by Naruto. Naruto ran at Niji and Niji got prepared to shut down his chakra network. The two engaged in an intense taijutsu match. The two traded blow after blow, either one not wanting to back down for different reasons. Then for a split second Naruto let his guard down, and Niji capitalized on it. You are now in my range, Niji said. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams 64 palms, Niji yelled. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Niji yelled as he shut down Naruto's chakra network. There, it is finished. Genma, end the fight. Niji said. ALRI. No! I'm not finished yet, Niji. Naruto said as his chakra points began to open up again, and Niji watched them open up horrified. But how? How could you unblock them? You shouldn't be able to move. Niji said. I'm just a lot more special than you, Niji. Now let's end this so the next match can begin. Naruto said. I was just thinking the same thing. Niji said. Water style. Giant vortex jutsu, Naruto yelled as a vortex of water appeared behind Naruto. When Naruto shot the water forward it missed Niji, but Niji never had to move. Instead the water went right by Niji and hit the wall, making the water in the arena rise another 5 feet. You missed, Naruto. Looks like I win. Niji said. I was never targeting you, Niji. I was targeting the wall the whole time. Naruto said, activating his Namigan, and the crowd was mesmerized by his eyes. And why's that? Niji questioned. Because of this. Naruto started before going through some hand seals. Chidori, Naruto yelled. Kagebooth, Hokage Dano, he's not going to kill the Hyuga boy, is he? Inoki asked in fear, knowing what that jutsu is because Kakashi took out so many stone shinobi with that during the Third Great Ninja War. No, I don't believe so. Actually, I know what he's planning on doing. Hiruzen said. And what would that be, Hokage Dano? I commented. What type of move did Naruto-kun perform before this? He asked openly. A water type that ended up flooding the arena another 5 feet. Mei said. And what type of jutsu is he performing now? Hiruzen went on. A lightning type move, so he's going to electrocute the water since those two elements work hand in hand. I said. Exactly. Naruto honestly never meant to hit Niji with his water type jutsu. He just wanted to get more water in the arena, so if Niji has a clone anywhere he will either be flushed out by the water or electrocuted by the Chidori hitting the water. Another possibility could be that if Niji has a clone underground, Naruto opened up some holes so the Chidori goes underground and fries the clone. Either way, Naruto will win this fight right here. I'm sure of it. Hiruzen said. Back to the fight. Naruto slammed his Chidori into the water and directed the lightning to Niji. The lightning went forward underwater and danced across the surface of the water. Niji never had time to react because of how fast the lightning got there and got stuck with lightning. Niji fell down, and Naruto cancelled his jutsu. Niji had burn marks on him and Naruto walked towards him. When Naruto got there he spoke to him. You see, Niji, there is no such thing as fate in this world. You must create your own destiny. Let me give you a gift. Naruto said as he took off Niji's headband, exposing his caged bird seal to everyone. What are you doing, Naruto? Niji asked. Just watch, White Eyes. Naruto said, smiling at him. At this point Hayashi was getting worried with what Naruto was doing. Alright, on 3 I'm going to remove the seal, okay? Naruto said, more than asked. No, if you do I'll go blind. That's what the seal does to anyone who takes it off. We go blind and die. But if we die first, we go blind with the seal removing itself, then we die. Please, Naruto, just leave it on. This is a burden I must carry with me. Niji said. Just shut up already. I studied under Jiraiya Sennin, and we looked into this. I think I know what I'm doing. Naruto, as he took a deep breath before touching Niji's forehead with his index and middle finger. 1, 2, caged bird seal. Release, Naruto yelled, and the ink from the seal went on Naruto's fingers and he flinged it away. Oh. Shit! What the hell happened to 3, Naruto? Niji yelled. Oh well, he told me he had to take a shit, so I went on 2 instead. Feel better? Naruto asked with that stupid grin on his face. You ing bastard. Niji spat at him. The people in the audience had looks of astonishment on before one person started to clap, and then the whole place erupted into loud cheers for Naruto. Outside the stadium, has everyone been evacuated yet? Yugao asked the rest of her squad. Almost just some men and a few loose children. One of her subordinates said. Yugao nodded her head and looked towards the stadium. You can go and see if Naruto won. We'll get everything patched up here. The same subordinate said. Are you sure? Yugao asked, not wanting to upset her team. Of course, we all love the kid anyways, and since you two are dating you should go and see if he won. Besides, all of us in the ANBU made bets that Naruto would win his fight against Niji. Everyone bet at least 1,000 Ryo. 1 Ryo equals $1 in my story, on Naruto winning, and it was against some of the Ri people and against some Hyugas as well. The other teammate said, Thank you? Yugao said as she shined to her seat without her ANBU gear on. Oh, Yugao-chan, you missed it, Naruto-kun won. Kurenai said. Yeah, he kicked down there, but he flooded the whole place. Erasure said. That's great, I'm sorry I couldn't see the whole thing, I had some things to take care of. Yugao said. I'm sure he'll understand. Kurenai said smiling. Naruto went to see his girlfriends and Anko was the first to pounce him. Congrats on the win, Foxy-kun, Anko said as she ate him, and he deepened it. Naruto grazed Anko's bottom lip asking for entrance to her mouth. She opened her mouth and allowed him entrance and his tongue immediately invaded her mouth and explored it. Anko started to moan the more Naruto explored her mouth, and she decided to do some exploring herself and put her tongue in his mouth. The two tongue wrestled and Naruto came out on top. They stopped and looked at each other grinning. Thanks for the gift, Hebeheim, Naruto said grinning. Oh, that's not your gift. You win this whole thing, I'll give you your real gift later tonight, Anko said as she put a sway in her hips and Naruto saw it. Naruto went over to Yugao and gave her a hug, while she congratulated him on the win, and told him she couldn't see the fight. It's fine as long as everyone is safe and you and the other girls are safe is what matters to me. I love you, Naruto said as she hugged Yugao again. I love you too, Naruto, and thank you, Yugao said. For what? Naruto asked. For taking me in, and being such a great boyfriend since Hate was murdered, Yugao said as a tear started to form in the corner of her eye. Naruto put his hand up to her cheek, and wiped away the tear with his thumb. Don't cry, Yugao-chan. You're too beautiful to be crying. Yes, I took you in to comfort you, but also because I love Yugao and I want to ask you something, Naruto said as he got on one knee and pulled out a small box. Yugao's eyes went wide as saucers at what Naruto was doing. Naruto pulled out a purple stone ring and asked Yugao, Yugao Yuzuki, will you marry me? The stadium went silent and Naruto was suddenly up on the Jumbotron. After a long dramatic silence, Yugao gave her response, yes. Yes? Yes, 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 I'll marry you, you crazy blonde, Yugao said as she started to shed tears of joy, and the crowd erupted for the successful proposal. Naruto got up and put the ring on Yugao and ate her one more time. When they pulled back, they were smiling and staring into each other's eyes before they started to laugh. Congratulations, big brother, Erasure said as he got up and ran over to his big brother. Thanks, little bro, Naruto said as he smiled down at his little brother. Naruto went by Ino and swept her off her feet and gave her as well. So when are you going to ask me, Naruto-kun? Ino asked with a little glint in her eye. In time, Ino-chan, in time. Anko will be before you, then I'll get you after some more time of being together, Naruto said. Alright, but don't make me wait too long, Ino said. I won't, trust me, Naruto said as he pecked her lips and set her down. Naruto then found Tenten and practically did the same thing that he did with Ino. Naruto walked over to the other competitors and Shikamaru first confronted him. So you got another woman that you're going to marry? Yep. That makes 3 fiancés and 4 girlfriends. But that will soon become 4 and 3 respectively, Naruto said. So who's the lucky girl then? Shikamaru asked. Just wait for the party and you'll see, Naruto said. Whatever, it'll probably be a drag, Shikamaru said. Shut up and wait for the next fight, Naruto said as he punched Shikamaru's arm. Kage booth. Alright everyone, we've had a lot of excitement, and we haven't even gotten to our second match of the day. Thank you for the excitement, Naruto and Yugao. Now for the second match I will turn it over to Genma, Hiruzen said. Hiruzen then turned back to the other Kages and said to them, Damn kid always has to make a scene. What's he going to do next? Ask another girl to marry her after this match? Hiruzen said more than asked. You never know, Mei said as she was smiling down at Naruto. The other 3 real Kages just rolled their eyes seeing Mei staring down at Naruto. Down to arena, thanks Hokage-sama. Now for the next fight we have Shikamaru Nara of Konohagakure versus Temari of the Sand from Sunagakure. Would the 2 competitors please come down to begin? Genma said as he stood on top of one of the trees in the arena to avoid the water. Shikamaru was about to forfeit, but Naruto had other plans. Oh no, you don't, you lazy ass wipe, Naruto said as he pushed Shikamaru over the railing. Damn you, Naruto, you tard, Shikamaru yelled up at him. Naruto walked up to Temari as she didn't look all that happy. Why are angry, Tsunohime? Naruto asked. You asshole, you've ignored me for over the past month. What the did you think would happen when you finally decided to acknowledge me after a month of not paying attention to me? Temari yelled at him. Temari, I ignored you on purpose because I didn't want people even coming close to you in the forest of death or target you in the prelims, or even in this round. I'm sorry that I ignored you, but I did this because I thought it was the best move to keep you safe, because I love you too much to lose you right now when we are literally at least 2 to 3 weeks to our marriage. Do you get that I've done all of this to preserve our love, our marriage? If you don't want it, then we are through. Now tell me, do you understand what I've done for us? Naruto said, getting angry. Temari looked horrified at what Naruto said but knew that it was true. He only did all of the acting for her protection, and she felt touched. But she didn't know what to do under the glare of Naruto, even though he's shorter than him. I'm sorry, Temari, I didn't mean to yell at you, I'm sorry. Naruto said as he turned his back. Wait, Naruto, I'm the one who should be sorry. I didn't really see what you were trying to do for us, and I should apologize for being a bitch. Temari said as she looked downcast, looking down at Naruto. Thanks, but I need some time alone. Naruto said as he shined to his father's stone head and looked out on the rest of the village. Minato's head. So what do you think I should, Dad? Naruto asked to the wind. Naruto just sat there and thought over what just happened and realized the move he pulled was one of an asshole. Just to get up and leave and not see his fiancée's fight and support her. Damn, I was really an ass pulling that move, wasn't I, Dad? Naruto asked again to the wind. The wind blew around him, and the leaves swirled around him before going behind him towards his house. He looked behind him, and followed the leaves to his house. Naruto saw the leaves blow up against his and Temari's bedroom window, and they somehow blew his house, and he went to the room. There he found leaves surrounding a picture of him and Temari when they got back from their mission to Waves. The two were smiling and laughing in the picture, with Temari getting a piggyback ride on Naruto, and just enjoying being with each other like a couple should do. Naruto started to get teared up and knew what he had to do to make things right. Naruto went to turn away, but his shorts pocket caught the knob of one of the drawers and pulled it open. He found a necklace that was the color of crimson blood. He never noticed the necklace before but put it on anyways. Little did he know this necklace was his mother's necklace, and it was one of 3 necklaces that were made from a special crystal that when you put the 3 together you get the power of the yin-yang style to create anything or make anything else. There is also another hidden power to make those that are touched younger or even immortal with the right procedure. The other sister and brother necklaces now belong to Tsunade, who has the green one, who got it from her grandmother Mito Uzumaki. The other one, which is a deep sea blue, is in possession of Kyumo when they stole it from their invasion of Yuzushiogakure. It's locked up in a vault guarded by 15-bolt ninja, Kyumoze and Biyu, who switch with one team before switching another 2 teams to keep fresh ninja on patrol. When Naruto finds out about this, he'll need an alias to get in, kill the ninja, grab the necklace, and get out undetected. This will take a ton of balls and even more training. Meanwhile, with Temari, I guess I was a bitch to Naruto, but I have to shrug this off and focus of the fight. Temari said to herself before she jumped down to the water for the fight, but before she could, an arm grabbed her. She looked behind her and saw that it was Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing here? I thought you left. Temari said with eyes filled with shock. Well, I can't just up and leave my beautiful fiancée when she's got to fight against a lazy-ass genius. And I'm sorry for just leaving you. That was something I shouldn't have done to you, and I'm really sorry. Naruto eyed her and told her something that only she was able to hear. Go kick his ass for us, babe. Naruto said as Naruto made stairs come out of the stadium wall and guide her down to the surface of the water that is still flooding the arena. Thank you, Naruto. And I will win this fight no matter how I do it. I love you, my golden fox-kun. Temari said as she decided to jump down to the surface of the water instead of taking the concrete stairs. Of course she didn't take the stairs. She always has to try to outdo me in my jump, doesn't she? Naruto said, rolling his eyes as he watched on and made the stone stairs recede back into the wall. Alright, are you two ready? Genma asked, standing in between them. Genma got 2 nods as Shikamaru was looking at the water and thinking, damn it, with Naruto flooding this place my shadows won't be as effective. Guess I have to rely on my ninjutsu I managed to learn in the month break from some of the scrolls I found. Temari pulled off her fan and slammed it on the ground and started to smirk at Shikamaru, knowing he was getting a little worried by his face. What's the matter, Nara? Realize you can't win this fight, Temari said, taunting him. Oh, shut up, you troublesome blonde. You're just like your boyfriend up there. Shikamaru responded. Alright, just shut up and fight, you two love birds. Genma said, jumping back to the wall and crouching down on it as he watched from his inclined position. Temari grew a tick mark on her head and Naruto barely saw this and Kankuro saw it as well. Oh, he's dead, Kankuro said. Yep, Genma just pissed her off and now she's going to be angry for a while and take it out on Shikamaru. 150 Ryo says Temari wins using less than 10 wind-style ninjutsu moves, Naruto said, holding out 150 Ryo in paper bills. Okay, I say she uses more than 10 wind-style ninjutsu moves, and if it's 10 exactly then it goes to me since it's less than 10 meaning 9 is the max, Kankuro said. Deal, Naruto said, shaking Kankuro's hand. Just so you know, I've never lost a bet. Naruto said, grinning. Me neither. 49-0, and what better way to get win number 50 than against my sister's boyfriend? Kankuro said, getting why? Try going 579-0, and outside of the casinos here. Naruto said, smirking. There's no way you have won over 550 times, especially in the casino, you're too young anyways. Kankuro said, no, I really have that record considering that I own 3 of the biggest casinos in all of Konoha and Fire Country, so as of right now I'm making bank, over 1 million Ryo a day from each one. And then on top of that I will receive all of the money from the Uzumaki clan, Namake's clan, and Senju clan that they have made so far for their contributions to the war, new jutsus, and founding this village. So basically when my heritage is announced I'll be the re man in the world. Naruto said, man, I love you as my new brother-in-law, but you will give money to Gaara and I, right? Kankuro asked. Of course, like you said, you guys are my brothers-in-law, why wouldn't I help you out? And with the money I give y'all, some can go to getting Suna completely back on its feet, and then you guys will have the strongest village as your ally and Kiri as well. Naruto said, really, Kiri will be our ally? He replied, look at my hands. Naruto said, holding out both of his hands. Mizukage, he said, showing one hand opened up. Fiancé, he said, showing him the other hand. Naruto clasped his hands together and told him, the Mizukage is my fiancé, so once we get married she'll send over a treaty to you guys and you'll have 2 allies. Naruto said, oh, that makes sense. You get married to the Mizukage, we gain 1 ally. You get your inheritance, you send money over to us to rebuild our strength to defend against IWA. Wow, you really thought this through, didn't you, Naruto? Kankuro said. You think that, but no, I didn't. It's just simple knowledge, really, and I'll gain 3 seats in the council for being clan head of 3 clans. I'll have the Aburame, Akimichi, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Nara, Sarutobi, and Yamanaka clans behind me, and the Aburame, Akimichi, and Hyuga are 3 of the 4 noble clans in Konoha, the other being the Uchiha, but they aren't going anywhere until Sasuke finds a wife and is forced to make lots of babies. So I will have 7 clans I'm not a part of behind me, with 3 being the noble ones. I'm in control of 3 clans, and most of the civilians already like me and will want their daughters to marry me once they find out my lineage, so I have the council under my thumb basically. Naruto said, holy shit, you're right, the only ones to go against you would be the advisors if they hate you that much. He replied, only one does, and that would be the old war hawk Danzo Shimura. Bastard loves starting fights, and I found out a secret about him from Orochimaru. He's stolen Sharingan from Uchiha Shinobi. Once the Hokage finds out about this, Danzo will be put on trial for an act of treason, for killing and stealing property of the Uchiha clan. I just hope the old man can do it, because if not, there's only one person from what I've heard that has the balls big enough to do it, and she doesn't have balls. Naruto said, who are you talking about? Kankuro asked. You know who, Tsunade Senju is, right, last living Senju, giving her the right to be clan head and one of the Sannin. Naruto said, yeah, I know the stories of her. What about her? He asked. Well, she doesn't have big balls being a woman, but from what I hear she has huge knockers, the biggest in the world apparently, Naruto said, as Kankuro could only imagine have fun with the biggest boobs in the world. You're thinking about ing her, aren't you? Naruto said, more than asked. Looks like I'm getting my money. Just pay up, you already lost. Kankuro said, getting excited. Hold up, boy, you never know. Temari might win this in taijutsu or only need 2 moves to win. Naruto said, as Temari and Shikamaru were both panting. Shikamaru hasn't been able to use his family's jutsu since the ripples in water have been messing with the shadows, not giving him a clear shot, and when the water is at rest, Temari is either on the wall or on a tree with enough distance between her and Shikamaru where the shadow just won't reach her. Shikamaru has tried to land a good fire jutsu or earth jutsu, but Temari puts it out by kicking up water to vaporize the fire to steam, where Shikamaru can't get a good earth jutsu since the ground is so wet thanks to his best blonde, not troublesome friend Naruto. Damn, Naruto had to take away my ability to use my family jutsu, and on top of that make it impossible to move the earth since it turns to mud and does nothing. Wait a minute! Shikamaru thought. Earth style, multi-mud wall. Shikamaru yelled, crap, just what I need, a damn wall in my way. Temari said, gritting her teeth and coming up with a plan, but it had to be fast since Shikamaru wasted no time and sent a shadow clone to attack Temari after consuming a couple of soldier pills to up his chakra reserves. The two engaged in taijutsu and Temari used her last two win moves for the bet, and the clone was never able to use the family jutsu. Looks like I win, Naruto, she just used her last move. Kankuro said, holding out his hand for the money. Not so fast, puppet boy, she can still use taijutsu to wind this fight. Naruto replied, but she's a mid to long range fighter, she isn't good up close. He responded, not from what I'm seeing. Naruto replied as they watched on. Temari got enough distance, and put a genjutsu over the clone, making it think it beat Temari, and it puffed away and gave Shikamaru the false memory. Temari was behind Shikamaru when he brought the walls down, and then she brought a kunai up to his throat from behind. Surrender now or else. Temari said, I surrender. Shikamaru said in his usual lazy tone. Temari grinned and put the kunai away and looked up to Naruto, who smiled down to her. Pay up, bitch, I just won 150 more Ryo. Naruto said to Kankuro, who was in disbelief that his sister actually won with Tai and Genjutsu. Damn you, Naruto. He replied as he forked over 150 Ryo. Temari jumped up from the water's surface and tackled Naruto, ing him for staying and supporting her. Thank you so much for supporting me, Naruto-kun, she said. Anytime, and I won 150 Ryo off of Kankuro from your fight. Naruto said, grinning. So you two were making bets on me? Temari said, getting angry. Yeah, I said you could win using 9 or less wind-style ninjutsu moves, and your brother said you would use 10 or more. You used 9 and 1 using genjutsu and taijutsu, so I won the bet. Naruto said, don't ever make a bet that involves me again, Naruto. Temari said as she slapped him. Oh come on, Temari, I'm 580-0 with this win all time and outside of the casinos. Naruto said. Temari just gave him a weird look, and he explained everything to her like he did with Kankuro. After she heard this, she was impressed that Naruto could very well end up being the man in the world once his heritage is announced, and he will defiantly be the most sought-after man in the village once that information comes out. So you're telling me you'll become the man in the world, richer than the Kages of their respective village, have the trust of the council and village, and Temari started, and be the number 1 sought-after man in the village. Looks like you got your hands full, Naruto. Kankuro said, grinning down at Naruto. That's true, girls will be all over you, Naruto-kun, and when they find out about you being the total package with your gift, girls will be throwing themselves at you to sleep with you. Think you can handle it? Temari asked, smirking to see Naruto's response. Please, you and only a few other girls will ever get their hands on my gift, Tsunaheim. Naruto started before whispering the next part, so only Temari could hear it. I have a surprise for you later tonight, but it has to be before Hibi-chan can get it because she wants to get a hold of my gift. Temari started to get flushed in her cheeks, understanding what Naruto meant about Anko. Well, she has to go through me to be with you tonight. Besides, you promised to get me pregnant first anyways, so she'll just have to get in line. Temari said, smirking at Naruto. Okay, then just be prepared to fight for me. Naruto said. Oh, I am, and no one gets your unless I say so. Temari whispered into Naruto, making him feel a shiver run up and down his spine. Oh, and Naruto, there's something, Kankuro, and I want to tell you. Temari said, looking at her brother to see if he knew what she was talking about. He looked a little worried about it, but Temari nodded her head, and he reluctantly agreed to it. Naruto, Orochimaru has managed to trick our father into invading Konoha. Right now there are Sound and Sand shinobi waiting for the signal. The signal is when Gaara unleashes Shikaku, our shinobi and Sound ninja will pour into Konoha to destroy the place. We don't want to be a part of this thing. Tell the Hokage and any NBU hear about it, and tell them to evac the civilians. Temari said, I've already gotten everyone evacuated to safe locations in the village. The only people that are Konoha residents are either here, Chunin and Jonin getting ready for the worst outside the stadium stationed around the village, or A and B that are here, as well as stationed around the village and outside the gates. I suspected something was up when I sensed Orochimaru, so I got Yugao to get all A and BU, root agents, Jonin and Chunin not on duty to help quietly evacuate the people. As long as the fights are long and drawn out, the longer the enemy has to wait. I'm sorry to tell you this, but once it starts you have to run. Get as far away from here as you can and go home if you have to. The council won't approve of your transfer if they see that you are here and are still a Sand Shinobi. If you can't get a clear path to Suna, get as far from Konoha as you can and make sure Gaara won't hurt anyone. You still have that kunai I gave you 6 years ago, right? Naruto asked. Yeah, I still have it. Why? Temari responded with a question of her own. When it is safe, I will release a ton of demonic chakra. You should be able to sense it for at least 100-mile radius. When you sense it, channel chakra into the kunai, and I'll be there to get you. I promise. Naruto said, stealing his gaze. Thank you, Naruto. Temari said, hugging Naruto for his thoughtfulness about her safety. He then walked over to Yugao to get a status update on everything and told him that only a few adults and children were left, but other than that everyone is in the mountain safe and sound. Good job, Nico-chan. Can you just check with your team one more time and take Erasure? I don't want him to see this breakout. He's too young and knows barely anything of being a shinobi. Let me ask Kure-chan if you can take him so he's safe. Naruto said as he got up and sat by Kurenai. Kure-chan, I need to ask you something that regards to Arashi's safety. Naruto said. And what would your question be, Naruto-kun? Kurenai asked, getting a tad bit worried about where this was going. Would you mind giving Erasure to Yugao-chan so she can take him to the mountain where he'll be safe? Orochimaru is here and is planning on invading us. Everyone else is already in the mountain, so the streets are cleared of any men, women, and children. The only ones oblivious to that are those here in the stadium, and I doubt Orochimaru can tell the difference with the crowd being as loud as it is. Naruto said. Alright, Arashi-kun, Yugao-chan here is going to take you somewhere, okay? Kurenai said, more than asked her son, who looked confused but went along with it anyways. Okay, bye, Ka-chan. Erasure said, waving to his mother as Yugao took him in a swirl of leaves to where all the other citizens of Konoha were in the mountain. Erasure then proceeded to ask Yugao why he was there. Yugao-chan, why am I here? Well, Arashi-kun, in case of an invasion we take precautions for the people's safety. Naruto asked me to take you here in case war broke out so you'd be safe. Look, I'll introduce you to someone who will keep an eye on you. Iraka-san, Yugao said, getting said man's attention. Oh, Yugao-chan, it's good to see you. What are you doing here? Iraka asked. Well, I was asked by Naruto-kun to take Erasure here in case of the invasion. He was watching his older brother, and he asked to be sent here. Kurenai-chan agreed, so here he is. Please take good care of him. I would feel terrible if something happened to Naruto-koi's brother. Yugao said. Oh, so this is his brother. Iraka said, he looks a lot like Kurenai, with the black hair and crimson eyes, but the way his hair is looks a lot like Kakashi's. Iraka said, smiling down at Erasure, who was hiding behind Yugao, but stepped out seeing that Iraka was a kind man that wouldn't hurt him. He smiled at Iraka and took his hand, and Iraka showed him to where his academy students were, and he was shy at first but soon started to make some new friends. Meanwhile, in the stadium. Alright, so now that we have our first two winners of the finals, they will fight each other in the 5th match. Hiruzen said. Naruto and Temari both exclaimed at the same time, what? Hiruzen went 1 anyways. The winners of match 3-4 will fight in the 6th match, and the winners of match 5-6 will fight in the championship round of this year's Chunin selection exams in our 7th and final match. Good luck to the rest of you. Now for match number 3 we have Kankuro of the Desert against Shino Abdurrahim, who is from the Leaf Village representing Team Kurenai. Kurenai stood up so people would see who she was and an applause was given to her. Kankuro was about to forfeit the match, but Naruto reminded him that drawing out the fights would get Orochimaru agitated, and with the leader not being himself the invasion won't be as successful. As much as Kankuro hated to admit it, Naruto was right and jumped down to the water surface, which was still at the same level it's been since Naruto used his jutsu. Shino was watching all of the events between Naruto and 2 of the Sand siblings and said to himself, interesting. Then, he hopped down to the other side of the arena where Kankuro was only going to stall time before pulling out Crow to finish the job. Alright, you two, same rules apply as the last matches. You may freely fight but do not kill. If we understand each other, then we can begin. Genma said, jumping back and using that as the start of the match. Damn it, I need to use ninjutsu on this guy with his ing chakra sucking bugs to win this fight. If I use crow, black ant, or salamander, he'll just use his bugs to eat the chakra strings, rendering me useless. I guess I have to use taijutsu, sand clones, substitution, and those 3 moves Sis taught me. Well, here goes, Kankuro thought as he took Crow off of his back and got wide eyes from Temari, thinking he was going to use it right off the bat, but was surprised when he threw it up at her. It's pointless for me to use it here against him and his bugs. Looks like I have to go old-fashioned, starting with kunai and shuriken. Kankuro said, pulling out kunai with paper bombs attached. Kankuro threw them at Shino, who dodged them and sent his bugs to suck Kankuro's chakra and end this quickly. But Kankuro had other plans. Kankuro did the rat sign and yelled out, "Wind style, air current dance jutsu," and he held out his palms as wind started to rush to the bugs, breaking them up and pushing them back to Shino. Well, doing this trading blows crap won't help end this fight. Looks like more paper bombs it is, Kankuro thought, pulling out nearly half of his kunai supply, and they all had paper bombs attached to them. Kankuro threw them directly up in the air, and Shino waited for what Kankuro was planning. What is he up to? Those bombs will just explode when they hit the ground, unless... Shino thought and tried calling his bugs back, but Kankuro already had his jutsu ready, wind style, air current dance jutsu, and again his palms blew out a powerful gust of wind and shot his paper bomb kunais towards Shino's bugs. Then once the bugs latched on, Kankuro detonated the paper bomb, frying some of Shino's bugs in the process while blowing him back, and it put up a wall of smoke, making it impossible to see on the other side of it. Alright, time to either go taijutsu on this bug freak, or use my other 2 wind jutsus. Well, the smoke's clearing, let's see what it'll be, Kankuro thought. I'm glad he put up a smoke screen. Let's see if he saw my parasitic insects go along the wall, Shino thought. Shino told his bugs to attack by telepathy, and soon the bugs started to walk on the water behind Kankuro, putting him in the same situation as Shino's opponent in the prelims. He can't fight one and turn his back on the other. Kankuro is really in for a good fight. Kankuro decided to blow 2 bugs either in the water or blow them back. Either way, Kankuro could then focus on Shino. Once Kankuro finished with the bugs, he turned around to find Shino about to punch him, but Kankuro was just a bit faster, giving him the edge and striking his kunai through Shino's stomach, where he doubled over, and then burst into bugs. What the hell? A bug clone, but when? Kankuro thought. Then it hit Kankuro that when he turned his back, Shino must have created a bug clone and now is hiding in the miniature forest area in the arena. Alright, so where you hiding, bug boy? Kankuro thought to himself before throwing a bunch of kunai that had paper bombs on them. The forested area soon went up in a blaze and Shino wasn't there. What the hell, where is he? Kankuro yelled before he was dragged underwater, with his head soon being the only body part sticking out of ground. Kankuro forfeited by pointing his head up. Shino grabbed his head and dragged him above the water after keeping him there another 3 minutes, causing Kankuro to go semi-unconscious. Shino threw him on the water's surface and was declared the winner of the fight by KO. Okay, by KO, Shino Abirame of the Hidden Leaf Village is the winner of match 3. He will fight the winner of Gaara of the Desert and Saskia Uchiha. Now, with that being said, will Gaara of the Desert and Saskia Uchiha please come down for the 4th and final fight of the quarterfinals/first round? Genma said, more than asked, and waited patiently for 5 minutes before looking up to the Hokage to get orders. Kage booth. Well, it looks like Saskia Uchiha will be disqualified, Hiruzen said, getting up before the Kazekage spoke up. Please, Hokage Dano, this is the fight that everyone here has come to see. Don't disappoint them by not giving them the fight they paid to see today. Kazekage said. Absolutely not. If this was a real battle and Saskia Uchiha along with his team were late, then they could be the reason they lose the war. I'm sorry, but he's late and should be disqualified. Besides, he's had since Naruto Uzumaki's match against Niji Hyuga to get here, and that was over 2 hours ago. Hokage Dano, it is your decision, Mei said, glaring over at the Kazekage. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was seething at the fact this red-headed bitch was interfering with his plans. Reikage Dano, Tsuchikage Dano. What do you think? Do you agree with Mizuki Dano and that Sasuke Uchiha should be eliminated, or should we wait for Kami knows how long for him to arrive? Keep in mind this is Kakashi Hatake who is his mentor. Hiruzen said. Disqualify Sasuke Uchiha, the Mizuki has made an excellent point. Inoki, it's all on you. I said. I agree with both I and Mei. Sasuke thinks he's better than everyone else, so he shouldn't even be considered for Chunin. Give him the boot. Inoki said. Well, that's 4 votes for him to be disqualified to 1 vote that we wait. Okay, then the decision is final. Sasuke will be eliminated. Hiruzen said, getting up to the railing to speak. Everyone saw the Hokage and grew silent to let him speak. Alright, settle down everyone. The other Kages and I have come to an agreement to eliminate Sasuke Uchiha from the Chunin exams. Thank you, Gaara, for being here on time like you should have been. Genma, you may formally announce the winner of this match. Hiruzen said. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Okay, by disqualification, Gaara of the Desert is the winner. Please wait up in the competitor's box while you wait for your next fight against Shino Aburame. Genma said, and Gaara did a sand shunshin up to where he was standing only minutes ago, and still had on the same boring and stoic look that he always wears on his face. Alright, now that we have that out of the way, we can move on to match number 5 and our first semi-final match of the tournament, Genma said while Naruto looked at Temari, and they stared each other in the other one's eyes. You ready for this, Temari? Naruto asked, looking at her in her beautiful green eyes. Yeah, and no holding back, deal? Temari said. Deal. Naruto replied. Will Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village come down, and will Temari of the Desert hailing from the village hidden in sand please come down? Genma said, and only had to wait a few seconds as Naruto soon was on the water's surface. Temari was close in tow and the 2 blondes stood across from each other eyeing one another, and getting mentally prepared for the fight. Naruto unsealed his swords of Kami, Kubikuribocho, a bow staff, and the thing that surprised Temari and the crowd the most was a fan that looked identical to Temari's, except Naruto had his metal made with carbon fiber and some other materials to make it stronger. The design of the paint job had the carbon fiber on it. Okay, if you know Oregon's carbon fiber helmets, and you see the way the carbon fiber looks, then that's what the fan has for its design. Why don't we start off with some fan against fan action first, then get further into the fight? Naruto suggested. Fine by me, but let me ask you, when did you get that fan? Temari asked. That was the surprise that I had. I was going to train with this by myself. I studied the way you battle long enough that I know every move that you've done, and I know some of my own, Naruto said as he walked over to the wall and punched 3 holes in it, each one big enough to hold one of his other weapons. He placed his swords of Kami in one, slid Kubikuribocho in another, and his bow staff in another. Naruto had his staff standing up by his side ready to go. The 2 blondes traded smirks and got ready for the fight to prove who was stronger. Suna's best Kunoichi, or Konoha's yellow fox. You sure you want to do this, Naruto? Temari asked, keeping her smirk on her face. I think I should be asking you if you're ready, Temari. Naruto said, smirking back at her. Well, then I shouldn't hold back on you if you think that way, Naruto. Temari said, pulling out her fan and showing all 3 stars. Circles on her fan are called stars in the anime, so I'm going with that. Get over it. Well, then I won't hold back either. Wind versus wind, fan versus fan, you and me. Naruto said, doing the same thing as Temari and revealing 3 red stars like Temari's fan. So you think you can handle the full power of using a fan, do you? Well, I hate to break it to you, but I've been using this weapon since I was younger. You're way out of your league, Naruto. Temari said. You're one to talk. What do you think I've been doing for the past month? Picking daisies? Naruto said, more than asked, smiling in the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, in the Kage booth. Well, this will be a great match indeed. Hiruzen said. Why do you say that, Sarutobi? I asked. Because if Naruto wins here, he will most likely face Gaara. It will be the most legendary match of the Chunin exams the world has seen. Hiruzen replied. Care to go into detail, you old geezer? Inoki said. You're one to talk, Inoki. Well, if Gaara and Naruto both face off in the championship round, it will be Jinchuriki versus Jinchuriki. Something never done before. People will always remember that fight should it happen. Hiruzen said. Really, Naruto? Is it Jinchuriki? And Gaara as well? I said in disbelief. Yes, I'll explain everything to you. We'll start with Gaara. He was chosen as the Jinchuriki by his father, the Yandame Kazekage. Of him is the Ichibi, or as we all call it the one-tailed raccoon dog. Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed demon raccoon dog, Shikaku. Hiruzen said. The other Kages looked at the Kazekage with looks of disgust. Now as for Naruto, he had the nine-tailed demon fox sealed within him when he was born. Merely hours after coming out the womb he was a Jinchuriki, the same 9 tails that destroyed our village around 13 years ago. Naruto had the fox sealed by our own Yandame Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It was a very sad day and a joyous one as well. We lost our leader, but celebrated the birth of the boy who saved our village. Naruto is the village's hero and no one knows, but his friends and senseis. I will be announcing it after the Chunin exams. I would like all of you to be present and tell me your reactions. Now you know about them both, and honestly I want to see that fight. I want to see if Naruto can hold back the 9 tails against Gaara who can use the powers of the one tail. Hiruzen said, kind of sadistic, but honestly the way you've said it makes me want to see it too. Mei said, wow, I've never seen 2 Jinchuriki in such close proximity. Not even Han and Rashi have been this close with the 4 and 5 tails before. Anoki said, well, we've never had 2 Jinchuriki alive at the same time, so I don't know how to add to this, though we do have the 3 and 6 tails with us. Mei said, technically Kisame could be considered a tailed beast. He is called the tailless tailed beast after all. Not even Yujito and Bee stay this close to each other. To be honest, Yujito thinks Bee's rapping is absolute shit, and so do I. It's complete bogus. I said, right, well both the sand and leaf only have one. Though the 7 tails location is all a mystery to me. Though rumor has it that the hidden waterfall village is now the one who has the 7 tails. Hiruzen said, the hidden waterfall village, didn't your friend Hashirama fight a man from there? What was his name? Kakuzu? Yes, Kakuzu is his name. Kakuzu of the hidden waterfall village. Anoki said, well, you remember that fight. I'm impressed, though Kakuzu is dead. The man is way too old to be alive, so we have nothing to be worried about. Hiruzen said, well, why don't we get this fight started? Hiruzen said, back down in the arena. Alright, you two seem ready, so begin. Genma said, jumping back and waited to watch this fight. So why don't we start out with wind on wind, then expand on it? Naruto suggested. Wind is my only element, Naruto. Temari replied, have you forgotten that you hold the water element as well? Let's play this out a bit, Temari. I hold all 5 elements and 7 Kekii Genkai, one of them being a Kekii Toda. My fire beats your wind, your water beats my fire, and my earth beats your water. And your wind beats my lightning, so all I have to do is use lightning against your water moves because water conducts electricity. Not to mention you can't take down any of my Kekii Genkai. Your fan is inferior to mine, it is made of carbon fiber and other various metals I don't care to go into detail with. Whereas your fan is made of the strongest metal you could find, am I right, Temari? And on top of that I have the ability to use Shuriken Jutsu, Bojutsu, Kenjutsu, and some Genjutsu as well. On top of that I have all 4 dojutsus of the world. My Sharingan can use Amaterasu in blaze style, put you in a Genjutsu. If you put me in one I can undo and reflect it. My Byakugan has an almost perfect field of vision. I have the Rinnegan with powers only I know, and to top it off I have a dojutsu only my father's clan possessed in the Namigan that's fully matured. With the Namigan I possess 6 Kekii Genkai. You can't win against me no matter how hard you try, I will win. Oh, and let's not forget my little friend. Naruto said, patting his stomach. Temari looked to be snarling Naruto trying to find a way to beat him, but it was extremely hard to try and figure out her difficult situation. Well shit, he just announced to everyone that he has me beat. Now I have to figure a way to beat him. Using my ninjutsu is out of the question because he'll cancel out my jutsus, then he'll just counter it with an element I can't defend against. And genjutsu is out because he'll use his Sharingan to reflect it. I'm really in some deep shit now. Using my fan won't work since his is made of a superior material, and he'll probably destroy my fan. Well, looks like I'll have to use taijutsu, but first I'll try and push him to his limit without him calling on the fox. Well, here goes nothing, Temari. Thought really surprised that Naruto could counter everything she does and still he could counter with something she had no chance of being able to defend. Not to mention he uses different kinds of weapons than her. Naruto really is trying to become the strongest shinobi the world has seen. Hopefully he doesn't turn into someone like Madara Uchiha who strived for nothing but power before dying like the worm he is. Alright Temari, I'll start things off real quick. Ice style. Frozen ground jutsu. Naruto yelled and the water was soon frozen over. Now Temari was wondering what exactly was going to happen now that the field was changed to a solid state instead of being in its liquid state. Well, you really are unpredictable, aren't you, Naruto? Temari asked, smirking. You know it. Naruto said. Kage Booth. Hiruzen, those two down there. They seem to be very familiar with each other even though they live in villages 3 days apart from each other. How do they know each other, if I may ask, and it isn't overstepping any boundaries? I said. Well, those two have known each other for quite some time. Those two are each other's best friend. They are always there to comfort the other when one needs it. They support each other even when the odds are stacked against them and it seems hopeless. With others not believing in them, with Naruto there, they can overcome anything. So long as they are with each other, nothing can beat them. Nothing. They would go to hell and back for the other. Those two know how the other feels at all times. They may fight, but they come back and reconcile with each other. Those two hold a special place in my heart, and the hearts of those here in the Leaf Village. She may not be from here, but she has the ability to possess the will of fire. And the will of fire is very strong with Naruto. He has inherited parts of different people's will of fire. His will of fire is like none that the world has seen before. Naruto is like my grandson, and I treat him like so, and Temari is like my granddaughter. I love those two with my whole heart. I'm sorry, but that is about all that I can tell you for now. Once the council meeting is over, I can tell you everything. Everything that I've said up until now has been nothing but the truth. I'm sorry, that's all I can give you for now. Hiruzen said, starting to get teared up. By the way you make it sounds like the two are already a couple and for a long time. Possibly a political marriage that the Sand and Leaf have kept under wraps. Inoki said. I'm sorry, Inoki, but everything that I've told you is as much as I can give you. It is as secretive as the Nine Tails attack 13 years ago. Anyone that speaks of it will be executed. It is classed as an SS class secret. Naruto's current status is more of an SSS class status because of who he is. Again, that is all I can say for now, please understand this. Hiruzen said, sounding more serious, and started to steal his gaze. Please understand, Hiruzen, that we meant no disrespect if it came off like that. It was just that by the way you worded your speech, I guess I could call it, just made it sound like those two were, I don't know, a couple or something. We understand that this subject is very secretive, but we were just curious. You can't deny that sometimes curiosity gets the best of us. We are humans, curiosity is a part of our DNA, and it's what makes us who we are. Again, no disrespect, we were just wondering about it, and all. We are sorry, Hiruzen. I said. Thank you, Lord Raikage. Why don't we just focus on the next 3 fights with this one being included in those 3? Hiruzen asked. Sure, but I do have one question, Lord Hokage. Mei said. And what would that be? Hiruzen replied. Well, I was wondering if you wanted us to be at the council meeting or outside of it, and be notified of the conclusion of the meeting. Mei said. Yes, I would like you all to wait outside, all 4 of you. Hiruzen said as all of the other Kages looked towards Orochimaru's position. Orochimaru started to sweat under the stares of the Kages, and a thought occurred to him, which should have happened a long time ago. God damn it, I have to find a way out of here, and not just that but in one piece. I can't fight 4 Kages. Not to mention that Fox Brad is down there, and he nearly beat me in the Forest of Death. That place is practically my home and he beat me. I have to call it off once Kabuto is in range to see the signal. Kabuto was soon on the roof across from the Kage booth, and Orochimaru gave him the sign to proceed with the invasion. Little to Orochimaru's knowledge, Kabuto changed some of the signs before the event so Orochimaru could learn them and others wouldn't know what it was. Now Orochimaru has pretty much dug his own grave. The invasion will go on as planned by them. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow King Seahawk for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.